this
All the
one?
way at the top.
Wait.
No. No,
Primary
that one.
4-cam
Hi.
setup. Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, we're live, yeah. We're good.
Yeah, we're
okay,
live.
we did it. Mission accomplished.
Hi, we're live. This is the Covet MTG. We're gonna play some Commander. How are you?
Oh, no.
I don't have to turn the other one off. It's so bright.
Okay. Hello, friends. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. As you can see, this is not TM.
No, not quite.
Oh wait, that's not Val either. I gotta switch everyone's fake names around.
Oh,
You
no.
are me now.
Oh no, I gotta
It's okay, we're
switch.
like the same person.
I
gotta
can-
switch to that.
oh,
no,
no.
don't do that.
I want just
Jesus.
this one because it's me.
Okay.
Goss
Okay.
says that she should have come down to terrorize.
You should have. DM is on a train. He's gonna get here around 11:30 tonight.
He
so
said that, but it sounds more like 2.
I don't
Unless
know.
the train's like real fast.
I don't know.
So I don't know.
DM's on his way. DM's should be watching,
He'll get here
so
when he
he
gets
should let us
here.
know.
Peeping somewhere.
Yes, Socks, you should have come down to terrorize us. So we're waiting. This is Jake. Jake is cool.
I guess. I mean, I think that's the first time anyone said that to me in my entire life, so thank you.
I doubt
I think
that.
I might keep you.
Maybe they didn't
Whoa.
say it in your face.
No. Usually they say, Jake, you're an asshole. That is usually the sentence. But I'll take cool. Fuck
I don't
yes.
think
Oh,
I've
God.
ever said that to you.
No, you haven't.
Well, Socks, if you still want to come down to terrorize, I don't know. Would anyone be open to that?
I am down for playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Socks,
where
if
my
you want
dice
to
are.
drive down real fast and
I
come
have some
terrorize
dice.
us, I think
I don't know
I
where my
brought-
little
that could be
dice
done.
I have some little dice.
are. Where are my little dice?
Here are your little dice.
Who are you to root
Why are you
against
missing
now,
one?
Jordan?
I'm missing 2 because I take 2 out because I roll for high roll to see who goes first because
No, we must roll the sacred D12
I-
for Socks.
Yes.
This is how we do things here.
Let's see.
Root against me probably.
Yeah, you're kind of scary sometimes.
I'm-
Having played Magic against you a couple of times, even though that one time I murdered you because I was like, no.
Yes.
No, none of that is happening.
So the time you murdered me, I was actually playing this deck. However, I fixed a lot of things, and it's very good now.
Ooh. Okay.
Basically, I went to the internet and I found a bunch of cards that I don't have, and now I'm playing them
Okay.
We
So,
proxy.
yeah.
because I don't have the $8,000 to buy this deck.
No.
There's some life dice for you.
Well, that sounds scary.
Where is? There we go. Nice.
Hmm?
69.
No.
Actually, a joke.
Okay. Alright.
4 million.
Let's see. Where
Middle drawer.
is the dice box? Middle drawer?
Top middle drawer.
Alright. Nope, that's been play mats.
What? That's where they live.
Where can you
Oh,
see?
top middle drawer.
There.
I can't follow instructions.
It's Mizzix.
Kill.
I guess I could just.
Look, it's the 7 deadly sins.
Here. Dice.
Gigantic dice.
More dice.
More dice.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no?
Goth has had a migraine since Tuesday.
Jesus.
Oh no, I'm
That's
sorry.
that's super not great.
That
That was me like
sucks.
2 weeks ago, and then I got sick.
Many dice.
Mini dice. Okay, so
I have received a 6.
okay.
The gods are not blessing me.
2.
Well,
They blessed you.
6.
Oh.
Roll off. Roll off. Oh Jesus.
4.
Oh Jesus. 6.
Motherfucker. Okay.
All right, I take the play. Who's everyone's commanders?
I am playing Mizzix of the Ismagus.
Okay. Should we try to bring it up on? Let's see, zoom the
Yes.
card. Yeah.
Boop.
So go
And
ahead and try
then
to bring
search.
it up. Yep. We'll see if this is set right.
A little squishy.
This guy.
Okay, and let me see if I can get zoom the card working. Yep. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Well, that'll work.
It's this one.
It's that one.
So whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with convert mana cost greater than the number of experience counters you have, you get an experience counter. Instant sorceries cost 1 less to cast for each experience counter you have.
Cool.
You can proliferate experience counters.
Cool.
which is a thing.
Interesting.
And Val.
Is playing.
I'm not starting out with Hythonia. It's weird.
There is only one city, so the other one is my least favorite card, maybe
There's the
ever.
undead.
Click. I know, but I hate it. So that's
City.
that's the super fun mill one that makes zombies every time creatures hit. Right? It's one or more,
We'll see what
so
happens.
she can only make one zombie per trigger, right? And Jayberry, who are you playing?
Three cards of your library graveyard.
No, it can be more.
No, you just put
It's
one.
one or more.
No, it's
So if
really
you-
one.
Oh, I'm thinking of Verena.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just one. I'm playing Tristani, the Selesnia's voice.
Oh,
Maybe
that is
we'll-
actually the first commander that I ever built was Tristani.
Really?
She is my absolute favorite. I hate this art for her though.
I love that
Oh,
art.
I
like
can't
this
stand it.
art.
I
What
mean,
is it wrong?
it's absolutely and unequivocally just better. However, I started playing in Return to Ravnica with the other Tristani.
I started playing and
I don't want to hear it.
I'm old.
I started playing with a deck that we bought at Borders Bookstore.
Spoilers.
Fantastic.
Recon Borders Bookstore elf deck.
Do I want to play this?
Yes.
Why should I don't know. Do I? Okay, Jordan, you get to
Yes.
pick. Should I play Verena or Sidisi?
God, Sidisi, please.
Sidis.
I never played this deck.
You should play this deck. You need more practice.
Sidisi is one of my favorites. What is your Pokemon card?
It's the one that you gave me for good luck, bitch.
That's funny.
Assert dominance.
Weasel!
How did you ask me that? You're the one that gave it to me.
I guess the
Thanks for
first
that.
deck I got was from 7th edition, I think.
Good lord.
It's like a pre-con 7th edition.
I started collecting in '93.
Yeah.
Before
I was in
Pokemon.
college. College was from 2000 to 2004.
Anyway.
You are young. Yes, baby. You are young.
All right, I'll play this one.
Okay. Alright.
Sorry, that was really patronizing. Sorry.
Also-
You're
Sorry.
fine. I'm gonna...
All right, I'm going first.
How do I...
I'm not going first because I cannot start with this. I am going first, but I can't start with this. So,
Yeah, guys.
Shoot.
I went to a horseback riding camp and it was a fucking nightmare. And the kids were like, "You look lost. Come, sit with us at this picnic table during lunch." And they showed me how to play Magic. And I didn't really play or anything because I was 9. I just started collecting cards basically for fantasy art. I have a Black Lotus somewhere and I put it somewhere safe and I can't find it. So that's a
I
thing.
hope it's still safe.
I started playing in RTR and then... what was it? Theros had a chance to play on the Pro Tour.
Oh wow. Pro Tour.
I failed miserably.
Yikes.
Hey, do you want to shuffle these for me since I'm
I'm
having a
scared.
hard time?
All right, that's not gonna work. Either.
This is why I keep you.
Well, I also... I managed to get there with...
No.
Oh, hey!
Oh.
Seth, what's up?
The Twitch app sucks on mobile.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
it's terrible. It's the redheaded
All right,
stepchild of Amazon.
no.
Look, I watch you guys on Twitch all of the time.
No.
Yeah,
Only on mobile. Because I'm a glutton for punishment.
that's why you're here.
All right, I fixed the land in here. What the
No.
fuck is this? Christ. Fine.
Go
Okay.
Jayberry! Every week,
Jesus.
go Jayberry!
Jesus. No. I mean, cool, but I don't think I'm gonna win.
Okay, we do the 7 cards.
We do friendly mulligan, so you can just dump
Yeah,
all the way if you
friendly mulligans, because that shit wasn't gonna work.
Well, I'm not
Nothing
keeping
was going to work.
literally 7, or no, I guess it was 6 and a mountain.
No, you can't do
Like. I
that.
can actually.
No, always heart of the cards. Always heart of the
Like I
cards.
Wrong game. Wrong game.
I mean, how
Okay.
wrong? Like, let's be honest, how wrong?
Fire Blue Dragon. What is that thing called? Fire Eyes Ice Dragon.
The blue eyes, white
Dragon?
nationalism. I don't know.
Please.
Oh, God, no.
No, it's blue eyes, white dragon.
Alright.
And then red eyes, black dragon, and time wizard
I'm Wizard.
are those
All right.
cards.
Draw.
Oh god, no.
Goth, would you like to drive down later or earlier? Because if it's later, I would like an early night. I am still sick.
Sucks. Do what you will. Join us whenever you can, but we'd love to see you. So you can kill us all.
There's
Kill us all.
Definitely a space.
There's definitely a space for you. Whenever you want to come down. Whatever works for you.
For murdering.
Murdering. Okay.
You
Holds Patreon hostage for January's victory.
Okay, let's
Don't
do
do
this.
that.
We should have a tier that says, for like 1 week, you
Yeah.
get to pay for us to lose.
To play our decks in the worst way possible.
Oh yeah, Amtrak Wi-Fi is fucking awful.
Alright. I played a land. Go.
Okay, well, I have...
Do you have a hand?
Sort of.
Okay.
It's bad, but
Is it
yeah,
playable?
we're gonna keep it. Go ahead.
And there's a table of victims
Okay.
saying that I probably shouldn't be so mean. No.
The meaner you are, the more I have to get better.
Yeah.
It actually helps.
Oh no.
I'm headed straight for the castle. You're gonna make me the queen. Yes.
Start
Sorry, Seth.
with a swamp.
Look at you guys having fancy
Alright.
lands.
Play anything else.
I'm gonna draw.
Have you seen this deck?
I'm gonna play
I've looked through every
a
single one of your decks.
plains.
Have you though?
I've rebuilt
That sounded
most
really
of
dirty.
them.
And
It
I can't do fuck all. Go. Go.
Oh, right, I go. We're not playing with 4 people. Okay, I'm gonna make a red mana.
I'm gonna-
Don't be
that, Joe.
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Oh no.
But you may hear about it on Sunday. Sunday.
Oh, jeez.
Go ahead, Val.
What are you playing?
Absolutely fucking nothing.
You don't have a land?
I bounced it back to my hand with Is It
Oh.
Boiler
You
Works?
cheered on Seth last week? How dare you? I think you alternated games. I think you cheered for Seth one game
Broccoli.
and then you cheered for me the other game. So it's fine.
I played a broccoli.
But speaking of Patreon, Jordan, thank you for supporting us on Patreon.
Fuck
Thank
yeah.
you to all of our other Patreons, Clover B, Secret Weapon, Banshee,
I need to do that.
Rochelle. So thank you so much. You guys are helping make this happen. We're gonna try to do more cool things. The studio's in progress. We're getting a lot of progress done on
Somebody's
that.
doing our HVAC for the studio.
Yes.
Since he is honorary covering member now.
Yes.
I guess.
You have to be.
I have
Keeping
to
you.
be.
All right. Sorry.
I played a broccoli and a glow spore shaman.
Yeah, you should
Oh, okay.
mill your 3 cards.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I hadn't gotten there yet. I literally just put it down.
Wait a minute. Oh, you mill with that? Oh.
Are they
okay.
exciting? It doesn't
Put
do
that 3
anything,
cards in your
right?
library
No.
and your
Oh
graveyard.
no, Bajuka Bog and a Master Biomancer.
I mean, I guess now is the time to put Bajuka Bog back. Do you need more lands? Because it does a second thing other than just mill you.
It's the only land card I can put back for that.
Yep.
So yeah, that's happening.
Cool.
Okay.
Mission
turn?
accomplished.
I'm gonna need a lot of trigger help.
Yep. I am aware. I
Done.
believe it's
Alright.
January's turn.
I'm gonna draw. I am going to play.
I need a nap.
I'll go ahead and play a forest. I will.
Why is this a thing that is happening?
Yeah. Once you've played Magic at enough tournaments for 15 hours at a time, you get
Okay,
used to doing
yeah.
this.
I know you
Alright.
do that all the time.
I'm gonna play a sprouting renewal to put a 2/2 green and white elf knight
Where's your
into
water?
play.
It's here.
I was going to be.
So I have a
Which
2/2 green and white knight, elf knight in play, who's vigilant, and I pass my turn.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw. Oh, I did it. I drew a land. Look at me go. Basically, I'm the best.
You know I can see your entire hand, and also the entire stream can see your hand. I think. I think that might not do you any favors later.
I want to play a Heuristic Study.
Oh boy.
Whenever you guys cast a spell, I get to draw a card unless you pay me 1 mana.
Of course.
I don't want
Go ahead.
to.
Art is always nice. Hero. Oh. This is my favorite art for Heuristic Study, mostly because the other art is kind of terrifying. It's a bit much.
You're
I also just like dark things.
like me.
Marceline.
God, this fuck. He's Bubblegum and I'm Marceline.
That makes so much sense.
It does. And we named
Many
our
pink
geckos.
hairs.
I mean, you do have pink hair.
Look, he might be into slaps. I don't know. I've never
What?
slapped him.
What
any
is
requests?
woodpecker? What is woodpecker? Oh god.
Because it makes the woodpecker noise.
Oh my god. Why do you do that?
Actions per minute.
Civic Signet.
Do I get to draw a card? I would like to draw a card. Are you gonna give me that draw card, or are you gonna pay that 1 minute?
I'm gonna pay for
Ristic
this
study.
and play something
What
else.
is that? An enchantment? Is that an enchantment?
Draw a card.
Yeah. Wait, no. I
Look
draw
at
two
my
cards.
shit.
Draw two cards. Draw two cards.
I don't like it.
Is that an enchantment?
Is what? Yes,
What?
it is an
Yeah.
enchantment.
Okay.
So, Civic
No, I don't like that.
Signet. This is an artifact.
I want it to stay though.
I just need to know what's on the board.
Yeah,
I don't see
huh?
what the problem is.
It's not like you have a card that destroys enchantments in
Is
your
it
hand.
my turn?
I can't tap this when it comes in because it's summoning Sig, right?
You can't.
What?
No, if it's a creature, you cannot tap it.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Any requests?
For
Whatever
Uh,
makes you happy.
Pain.
We're in pain all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, why is this a thing?
A forest.
I told you we could bring the heating pad.
Yep. Guess what we didn't do?
Bring the heating
Bring the
pad.
heating pad.
I thought about it, but I brought the stakes instead.
That's kind of more important.
A little bit.
I bring the weather with me. Amity Affliction. Whomst I have seen twice. They are
We're
really garbage.
figuring out
Okay.
what Gothstocks is going to bring deck-wise.
Infinite armies
Infinite Armies.
Of the storm.
1,000-Year Storm.
She has a deck that goes infinite, makes like billions of things, and it's amazing.
Oh man. Oh man. It's not what I want to do. But I feel like I. Oh fuck no! I want to do that.
Would you like
I
one deck
need
with
a
Yep.
plains. I need a plains
thing.
I'm playing
very
Kuriasa.
badly.
you? Mhm.
If we play another game. I don't know how long you want me to be here.
Forever.
Pass turn.
Okay. Oh boy, no, it's my turn. I gotta go. I gotta go. Wait, did you play anything? No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
You nerd.
Here is this land, and we're going to turn it sideways, and we're going to make a Soul Ring, and we're going to play Mizzix,
Yeah.
and that is all.
Okay.
Go ahead. Please don't kill him.
Please don't kill him, you say to me. I can't do anything right now.
You're untapped. You're both untapped. It's terrifying, actually. I don't like it.
Good.
Fear my untapped mana.
Why are you making
Fear
the
it.
yell at the dog noise? That's actually what that is. I hear that all day long.
Lucy.
Lucifer's not a bad dog. She's just not a good dog. Oh, jeez.
She just is excitable and had a terrible life.
Basically.
What guild do I belong to? I like Golgari. I guess.
Look, I
Rakdos.
super wish I was Golgari
Look, it's not more important than the Hogwarts house, though.
or Demir. However, I'm definitely an Izzet mage, and have been. I've played blue red at practically every major tournament that I could. So
But we should do a roundup of our Hogwarts houses in case Jordan doesn't know. Hufflepuff.
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor.
yeah, I'm a Gryffindor.
I'm a Slytherin.
Yes. I don't know what to play. There's like nothing I can play right now.
I mean, if you play, can I draw a card?
You would. What? Wait, DM?
No.
You would never play Orzhov? What? Why?
I didn't
You
even-
are Orzhov, I thought.
He's the epitome of Orzhov.
Yeah, what the heck? Yay, Team Slytherin! I gotta fix that camera. It's
Which one?
zoomed out too much. The one facing me.
It'll be better when there's more people.
Technical difficulties.
Christ, it's windy.
The wind is,
Yeah, it is.
making lots of noise. The wind, it's very windy here. It's making lots of noise outside. That's
How
scaring
are
us.
you Azorius
'Cause
and
it's
Slytherin?
October.
That's great. I like it.
These are things I don't
I might
understand.
as well be a Slitherpuff, so what
Is it my
else?
turn?
I'm thinking.
Attack.
Probably shouldn't have played it this
Wait.
time. What else?
Why? No.
I paid so you wouldn't have a card.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure.
Did
I like.
you draw a card?
I did not. I
Okay.
did not. I like having cards in my hand.
Yeah.
I draw a card?
No, I'm supposed to discard
I
one of
guess
them.
I'm whatevs. Yeah.
This- There are rules and I'm in charge of them. Says Team Azorius.
I'm gonna sit. I'm done.
Alright.
I discarded.
I need a planes. Yay! It's what I always wanted.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Hooray. Hooray for me. Guess what? Here's my commander.
What would?
Oh wait, I should have played my commander. Fuck.
Well, I've
What
already played my commander.
Oh no,
No,
I
you
did. I
couldn't.
did other things instead.
You could.
Yeah, you did other things instead.
Thanks for hosting.
Thank you.
I should be watching for my account as well.
Slytherin, is it? Ooh.
I'm a fan.
Find creative ways. What do you have? What's that creature there? Is that your
It's
commander?
a 2/2. It is my commander.
Is
Did
a 2/2.
you?
I played a thing.
Did you-
Yes, I'll pay for Ristic Study. You don't get to draw
I
a
want to draw
card!
all of the cards. Look.
No!
You can't
Gosox is coming.
have that.
Yay! Okay. On that note,
I have packed the pain you requested.
I am going to hide.
Oh no.
I'm hiding in a corner and passing my turn.
All right, here we go.
I'm loading
Untap.
up Twitch.
Yeah.
Wait, my account or your account? We are getting our home studio together so we can stream. Hopefully, come like I don't know, early November.
Yeah.
Doing the BlizzCon thing.
Oh, yeah.
Got him a BlizzCon ticket today.
Oh.
If we do
We're
this.
both gonna go be nerds.
Nice. Are you gonna do any streaming stuff while you're there?
I don't think you can.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think there's any bandwidth, and you can't have computers or anything like that inside that.
Oh, yeah. They're probably like showing stuff off.
Yeah, you can't bring anything with you. You can't have
Wow.
computers, iPads, nothing. No flash drives.
No phones.
You can have phones, but you can't.
Yeah.
You can't have anything that like works on their stuff. But I mean, you can hang out outside or the hotels or whatever.
Yeah.
Haven't
Alright.
teaching.
I'm gonna flip with that camera. Let me know if I totally ruin everything.
Oh, I can't. That sucks.
Haha. Haha.
But I can.
Hey DM, if I guess I just asked you this later, but if we were gonna do a Friday and Saturday, or Saturday and Sunday for IllixCon, what is best? Because we gotta go to LA on the 28th. So we were thinking maybe Friday, Saturday, not Saturday, Sunday. I want to go to that art thing.
Is this a... Oh, this is so cool. What? It's
Oh, yeah.
a scaled dice bag.
Cave Girls dice bag.
Okay.
It's a cool dice bag.
It is your turn now.
I'm sending.
It's so cool.
It's actually super sweet.
So
That's really
cool.
awesome.
I want one.
Sending the bits
I
to the
want one.
coven. I know, right? I have a friend that makes like shirts like that. They come down like this.
Oh, sweet.
No Sunday. Okay, so I think we'll do.
Yay,
Saturday.
bits.
I sent us pride flags. Gives me the big queer.
I mean, yep.
Blizzard art is great.
Okay. What you doing?
Opulent palace.
Yay.
I want.
Very opulent.
I'm stealing this from you like, immediately.
You fucking vulture.
Relationship goals. Samwise is amazing. I got him to sign my art book 2 years ago. So that was pretty fucking
I
awesome.
don't know who the fuck that is.
Samwise is he's the art director for Blizzard.
Oh, sweet.
I will show you the book.
Oh,
How many things do I have?
I don't know how many cards am I gonna draw. Because that's important to me.
You don't get to draw any. 0.
He might though.
Fuck yes.
I can tap that to have 1 mana. 5.
So yeah, we are, as DM mentioned, we are going to be at IllixCon. We're going to be streaming Friday and Saturday. Magic artists are going to come by.
Aww.
Aww.
Needn't at all.
It does not. Oh, I was just confused.
My precious.
It is really nice dice guys. This is why we don't take public transportation? I don't know.
And there went my deck.
Okay, so...
So did you get to draw a card?
Do I draw cards?
Did you get to draw a card?
What did I even fucking do?
You cast.
Oh, sorry.
Cast CDC.
I came in tapped. I paid that for that.
No, you draw a card.
Yeah, you get to draw a card.
How many cards in hand do you have
Enter the
right now?
battlefield.
1,
so
2, 3,
top
4,
cards
5,
go in.
6, 7.
Oh,
1, 2,
okay.
3. I'm gonna do a map.
Something tells me you get a zombie.
I get a zombie. Oh fuck. So Clonic Rift, Steve, and Splinter Freight.
Steve?
It's your Drive Elder. Steve.
Is that you in the spotlight,
Steve, Shelley.
losing your religion?
Oh.
Children? Shelley. You are REMing over here.
Yeah.
I love REM.
Oh,
I
God,
mean,
I hate
that's me in the public
We don't
transport.
agree.
Yes. Huh?
We agree on like everything but music.
Hey,
I
I
mean,
don't,
you really
I don't
most
know.
music.
I don't know how to turn it on. Okay,
Turn what on? What?
Music.
music. That
Oh.
computer, that TV setup, I don't know. It's. A
I don't know
foreign-
how to
It's a foreign
actually
concept to me.
Turn that on
Yeah.
because it's never the right
Meh.
button.
All right.
So I played CDC.
Yeah.
I milled 3. The thing happened. I get a zombie.
Okay.
Would you like to attack anyone? With your 3-1 or your 1-2? Or your 0-1? You may attack people
Let me
with
get
your
all
0-1.
up in your business.
Do it. Do it.
Fucking fight me. I don't like it. I don't like it. Everything about
Jesus.
that is terrifying.
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
Your
What
own
happens if I win? We both
personal
just had them?
Jesus.
I cry.
Eh,
Do, 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 do,
I don't want
do.
that. I don't know. No, I'm gonna sit.
All right. Top. Ah. Draw.
I can't. I just. You're really bad at just.
Yeah, I know. That's why I have to play
bonus.
really good decks, because everyone knows what I have in my hand all the time.
You're a mess.
Yup. But I don't lose because I'm
Good.
at Magic. Not much else.
I don't think that's true, but we're not gonna go into that on stream.
And you don't. And you don't get to draw a card. Crested Sunmare.
What in the hell?
At the beginning of each end step, if I gain life this turn, I create a 5/5 horse.
That's not good.
That's great.
That's.
There's
not
nothing
good.
wrong
That's
with
good
this.
for you.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with this.
Wait, but you gain...
And then I gain 5 life.
That's not good.
Okay, so...
Other horses you control are indestructible is the most upsetting part about
It is my favorite. I love fucking horse decks. They are so good.
Look, I had a horse deck and it was really bad. So maybe let me make a new
Ponies.
one.
Okay.
Was it just bad for everyone?
No, it was just terrible.
This is
It
just
didn't fucking
horrible.
work. There's new stuff now that would delete.
All right. I'm gonna go
He's told us how to turn on the music if we'd like.
to my.
You are.
All right. I will try to turn on the music while I'm gonna end my turn, and because I ended my turn, I get a pony.
Pony.
Oh, shit out my ass.
Because
it's a huge
Beginning of
fucking
my
pony.
end step, I gain a pony, and I gain
Horsies.
5 more life.
Don't like it.
Yeah, because it enters, you gain 5, and then...
Oh wait, yeah,
This
yeah.
is bad. This is bad.
The horse entered, and then the other horse entered.
Well-
so I gain 10 life.
I need you to kill that.
I don't think there's anything wrong.
I don't have
I'm
decks.
gonna go turn on the music now.
She's
Okay.
going
Don't hurt me. Okay. Grab the remote. While pointing at the entertainment center, push the computer activity near the top left. Then turn on the mouse and click it a couple times to bring the computer out of sleep. Alright, let's see how good I feel at this.
Oh god, I need more things to take care of this.
I'm gonna add a literal shitload of red mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 red mana.
Grab the remote while pointing at the entertainment center. Push the computer activity near the top.
Trigger, get an experience counter.
Oh god. Is this the right remote. God, I hope so.
The big long one? For
Yeah.
lack of better describing words for the remote?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's that one.
Hmm.
I swear to God, it only works if he does it.
Hey!
Woo!
Well,
Fine.
we're gonna merchant scroll.
What's up?
What's that?
Search my library for a blue instant
No.
and put it in my hand.
Please don't.
Or yes.
Imagine a world in which I love cyclonic rifts.
Oh no.
With one red floating. How about we don't do that?
Yes,
How
the
about-
big long one in capital letters.
I have access to but it has to be blue. Right.
What's this?
It is the amount of red mana I have in my mana pool.
55?
No, 10.
Okay. I was a little bit worried for a minute.
I don't even want to cast this card. Okay,
I'm
we're
just
not. We're not doing
gonna... There
Oh,
you-
look,
There
okay.
you go. Because that's gonna really confuse me.
that. Okay. So we're not casting Merchant Scroll because that card's bad.
So if I didn't gain life during your instep, then I don't get to make a horse, right?
3. At the beginning of each instep?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
Can I gain life on your
That was the
turn?
appropriate noise.
I'm gonna play Fevered Visions.
Alright.
Ooh, wait, no. I got it. I know what
We're
I'm
not
doing.
gonna set the house
I know
on
what I'm
fire.
doing.
We
I know
make
what I'm doing.
steaks at our house.
Okay. So I have 10
I haven't done
mana.
it yet. I'm not gonna do
Attack.
it.
These 2 for red and green, and then 3 for this. So we'll go to 7. And then we're gonna bring this back. And then we're gonna cast it for
I like that card.
4. Go to 3. Add another 10. Go to 13.
Jesus, this is awful.
Spend 3.
DM,
Go to 10.
now what? I got something on, but nothing's
The screen
happening.
is black.
The screen is black.
You
Go
gotta
to
hit the input.
9.
I gotta hit the input.
And the computer should
And exile this with
wiggle the mouse.
this guy.
I did.
I don't know.
Oh wait, maybe it's not on. Maybe that's the problem.
I've done that before.
Okay.
What's happening? Why is this happening?
It is your turn, Val.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure? No,
Are you sure?
I am not. I cast more spells than my brain can handle.
Me.
This is my first time playing this deck.
It's a blue.
Uh,
I played a blue.
oh god.
Okay. 1 ease land. The big long one.
I already said that out loud.
Okay. I got it working.
Hooray!
Now what do I do?
Open Spotify.
No,
This?
music.
No.
Well, Spotify or music.
This?
Fuck, my back hurts.
Me too.
This? Okay. What do we play? Which playlist?
I
D&D playlist.
No, that's the Conan soundtrack.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's what we play D&D
I'm
too.
okay
It's
with
fucking
that.
great. It'll trip the,
Okay. There's an Azorius playlist.
Azorius?
I don't know.
It's just everything in 4/4.
Play the favorites, I don't know.
Which one is the one we usually
Can you pull
play?
up Spotify? Is that a thing? Because then I can just do it from my phone. We can just skip over the ones that'll trip us.
Alright.
Seth, what playlist is best playlist?
6.
Okay.
I'm gonna pay all of the manas.
Do I draw a card?
Oh fuck! I didn't do this last time when I paid for it. I should put something else in the graveyard.
You should've.
Whatevs. Shit happens. Just don't get muted, yeah. No, you don't get to draw a card.
Also, what are you playing?
Hmm?
Also, what are you playing?
Right now.
Yes.
Thunderfoot Baloth.
It is mini Wendy's.
I don't know what this is, but we're playing it.
I don't know, but I fucking love it.
It's like a 80s horror movie.
So's my life?
No.
I mean, lots of long, dark, wooded alleys with the dog at night.
Okay. I don't walk the dog with you, so.
No.
I put a Thunderfoot Baloth.
Okay.
You might want to pull that up.
It's bad. It's a lieutenant.
Bad.
Why can't we kill her crested
Gets
sun?
+2/+2.
Oh,
I don't see what the
creatures.
problem
Yeah,
is.
+2/+2 and trample.
Oh, fuck. So everything on your field has +2/+2 and trample.
Yes.
I hate it.
Is it my turn?
Shit happens.
It does not have haste, though. Which is important.
Yeah, I guess I'll sit.
Okay. Untap.
Should have probably
Draw.
started the zombie, but what else?
Yeah, you're 4/4 zombie.
Yeah, I forgot that it was boosted.
Jesus fucking huge.
Hall of Hiliad's Generosity.
Oh my god, so he's a 7/7?
Oh, look, which one?
Let me just look at all your cards.
Yeah, they're so good though. I remember
So-
trying to make Fevered Visions work.
I don't know what that is.
At the beginning of everyone's upkeep, they draw an extra card, and if they have 4 more cards and they're my opponent, they take 2 damage. It's really good.
That's not nice.
It's just fine in Commander because everyone has Life Despair and it's just free cards for everybody. So
Right.
it's not terrible, but in Standard it was awful. It was so bad. Like losing 2 life to draw a card is fine.
Yes.
Especially the mono red decks that were running around at that time. Holy shit.
Okay. I paid for the Ristic Seti,
Okay.
so you don't get a thing. I'm gonna play a Song of Freyalise.
Oh, no.
So it goes to 1. So my creatures can add mana.
Okay. For the first 2.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's terrible. I
Um,
hate it.
so let's see.
However, she has not gained life yet this turn.
I have not.
Everything's bad.
Yet.
Not yet.
Big keyword. What on earth? Is that
Yeah.
just a fucking frog?
It's a lizard just for you.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's funny.
You don't love my lizards.
I love your. Do you not love my lizards?
There are lizards.
Yes.
That's terrible if you don't know we have 9,000 reptiles.
3. I'm gonna tap my commander and populate.
Populate. Willing to bet you're going to make a stupid fucking horse.
I'm gonna make
An indestructible horse?
Stupid fucking indestructible horse if I can find it.
That is a 5/5.
That's a 5/5.
I would like to point out the fact that she has now 2 indestructible 5/5s.
Yeah, this is bad.
And I gain 5 life.
Oh God, there are so many things.
Many things.
Yes. What do you have over there, creature-wise?
I have
that I
a-
missed out on while I was trying to turn music on.
I was playing a 1/3 and a 2/2.
1, 3, and a 2.
This guy exiles
Murder
instants out of my
ponies.
graveyard,
Okay.
and then I can play them later.
Okay.
But I have to sacrifice him, which is sad.
Okay.
It's a worthy cause, though.
Yes. I am going
Murder
to...
ponies, holy fuck. I
Murder
love it.
ponies!
There's a
My
version
murder
of this,
pony.
so, like,
I'm gonna attack you
Okay.
with a 5/5 pony.
I'm going to block with my... Is it Chronarch?
Okay. Sounds good.
They do not have trample, correct?
They do not. I'm
Perfect.
gonna go to
Yep.
my... but if you look at the final thing of Freyalise,
I did.
Yeah.
It makes me sad.
it's not good
it's really great.
for us.
Um,
They gain vigilance, trample, and double indestructible.
Double indestructible
which
ponies.
is super important for the first
All right,
destruction.
gonna go to my instep, and I'm gonna make another pony,
I fucking hate it.
Oh, it's bad.
and I'm gonna gain another 5
This
life.
is not good.
So I'm at 60.
So when she's gaining 10 life a turn, we need to fucking do something about that shit.
Yes.
Come at me, bro.
It's
All right.
our turn, Mina.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to tap this blue mana, and I'm going to Echoing Truth and target your horse.
Which
And,
horse?
This one.
This horse that's tapped.
It returns target non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name.
Okay.
So all of your horses bounce to your hand.
Except for the Crested Sunmare.
Correct.
Alright. So, all my ponies are gone.
This guy.
Bye, ponies. Bye, ponies.
That doesn't actually solve the problem,
No.
but I've got 1 red floating. We're going to Merchant Scroll for a blue instant card and put it into my hand. I don't know.
Stampeding his magic. Jesus, I hate it.
Well, if you wonder why I don't wake up tomorrow, it's because of that. I didn't know Lab
not
Maniac
okay.
cost 3.
I'm not walking the dog in the morning if you die. Death Touch Murder Pie?
So
Murder Pie!
we're gonna take Firemind's Foresight,
Okay.
and then we're gonna cast Firemind's Foresight with my 1 red floating, and then these 5 manas here. I'm
Okay.
going to add an experience counter and search my library for an instant card with a converted mana cost 3, converted mana cost 2, and converted mana cost 1.
Ah.
So 3 is going to be Seething Song. 2 is
They have a
Ooh.
bar car, hooray, bourbon. Yes. It's
Actually,
Amjack.
I changed my mind. 3 is Chaos Warp.
Ah.
Oh no.
2.
I'm gonna be oppressed.
Yes.
My
Wait.
poor little token deck.
No. Come here.
There's nothing little about
Yay,
this token
sucks.
deck.
Okay, well, we're just. I want Brainstorm. So Brainstorm is my 1, and my 2 is Cyclonic Rift. Could you guess?
Gee, I don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to pay 1 red,
Okay.
and I am going to Chaos Warp your Crested Sunmare.
And what does
You
Chaos Warp do
shuffle it,
again?
shuffle it into your library.
Okay.
Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a permanent card, put it into play.
Okay.
So it takes care of Crested Sunmare. Kind
For
of.
now.
Kind of.
Mostly. At the moment.
Hey, I gained 20 life. I'm fine.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus H. Christ.
From the Crescent Sunmare.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're all the way up at 60.
Just breathe.
Okay.
Back is coming.
So I'm not done quite yet. I could bounce Tristani, or I could bounce the 2/2. How many cards do you have in your hand? 3? 4?
4.
Yeah, we're just gonna brainstorm.
Alright, so I reveal the top card.
And
Right? I reveal, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sakura Tribe Elder.
Okay,
into
so
my
you get to put it
hand?
into play.
Put it into play. When it comes into play. Right, or when I sack it. When I sack it. Got it. Steam.
What?
I have some cards in my hand.
Yeah, you do.
Put this one there. We're gonna put this one here. And then we're going to exile Chaos Warp with, is it Chemister? Steve. You have a 2/2 and a 1/1. I don't think this deck attacks. I don't really know. So
We'll see what happens.
I'm going to attack you, Jayberry, for 3 of the damages, since you have 60 of the motherfucker.
I will take 3.
3 of the damage.
I will take
Alright.
3 of the damages. Is that
Hell
the best
yes.
you can do, sir?
Actually, yes.
You're done.
So I wiped your board, kind of, and drew a fuckload of cards.
All right. Well, you killed 3 ponies and made me get rid of my other pony.
I did.
My pony,
But I have a
my
feeling we're gonna see
ponies.
that pony
Sad.
again.
Speaking of ponies, is anyone gonna get that My Little Pony set that I
I-
think you can buy
Were you
tomorrow?
about that?
Like those 3 My Little Pony magic cards, Friendship is Magic cards that
I
they've
feel like those are
actually
gonna be worth a
made.
shitload of money.
Oh yeah.
So I should
I
probably...
think they're on sale like tomorrow at like 10 a.m. on
Yeah.
a specific website, so you gotta
Oh.
like get on that.
We're not gonna
Super
get up at 10 a.m.
exclusive.
I'll tell you that.
Abso-fucking-lutely, we will
exclusive.
not. We're gonna shoot
Especially
for
not
like
tonight. Noon?
3.
Because I think it would be cool to like build a deck around a My Little Pony card that technically isn't legal anywhere to play. But hey, who cares?
Because why not?
Because
you can
why
play them
not?
Here.
Because we can play them
Are
here,
you done?
Yes, I'm done.
where we're super cash about things.
I'm gonna do this thing where I dredge to take this.
We
Yeah,
doing?
back to
Oh,
my,
you're dredging?
Yeah.
With what are you dredging? Blech.
Darkmoor.
Darkmoor salvage.
Yeah. Oh, that wasn't helpful. Maybe it was. Quote, Whisper Silk and Reliquary Tower. What are you doing?
Talking to Seth, it's okay.
Novel. It's my creature, is it? No. Wow, none of this is helpful. Reliquary Tower and Whisper Silk.
Yeah, so instead of drawing a dredge. Cool.
Yeah, because I get the dredge. And then I'll just boop. What you sighing about?
I'm not sighing about a goddamn thing.
Do you get to draw a card? Or
Sassy
oh, wait, you
mother.
dredge.
I
Yeah.
am sitting over here anxiously waiting for my ability to draw cards.
Bangs his Patreon gavel. What?
Smack!
There's nothing I want to play right now. Just do this thing.
Mini thinking. What color mana would you like to add to your pool?
That's not helpful. It's colorless.
I mean, it's still okay. It turns out colorless mana can pay for Ristic Study. I wish you just pay
Nothing
one
I wanna
blue.
play.
That would be fantastic. You could only pay it with blue mana.
That would be awful.
It would be the best card.
It would be $1 billion.
It would be banned in every
It
format.
would be banned in everything.
I would probably build an MLP deck, though.
My Little Pony.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Wait.
I
Friendship.
just tapped it the other way.
Okay.
I don't like it that way.
So, you know what's funny?
What?
I have incredible OCD about people tapping things this way, because on the actual card, it specifically
I know.
denotes the
I
direction
know.
you tap things.
My brain just whatevs. Seth gets it.
I do it the right way.
I don't. I do it the wrong way.
actively upsetting my OCD.
I guess I'll just play this.
Ooh, do I get to draw a card?
No.
That
1,
sucks.
2, 3, 4, 5. You're still not gonna draw a card. There you go.
As long as you don't have a Smothering Tithe in there, it's fine.
Corpse Connoisseur.
What does that do?
I had the colorless to pay for them.
I hate it.
What does that do?
I can go search my library for a creature card and put it in my graveyard if I do shuffle library. Let's get on the roof.
Look, I don't know how to spell connoisseur.
I just need to look through my deck because I don't know what the fuck's in it.
Oh, okay. What is this card?
It's this guy.
Whenever Corpse Connoisseur enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature card and put that card into your graveyard. If you do, shuffle your library, then unearth. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile the beginning next end step if it would leave the battlefield. Unearth only as a sorcery.
Trust me, DM, I am all too aware.
No.
I love the art on this guy, though. He's super quizzical.
He's like, which
He's like,
corpse?
what the fuck
which
do I pick?
corpse do I bring back to life? I don't know.
I love it.
You see Jordan's comment? I support Val actively upsetting new guys' OCD.
Yeah, look, already not a fan.
Look, he does this to me all day at home, so it's fine.
What, annoy the shit out of you?
Just upset my OCD.
Yeah.
Because you know. There's like nothing I want to play right now. Yeah, I should probably just take that.
My next card is gonna be a crested
I
sun
swear to
mare.
God, if he's a crescent sun mare, I am quitting.
Is it?
I
Is it actually though?
There are cards in my deck where I can deal direct damage to myself, and I will do so. I will go fucking find them.
I want this to come true now so badly.
I absolutely hate the
Please
fact that
no.
Crested Sunmare is a good card.
It's so good.
It's supposed to just be terrible,
It's
but
so
it is
good.
so. I try to make it work in standard. It does not work in standard. Very bad. It costs what, 5?
Yeah.
But 5 mana for a 5/5.
And then another
It's
5/5.
vigilance, right?
Nope. Nope. It's just a 5/5 pony.
Okay.
I don't think the sun mare is vigilant.
Heart of the cards.
Heart of the guards. I know their weakness. Exploit. Make 5/5 horses forever.
Yes. Oh.
I'll put My Little Ponies in here if I can. I don't think they're the right colors though.
Oh, this is not going so well for me.
Are you gonna attack after you find your thing?
She's gonna first find a thing. That's the
Yeah.
important part.
This is not going so well.
It's not.
Who did the art on the Crested Sun Mare? I forget.
I don't actually know, but we can find out.
Yeah, bring it up again, because I know who did the art on this token, which is Lucas Graciano.
This guy.
It's the same guy. Same guy.
Yeah. So
All
is
right.
it even the same art?
It's not the same art. The Crested Sun Mare has a bigger crest than the token does here.
Okay.
If you go to the other,
This one.
yeah. So it's got
Okay.
a little less of a crazy mane than the actual Sun Mare does. But same artist.
Yeah. I mean, that's actually really cool.
It's really cool art.
Did you do it? Have you figured it out? Okay.
So Val's trying to find a card
To put into her
to
graveyard.
put into play, or in her graveyard, sorry, because of the what's that thing called?
It's a corpse connoisseur.
Corpse Connoisseur.
Oh, boom, wham! Zombie!
Oh, you get a zombie.
Hey, you want to shuffle this?
Applejack is at least green. Awesome. All right.
I feel like Applejack.
Applejack has to be green
my
red.
favorite.
Applejack is green red.
I don't
or
think
like,
there is an Applejack though. It's like there's only 3 My Little Pony Magic cards, unless I know they
Why
put
are
out
they
some
doing it?
last
So it's gotta be
year.
Twilight Sparkle, Rainbow Dash, and Applejack, right?
No, it's not.
Really?
I'll look it up if
Oh,
I
I
had
hate
my
the fact
phone
that I
with
do
me, but I don't. Right. Are you gonna tag anyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not done. There.
Thank you.
You can have your deck
All right.
back.
Let's look at the My Little Pony cards while I'm waiting to see how I'm gonna die
Okay.
or how much damage you're gonna take from Val.
I need to tackle that one.
Oh, maybe they already went on sale. I don't know. Maybe they're
I
already
just
on
heard of
sale.
them, like,
Maybe it's too
the
late.
other day.
Yeah, you show me him.
What do you have out, Steve? And what? 2/2? What was
I
it?
have a 2/2 and a 1/1.
Tristani's at 2/5, right?
And a zombie.
Let's see. So it looks like they come out on November 2nd.
Okay.
What are you hitting me with?
I'm hitting you with a 4/4 zombie, a 5/3, and a.
And your commander?
14 damage. And
Commander's
5
not
of it's commander damage.
They are also trample.
14. Alright. Yeah, I'll just take 14 and I'll get a separate die for the commander damage. So that goes down to 3. That goes down
Jay
to
Bury at the moment. No.
43.
Val at the moment.
I
This one?
will.
Oh, yeah.
This will be my commander death token.
So I need to mill
Let me grab one of these instead.
3 cards.
So 5 commander damage death token there.
Fuck, man. None of these instant sorcery. Not helpful.
That's kind of funny.
Okay, my turn.
Yes.
Here,
You can, like,
I have the
encroach
website
on
up.
my
You
space.
tell everyone about the ponies.
That's what I
Okay,
do all
so-
day, every day.
Princess wait.
So that one flips from one side to the other. That black one.
Yeah.
Ponies?
They there's only where'd you go? Come back. I can't read their normal sides.
Oh.
Just go back to the.
This.
Go up. Just images.
2.
Okay. So
They're cute.
they're adorable. I can't figure it out. Anyway, Rainbow Dash is rainbow colored.
Yay.
And there's rarity. Rare and mythic rare spells cost 1 less to cast. Tap 1, tap her, reveal a My Little Pony toy you own. Until end of turn, another target creature gains pro each color in that toy's coat, mane, and outfit.
One of my first memories as a child was like getting a My Little Pony stable with a pony in each.
Twilight Sparkle is Azorius,
Oh, I forgot to give one
for
from
2/2 flying.
space. Okay. So I'm gonna hang out. I think it's you.
It is my turns. They're all cute. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Rarity is white and blue. Princess Twilight Sparkle is white and blue. Nightmare Moon
Twilight Sparkle.
is 4 and 2 black.
I already like Nightmare Sparkle.
Okay, so 5,
Put your cards away. Big
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. For Omniscience, I
Oh God.
get to cast all my things for free.
That's not
Yeah. Like I said,
good. Make that stop.
new target.
Yeah.
it's
All bad. All of it's bad.
all bad. Of course, these also got a Cyclonic Rift.
Yeah, did you go?
I
We're
didn't
gonna-
go and I passed my turn.
Oh, okay.
Put
I
Fire
made
Mind's
an elf.
Foresight
Thanks
there.
for the sub, Captain Harris.
Thanks,
Look at
Captain
our
Harris.
little pride sheep.
Yeah, I played one thing and did nothing. Because that's a problem that I can't do anything without. Someone just played an Omniscience, and I'm just like, well,
It wasn't me.
it was you.
I don't know what we're talking
It
about.
was you.
It's you.
You fucking shit
You are the target.
I have to ask the internet a question.
Oh boy, what's
no.
happening?
Oh no.
Can I Cyclonic Rift Overloaded? Omniscience? Well,
can just
we have a
ask
judge. Judge!
How does overload cost work when you have Omniscience in play?
Does what work?
Overload costs?
Yes, you can cast alternative costs with omniscience.
Fuck yes.
Oh my god.
Hey, Fran.
Hi.
I assume that means this game is wrapping up.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna fuck everybody's shit. Everyone pick up your,
No. What are we doing?
everyone's cards go back in their hands.
All of them?
Yep.
I don't
Even
like-
lands?
Land stay.
Non-lands. So,
That's just like DMs here. Someone's badly explaining the cards they're playing.
it is me.
Hi, Goth, says Kahan.
Kahan says hello.
Make it
Hi,
stop.
Kahan. Tell the kitten's mommy will be home as soon as she kicks some ass.
Basically,
yeah.
in a nutshell.
Yes.
That's how long it's gonna go.
So, secondary question. Cards that exile other things with themselves if they are bounced with Cyclonic Rift and then return to play.
You're gonna have to give me a specific card because
Is it Chemister? I bounce him, play him again. Does it still work like that?
any of the cards you've exiled with the previous version of Is It Chemister are lost forever.
Okay.
Each time it comes down, it's a new
It
instant.
starts a new thing. Okay. Wanted to make sure.
Be done, be done.
I am. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, jeez.
Look, you invited me here, you queer.
Oh my god.
Why would I not?
Because I was gonna play a bunch of bad blue-red things.
Yeah, maybe.
This is
So
your life now.
you'll be happy to know, I'm no longer playing Mindslaver in
Well,
this deck.
I assume it's because you tried using it on me and failed.
It made me really sad, honestly.
I'm gonna move some of your stuff.
I'm gonna
so I can move
move
my mat over.
All of my
Or
stuff.
move all of your stuff.
One of my new playmats.
Ooh, a new playmat.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
I got 2 of the Japanese Planeswalker mats. I also have Narset.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So Narset and Chandra?
Yep.
Okay,
There's no
awesome.
water in there.
Would you like these things to move all the way over?
I would like more water, and I will get up in a minute.
Okay.
If you want, you can take over a corner of mine so it can be a little bit more evenly distributed. Or, actually, you can slide this under so we can see more
Would you
of
like
Chandra.
to take up more space this way? Would you like a bigger battlefield? No, I meant your battlefield.
She shouldn't have one, you just bounced
no.
it.
Right.
What battlefield?
Oh, wait, shit. Fuck me.
Alright, this is my commander.
Ristic
Death
Study is back in my
token.
hand as well.
You cast the Rift, right?
Yeah.
Have you read it?
Oh, wait, no. It's... yeah, right.
Yes.
Read the fucking cards.
FC. The other rule of Coven.
I'm terrible at RTFC.
Join the club.
Oh, this is gonna be one of those nights.
We'll get better, I promise, someday.
I literally proxied an entire Wizards list today, so I have no idea what the fuck any of these cards do.
There we
Cyclonic
go.
Rift, though, probably should know that one.
Since you use a Waking Better
But
Magic,
we
yeah,
got
maybe.
more Chandra.
Absolutely fucking
Motherfucker,
never
this
played
isn't helpful
Cyclonic
at all.
Rift. I was
This has been
playing
the worst.
Mono Black Devotion in those days. Oh, Crucible
Worst.
Worlds.
Let's see.
Oh, this is bad.
Lenovo's fine. They're not great, but they're fine.
Maybe we'll do this. Ugh. Alright. I'm gonna fuck it up. But I'm gonna try not to fuck it up as much. Okay. I think that's better.
I got 2 zombies because this happened
Okay.
again.
Alright. And we'll have to add Socks, his name eventually.
Okay, I can't do anything with this one. Okay.
Have I got to try any cards?
I just have to pay 1 for that.
One for each instance. You cast 3 cards this turn.
No, I did. Yeah.
So-
You probably get 3 cards.
You can make the only get 2 cards if you would like.
Fine.
Okay. I'll draw 2.
Or just let you draw cards at this point.
I mean, I'm sure the blue-red deck is gonna do nothing with the card you're giving it.
Absolutely nothing.
Alright. My turn?
Yes.
Okay. Tap.
East Coast sucks. West Coast.
Draw.
West Coast. We just bought tickets to the West Coast today.
Ah, shit.
we did.
I did all that wrong. Oh well. Okay.
Is that okay?
I don't like Dell at all. What?
Stealing some of this meat.
What else? I need the RTFC
Sleeves.
hardbacks. Yeah. I need snacks. We did not eat enough food today. Night, Jordan. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Nope. That. Fuck. You'll have to draw one card.
I'll
Draw
have
one.
to. I'm
you'll-
blessed to.
Yes, I know. Tri-Builder and Trostani go.
Steve.
Okay.
Who I should have sacked last turn, but oh
Steve.
well. Should have sacked it in response to the rift. Which I didn't do.
You should have.
Yep, I know.
Alright.
I know that now. Yep, I fucked
We're gonna
up.
play
We're gonna
Niv
learn from our
Mizzet.
mistakes.
Hi, don't be like me. Don't fuck up.
Now, whenever anyone plays an instant,
Yeah.
he draws a card.
I do.
Whenever he
Alright.
draws a card, somebody takes damage.
Suck it,
Great.
nerds.
Not it.
How many? Okay.
Enter the infinite.
Oh god.
Nah, I wish. That'd be awesome. We're gonna blow up Izzet Chemister
Okay.
and cast these three things. So,
Okay.
how many tapped lands do you guys have in total? Because I'm adding that many red
7.
mana.
7.
Okay.
Counting this one twice or no?
7, no. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I have 14 red
Okay.
in a mana pool.
Okay.
I'm gonna search for CMC 1, 2, and 3. Mystical Tutor, Epic Experiment,
Why do we not stop multiple times?
and
Yep, this is how it ends.
Yeah. Yep. The combo's going off.
I don't
He's so
actually
unassuming, though.
care about 3. Sure. 3, Stroke of Genius. Lots of I draw a bunch of fucking cards. And then we're gonna Chaos Warp, shuffle Sidisi back into your deck, and then
Or
flip
Command
it back-
Zone.
or Command Zone if
Yeah.
you'd like to put him in Command Zone instead.
Once you shuffle your deck, reveal the top card. You. Chaos Warp. After you.
So you put him on? Yeah, sure.
It's a permanent, put it into play.
You have a land.
It would help if he told you what Chaos Warp did, but I just walked you through it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so 14.
Good night, Jordan.
20.
Make friends with some gameplay.
The
It's getting a
combo's
lot
going
worse for you.
off. Yeah.
I know, yeah.
24.
Yep.
I'm just giving him shit.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna draw 23 cards.
Okay.
And I'm gonna deal 23 damage to Val.
No. You're going to draw 24 cards, because that is a spell, and the 3 other spells you
Right.
cast should have all triggered.
Yep, 24.
So you should actually be drawing 26 cards and dealing 26 damage. The 3 spells you already cast triggered.
Right. Yeah. So
Why do
Wow.
you hurt me like this?
26 cards.
And 26 damage
1,
to...
2,
Val?
3,
Still?
4,
Alright.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah, next game
10,
soon, I'm
11,
sure.
12,
Oh,
13,
so I broke all the way down here.
14, 15,
Right.
Who's is
16,
it, Commander?
17, 18,
Again?
19,
Who is it, Commander again?
21.
Oh, who? He's playing Nemesis.
22,
Mizzix
23,
of the
24,
is
25,
is Magnus?
26. Yes.
Mizzix of the is Magnus. Whenever you
Oh,
cast an
like
instant or sorcery spell will convert a mana cost greater than the number of experience counters you have, you get an experience counter.
I'm gonna play Reliquary Tower for
Instant and
my...
sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less for each experience counter you have.
Many delicious cards.
Many delicious cards.
Okay. So... Mana Vault. Oh, I guess I don't have to pay for anything anymore. 1,000-Year Storm.
There it is.
There we go.
I get it.
choose our death.
Storm count is 5.
Storm count is 5.
Yeah, he has cast 4 instants or sorceries already.
Okay.
This is bad.
It's about to get worse.
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
Sorry, the storm count is 4. It casts 4 instants and sorceries.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Fevered Visions
Because
and Niv Mizzet and Jory N and Goblin Electromancer and Jace's Archivist.
shit or get off the pot. Just kill them.
Treasure Cruiser to draw 3 cards. Deal 3 damage to you.
You're going to draw. Treasure Cruise goes on the stack and draw a card. And then the storm count is 4, so you're actually going to draw 15 cards. Storm count moves to 5.
Okay.
Total of 16 cards will be drawn because the copies don't cast, and you deal 16 damage somewhere.
6.
Wow.
Put it somewhere else.
9, 10,
I say
11,
to you, of all people.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Where's the 16 damage going?
Val. Val, you're dead.
Why do I love you?
You realize that you can be granular and give 2 to Jayberry.
Right. Because that is a thing that actually can happen. Jayberry, you take 2 as well.
Okay.
44 to go.
Thought Vessel.
I guess we're just done
This
now.
Niv Mizzet.
Yep, I'm just gonna wait to see if you can get me down to 0.
New
I
Niv
guess.
Visit means every card is 2 cards. There's 2 damage.
I have all 3 Niv Mizzets.
Yes, but only 2 of them
Yeah,
deal
deck
damage
him.
when you draw a card.
Correct.
Read your fucking cards.
However, don't they infinite combo?
No.
Trauma is afoot.
They if
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
If you have curiosity, they infinite
Right.
combo.
We're gonna.
That doesn't actually draw cards.
No, it doesn't.
This deck needs some love.
Is it sad that I know your deck better than you do?
Archaeomancer, Treasure Cruise,
never played
cast
it
Treasure
before, though.
Cruise.
18 cards, 19 cards. 19 cards, 38 damage.
1, 2.
38 damage?
38
Three.
damage.
I hope you deck yourself.
Wow.
I have a Laboratory Maniac in play. That's what I'm trying to do.
Jesus. This is bad.
Sorry, 38 was
38.
it? Alright. Math. Ugh.
13, 14,
Can't do it. Can't do math.
16.
Me either.
Torrent.
Do
Got
6
you.
more
Still
damage
the
to
Guild
me.
Pact.
Are you going to
Just-
Elixcon?
Just do 6 damage to
Elixcon.
me.
Ooh, Spell Twine.
What is that?
Treasure Cruise.
Oh, fuck.
Again, I draw all of the cards and I lose. Also, I win.
Okay.
Also, she dies of damage
Also, I
before your
die.
trigger is on the stack.
Yeah, I think so.
That's great.
Hey, new
I did it.
game!
I did it. Wizard Tribal is a thing.
You're a fake.
Noted.
So many wizards.
Why did you give me a good luck
I'm
card?
gonna
You
play
were gonna
something else.
murder me.
Look. Okay, that was fun. Ugh.
I was told to bring pain.
Yes, I like pain.
Well, I know a
Yeah.
bit more about you than I need to now.
Wait, haven't got there.
Wrong Lab Maniac deck. Shake my head. Should be playing my Doomsday deck.
Look. Fucking love Doomsday. Oh, Vintage is a fun format.
Oh god.
Let's play with 4
This is
Doomsdays.
why I put my commander in a different sleeve. Because that's what I
Okay,
do.
it was Wizard Tribal. I built the list online. It's
Can you
fine.
hear me? Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
It's every card in the deck is Wizard. I didn't play Charmbreaker Devils because it's a devil. I didn't
they're
play
so
Psychosis
cute.
Crawler because it's not a fucking wizard.
I look like me.
Psychosis Crawler? It's spooky.
It's another draw cards, deal damage card.
Yes,
Would you like water?
I would.
What?
Just aggressive boobs in my face.
This is basically how your life is all the time.
I am aware.
Oh my god.
Again, I know more about your life than I want to.
Tits and magic.
I don't have tits, but I have chest hair.
Oh god. Yes, we know. Okay. Cards.
Chat. Some assembly required.
I fucking love it.
Nightmares and Dredgescapes.
No.
Cutting edge technology. Queen's Gambit.
Marcella?
The 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus. Looking for Group. Infinite Armies of the Storm.
I want that one.
No One Gets Out Alive.
Is it Marchesa?
It is Marcia's.
Fuck yes. That was the second commander deck I built.
It looks like So right now we've got 2 votes for 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus. 1 vote for Queen.
2 votes for Queen.
You don't count.
No, never.
And 1 vote for Cutting Edge. I said 2 votes for 1,000 Atrocity. I think you'll all remember 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus. It's been a while since I played it. I mean, the scars don't heal.
I mean, somewhat possibly, but also not. Hey, do you want?
Yeah.
Also, in the bag, I have Go Big or Go Home.
Go big or go home.
Nope. Revenge of the Compost Heap. And Ephemeral Dreams.
I don't know what that is.
Revenge of the Compost Heap. Get Rock?
Nope. It's Thallid Tribal.
I fucking love it.
What is it?
Thallid Tribal.
Oh my god.
It's run by the best fungus shaman of them all.
No.
No.
Death Right?
Trying to carry too
No.
many things
Is Death Right a fungus shaman?
No, it's not. It's not.
Right.
Here you go. Look it up.
Where did you go?
Okay. So.
My commanders
No,
are...
no. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Oh, okay.
It is important for me to know.
Oh, okay.
Fungus, I don't feel like that is actually the right thing.
Perhaps you should go to Scryfall and type in Typeline Fungus Shaman.
Alright.
That'll give you a name. Go T:.
T colon.
T:, quotes, Fungus Shaman. Just go to the advanced page. Kahan's much better at these queries than I am.
There we go.
There. See,
Sideline.
Ongadin's query will get it for you. If you copy paste it.
Deal.
Alright.
Kahan knows who it is.
Since you're suggesting things, I'm gonna suggest things. Nicobolus, Edgar Markov,
Oh, hell
or
yes.
Saskia the Unyielding.
He's the bestest fungus shaman of them all.
Jesus. Yeah, no, he's pretty okay. This was from original Commander, right? Commander 2013?
That's my copy.
Yeah. And then this is some other set that I don't care
He
about.
was reprinted in the 4-color commanders. He was in Atraxas. Combos with the game of Magic.
That deck was so dumb.
No, he runs my deck because I make Saprolings, and I use Saprolings.
Many Saprolings.
It goes quadratic like most of my decks.
How do I make another person?
I just copied one person's name and then retyped it. So yeah, right click and copy.
How does right click work?
It's the bottom one on the side.
Oh, there we go. Copy.
And then just paste.
Paste.
And then drag the duplicates over the same one. So you drag it over. Oh, what did you copy?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
That's probably a question
Need to move
you
back
shouldn't
up.
be asking.
That.
I think I did it that time.
Yeah, you got it. Copy. And then just paste wherever. Drag it.
Ha 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 ha
And
ha.
right click properties. Blue Elder Dinosaurs. Oh, did I bring
Where'd you
that?
That's a hole?
I don't think I brought Nezahal.
That's not what I want.
You need to move that back up.
I do. What are you doing? Oh,
Hey, what am I doing?
I was confused.
I'm lurking. All up in your space.
You get a threat out and then you protect it. That's tempo.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Well, it's kind of mid-range
Down and to the
tempo.
left.
The point is,
Well,
is that
I didn't bring Nezahal, so sorry. Can't bring it. Can't do it for
Oh
you.
my gosh, go back where you belong. You move. Haha. Ha. Oh, no. Okay, we figured it out. I'm doing it.
You're doing it.
Look at you go.
These dice
you
big
go.
enough for chat.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
there's also those blue ones there if you want to do really big.
I need my space. It's important.
That's fair. Okay.
Engid, you better stay up for this because I'm playing the deck you wanted me to.
All right. You've been given a task.
Don't go to sleep.
Don't go to sleep.
You must stay awake forever.
Maybe we'll turn. Let's see. Stay up as long as you can. All right. Let's see. Let me-
Captain Slime.
I'm gonna mess with that camera a little bit so we can see you better.
I mean, Slimefoot's in the deck. He's the best supporting character shaman there is, but I want white in my fungus tribal.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Here we go. All
The
right.
awful things you can do with white.
Much pain.
Okay.
The game of Magic has 5 grave packs.
That's better.
One of
Okay.
them's white.
Really?
Martyr's Bond.
That's dumb.
All right. There we go. That's a little better. I'm gonna roll with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
sure, I'll keep this.
Ugh. All right. Well, no one let me. All right. We'll play whatever. Markov.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, did I just choose? Oh,
You just
fuck.
chose Markov. Do you want to change that
What
idea?
are the other two?
I also choose Markov.
Saskia the Unyielding and Nicobolus.
I'll just have to kill them all.
Yep.
Repeatedly.
I think you can. I believe in you.
My commander is Zergo Helm Smasher.
I love it.
Can we see it? Can we bring it up?
Yep. Zergo's fantastic.
Have I played this against this?
You'll
before?
remember it pretty quickly.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Sounds wonderful.
I believe the quote of that evening is, when you see the smokestacks, you destroy the smokestacks.
Oh god!
Yes!
Oh god!
Yep, yep,
no.
yep.
That
Oh,
deck!
stacks.
Jesus!
We all remember it.
Oh!
Mardu stacks.
Wowza.
Do you know why Zergo's the commander?
Why?
Because when I have you locked down, he wraps the game up quickly.
Yeah, he's quick.
That's not good.
He also avoids the wraths I cast on my turn while I'm...
Yeah, no, he's solid. One omen.
Okay,
What are you
should
playing?
we roll to go first?
Sacred D12.
Will you pull our commanders up?
Yeah. Bring all the other commanders up.
Tobiasa. Where'd you go? Oh, nope, this one. This one.
If you see the smokestacks, you must kill these smokestacks. Yay, drinks. Make sure you bring a lot of cash.
So I'm playing this one.
Enchantress.
Yep.
Oh god.
Bantchantress. Oh,
You've seen
joy.
this.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, oh yes, I know. I remember.
Unsurprisingly,
It murdered us.
Val's playing Hythonia.
Hythonia, of course.
And
I got a 5 on the D12.
Oh, okay. I got a 1.
I can surprisingly put 10. 10.
10.
yeah!
12! It's a 12.
I go last.
That's
You go last.
Incredible. I will be going first.
I like not going first, so yeah.
Alright, so I'm playing Edgar Markov. You know, vampires, 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 and more vampires.
Mm-hmm.
Which are then going to die to Hythonia.
Fast vampires.
Maybe.
It's not if I get to them first.
Oh yeah, not if you get to them first. That is correct.
I mean, one should not discount.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw a card because that's what you're supposed to do in games of Commander. And then I'm gonna play this Selesnya Guildgate, and then it is your turn, Val.
Put a swamp.
Spam.
And a Torch of Existence. And I'm done.
Okay.
Discard a card, bring a card back from your graveyard?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, draw, play mountain, tap it, soul ring, and go.
Rixmati, the Dungeon Palace. Tap it for Soul Ring. Tap it for Wayfarer's Bauble.
That's about right.
Fuck, that's bad.
That's awesome. I thought I was doing really good with my soul ring.
Rupture Spire, go ahead.
The Doom Blade is on my head.
And we're off.
Oh, jeez.
Swamp and I'm done.
Goth first, then Val. That's the order, Jigger? What?
That's the order he thinks that the threats are. I disagree. I
Jake's
think
not
that's up to something.
Jake's not a threat.
I mean,
I have no idea what I'm doing.
I remember being murdered by that when you played it. Some weeks ago.
It's actually not Enchantress, it's Voltron.
Fair enough. Voltron has a real hard time with stacks.
I am aware. I am going to kill you first.
Guess I'll just have to prepare the welcome wagon.
Right.
Yeah, I have to get there. That's gonna take me 4 or 5 turns.
Alright,
It's your turn.
Oh, already?
It's Val's turn. Or
Val's
Val
turn.
played a swamp and said go.
Oh, missed
so
that.
I didn't hear that either.
Missed that. It was so quick. I missed it. All right, I drew. I
There's some
tapped,
jokes there.
I tapped. I drew. Oh god. Oh god. I should have looked at my cards.
Yeah, Tron enchantments basically.
That's my old Atraxa deck.
I'm actually thinking about putting that at the front of
Command
my
Tower.
Planeswalker deck just so I can stop proxying, but it's not as good.
No.
Wow.
I don't have enough enchantments to really... I mean, the deck has enchantments in it, but it's just not enough to...
Make it worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Not that I ever cast the commander in that deck anyway.
Can't.
It's
play
just there
that.
for the colors.
Lame. I can't do anything. Go.
It's there for the murdering. So
Yeah,
for
I can't do anything.
for the con,
Yeah.
can I hand you a bunch of cash for a bunch of pig wine and a bunch of almonds?
Yeah. Just tell me how much.
How fast do we want to go?
I guess we could just go to Trader Joe's now. I'm so used to not having one anywhere near me.
Oh.
Crack Bauble, get Swamp.
I was gonna say 2 of each, but I actually might just be able to go get it.
Play a Scry Temple, and pass the turn. I will Scry once I finish shuffling.
Exotic Orchard. And cast Vyasa.
You done?
Yep.
Sadly, I'm gonna have a slow start to my play in this one.
Me too.
Well, not what I want, but hey, you know, that happens.
Another swamp.
Fix that camera. Is it just me, or is it really dark, or we are not focused?
It's
Scry,
not focused.
leave on top.
Yeah, you're not.
Scry one to the top.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do anything, so it's all you. That's better. It's a lot better.
Oh, it's 100%
You want to
better.
tilt it down a tiny bit.
That way?
Mm-hmm.
I need to move this. Like that?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Is it focus now?
It
Uh-huh.
was covering the cam that was showing.
Oh, yeah, I see the cam
It's good now.
in front of us, though. Should we tilt it down more?
You can't see it because the Coven logo's on the way.
Oh, can't. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, did I fuck it up? Is
No,
that okay?
it's good. Yeah, it's perfect.
Alright. Okay.
Is there a wire?
What are you gonna
Yeah, the wire's in the way, but that's whatevs.
Yeah.
That is low hanging.
Alright.
Hit you.
You're up.
Already? Christ. I feel like I just walked away. Alright.
Val's
Can't do
strategy
anything.
appears to be...
Land go. Land go, land go.
Alright. Because the land I have in my hand sucks. Forsaken Sanctuary, go.
Sacred Foundry, take 2.
Everyone?
Nope, just
Nope.
Okay.
Shocklands.
pay 5.
Mhm.
It's a little early, but assemble the Legion. Pass turn.
Stay low and zigzag.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Assemble the Legion.
Mm-hmm. It does the important thing.
At the beginning of your upkeep, put a muster counter on Assemble the Legion.
Let's
Then
go.
put a 1/1 red and white soldier creature token with haste onto the battlefield for each muster counter on Assemble the Legion.
Ethereal
That's
Armor.
bad.
Draw a card.
++ for pluses cards in hand.
No. +1/+1 for each enchantment.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of Empirical Armor.
3 for Vow of Wildness. +3/+3 has tramp. Oh wait, no, that's not what I want to do at all. I read that wrong. Can't attack you. I would like to be able to attack things.
Jeskai Control is already not a fun time in Standard.
Crewfix's Insight.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I'm gonna take Ancestral Mask. And Murder Investigations, and the rest are going to go in my graveyard.
Murder Investigations reads goes to graveyard. Dies.
Dies.
Yep. So if the commander goes to command zone, you don't get the tokens.
Correct. Which is super important. Then I'm gonna attack you for 4. 3.
3,
1, 2, 3. Yep.
35, and 3 commander damage.
Mm-hmm.
You can use this.
Go ahead,
if you
Val.
want.
We can be friends.
Yes.
Did you say we can be friends, but you're playing stacks?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
These are not contradictory statements.
Discard.
Oh, God. This is not great.
Oh, where's the token bin?
It's in the cabinet.
Cool. I'm gonna quickly outstrip the number of tokens DM has, but
Okay. Yeah, on the left-hand side.
it's important to try.
Gotcha.
Why would I not stay home? I've been sick all week. That's why I didn't stream last time.
Griffin.
I'm gonna host.
Emblems.
Helm of the Host.
I hate it.
I love it.
There's a Helm of the Host in play already.
Yeah. It was... My turn? Okay. Untap. Draw.
There's going to be a bunch, and I repeat, a bunch of red and white soldier tokens.
It's gonna go poorly for us.
I'm just making blockers because somebody feels the need to be aggressive.
Well, here's the thing. I have one creature that I will be attacking with multiple times.
That seems like a poor choice.
It is, I have Yavimaya Enchantress.
Alright.
She's okay.
1 white, 1
What was that?
black for... Do I want to play this? Can I play my commander? Oh my god. I think... No, I can't.
There's a nice
6.
brick of them.
Oh, jeez.
Nope. Okay. So for a Tithe Drinker
No, it turns out I double read that card wrong.
and
Oh well, it's fine. We're gonna be okay.
Do you need a hug?
I don't.
all right, and
That's
then
usually
I
what
get
people
a
say before they're not
vampire,
okay.
I'm gonna lick your face.
and I am then going
I don't
to
use
play
this.
a land for turn. I'm gonna play a Orzhov Basilica and return the command tower to my hand. Enters tapped, and I'm gonna pass the turn.
Assemble the Legion triggers on upkeep or
Yep.
combat.
On upkeep. Upkeep.
Make one dude.
Make a soldier. He's a happy little soldier.
He is cute.
Evo Wilds.
That makes sense. The Facebook would be better than Twitch.
I mean, I feel like Facebook has a better client in and of itself.
Facebook wants you to stream on them, and they want you to continue to do that.
Yeah, but
Twitch
nobody...
doesn't really give a fuck.
Pass
Reddit
turn.
is such a hell of an Amazon.
Here we go. Doing some things.
Doing some things.
I don't fucking know. I'm gonna try.
I mean,
Okay, we're gonna Vow of Wildness. Draw a card. And we're going to Cyclonic Rift and bounce Assemblable Legion.
Cool.
I removed one muster counter. Look at me go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to attack you for 8 with Trample.
Block with Soldier token in response to declaring blockers.
Oh, no.
Dictate. Grave Pact with Flash.
That's bad.
That does the thing that I don't want it to do, right?
No, Captain Harris, you cannot sub on Facebook, so it is definitely best for us to get those Twitch subs.
We can be friends.
God, no.
Or I can kill it.
No.
Over and over and over.
No.
I take 6 commander. Your commander dies. You sack a creature. You sack a creature.
I don't have a creature.
We're just going to put these in the
I
graveyard,
think
and this is going to go to the
vampire.
command zone.
Those are some really nice enchantments. It's a shame something happened to them.
Oh, no.
Jeez.
I'm done with your attack step.
I'm going to go to my cry phase, and end the turn.
Aren't you glad you used that Cyclonic Rift?
I am so happy about it.
Cry phase.
No, this deck actually runs only 3 Grave Packs. I ran out of actual Grave Packs for it.
That's awesome.
The full suite is in Made of Scars,
I can't do fuck all.
Lords of the Pit,
Really?
Revenge of the Compost Heap, and there's a partial suite in Queen's Gambit. Pretty much all of my black decks have some amount of the Grave Pack suite.
Because they have to.
My brain is doing a thing. So if I pay for the Cabal, I can't count those? Or would I have 5?
What are you talking about? Would you like me to just tell you how much mana you have? If you activate this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it 1 or is
So,
it 5?
it's 5.
4 Swamps and a Cabal Coffers.
Cabal Stronghold.
So she pays 3, gets 4, and then taps for 1 is 5.
I still
Yeah,
can't
it counts the
Cabal,
swamps even if you
so
tap them.
I'm done.
You're not gonna do anything?
I can't do anything.
Would you like to cast Tithonia?
I can't.
Oh my gosh, you cost 6,
One
not
short.
5.
That's why I was asking.
Right.
I was like,
Isn't Ithonia going to be really
Tap.
interesting with a Grave Pact out?
Draw.
it's gonna, yeah. Great.
It's non-Gorgon creatures, not non-Gorgon permanents.
Play command tower.
At the end of Jayberry's turn, I'm going to crack the Wilds.
Got it.
You're so warm and I'm so cold.
Always so warm.
Okay.
True.
I did turn the heat on. I can turn it down.
Basically, the reason I'm not frozen yet is because of Jay.
Alright. So 2.
Ice Queen.
Ah, fuck. I gotta
Don't
play a
like it.
vampire because of the dictate, don't I?
We don't have to.
No.
You have to use all
Okay.
the pink dice.
Well.
I bought them.
Assuming
you would use them.
1, 2,
That's hilarious.
3. I'm gonna do a siphon mine.
Big.
Everyone discard a card?
Yep, everyone discard a card.
What if I don't do that?
Everyone discard a card of your choice.
I'm gonna...
And I
Discard
draw
this
a
young
card for
lightning
each
greaves.
card discarded
Silent Visitor.
this way.
Swamp.
Alright.
Okay. That-
Sadly, I don't have the mana
that
for
is-
Madness.
Yeah, that is the thing that does the thing that I don't want it to
I
do.
draw 3.
Yes.
Draw me cards when you guys don't have any? Yeah, it's one of the several ways.
Yeah, it's pretty okay.
I do have the loop in here.
I'm not surprised.
Words of Waste, Grimoire of Geth.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a wonderful
Tap
person.
Ginger.
two.
I know
Promise.
Ginger.
Blind obedience.
We are friends.
This is not good.
Things are not going well in our camp.
I'm gonna hit you for 2 though. Life
27.
link, so I gain. Is it 2?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm
We
really
friends?
bad
My
at
turn.
life
Are we
link.
friends in
Yes.
this game?
You and I? Are we not friends always?
No. There's so much more.
Again.
Oh my
What's going
god.
on?
Oh my god.
Should I just murder
So Assemble the Legion is being cast
myself?
again, right?
Sad robot.
Sad robot.
Sad robot.
Sad robot.
I need to keep a body on the table in case somebody gets any ideas.
It's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. You have a dictative Erebos.
It's so bad.
It's like I don't want you to win.
All it means
You know,
is
that's
I
okay.
have to kill you now.
Like now.
How many
All-
cards are in your hands?
Immediately?
I only have 5.
I mean, if you keep talking, it'll be 4. I have a land that lets me make you discard whenever I want.
Rick's
Rixmati Dungeon Palace.
Yup.
And by whenever I want, I mean on my turn. But the threat remains.
Which is going to happen now.
No, I'm gonna be nice.
Okay. More advancing of the board state.
Phyrexian Arena past turn.
I think if you have to keep lose a life draw card.
Yep. At the beginning of my upkeep, I lose a life and draw a card.
Okay. Do you only have one card in hand?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're
It's
gonna
a stacks deck.
Play it all. Yeah, got it.
go ahead.
What?
I cast my commander
Okay.
Bold choice.
for 5. I'm gonna
feel-
cast another creature before I fucking attack. Trust me.
I've been served pink ginger at a restaurant.
It would be a shame if I was able to
lot.
sacrifice my own creatures.
Oh no.
What'd you do?
She's
A
a
Shizo
Oh, yeah,
to the
that's
storehouse. All right.
You're a thing.
No?
That's a lot.
Only half a thing.
Am I
That's
the
a
other
lot.
half?
Yes.
Aww. We're gross.
What are you gonna do? Do it. Do it.
This is not great.
Quiet, DM.
Who's being nice? You're being nice.
Oh, my robot comes to play tap because of your obedience.
Ah, yay. Thank you for catching me.
And tap his commander.
Tsubasa. Are you gonna tap it the
We're-
wrong way?
Pretty fucking right. Yeah, I did. He can come back and fix it if he wants to.
no.
I don't know why they color it pink. I don't know why the ginger comes pink in some restaurants. In some sushi restaurants.
Do I want to know that? The quality?
It is dyed pink. It's not quality. It's about plate presentation.
Ah,
The pink ginger contrasts the green of the wasabi. Most places don't have real wasabi.
yeah.
Not that you'd ever be able to taste the
Don't
difference
like
because you've never had real wasabi.
Don't like it.
I'm going to
And-
Japan in November. Maybe I'll get some real wasabi.
Real wasabi.
Real wasabi.
Nom nom nom.
Real wasabi.
Your commander comes into play tapped because of blind obedience.
Right.
No, I forgot to and had to tap my road.
Tap it.
Is that Hythonia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is great for you.
I untap. I go. Tap. Draw.
Welcome.
Hi.
I'm gonna play a luxury suite. Comes in untapped.
Now we
It's
know.
because ginger turns pink when it's pickled. Yeah, he's not wrong. But if it's not young ginger, they do dye it so that it, in the same way that horseradish dyed green and mixed with some other things is wasabi.
Yes.
I do like horseradish. but I
3.
do not like
One
wasabi
black,
stuff.
another black, and a white. Vampire Nighthawk.
Why is this happening?
Get a vamp.
Get a vamp. And then I will play.
Let's all be honest. We want me to stop that.
Vampire Nighthawk?
Yeah.
That. Not
Just-
not any of the problems specifically. Just
Just
that.
in general. I mean, I'm fine with that.
It's fine.
I would, however, like to keep
It's
my cards.
Fine.
And I don't think that works that way.
Can't make any promises.
All fine here.
I'm just waiting for Death's sweet release.
What in the hell?
Look, I'm playing with God. I know I'm gonna die. It's fine.
Don't do it, Jayberry. Don't do it.
I'm gonna hit you for 2.
Gain 2 life.
So
I gain 2 life. I pass my turn.
24, draw a card.
what wrong with you?
12 things.
Well,
maybe,
you say you just say
maybe
you
13.
want me to
13
keep
is
this
okay.
under control. I'm like, no.
I thought it was 913.
Well, yes, that too.
Are we watching Battlestar tonight? Can we watch Battlestar? I love Battlestar.
We are watching Battlestar tonight after we get ridiculously
So say we all.
high. I'm glad you like it.
Oh,
I also like drugs, so both of them at the same
God.
time.
You mean medicines?
Oh my god.
No, NyQuil.
Not this then.
assemble the
Always
legions
do it.
back.
Yay.
Arena trigger. Your turn is taking too long. I hate that.
No, so I was playing a combo deck and I got the notification in the middle of my like 1,000-year storm combo of you need to take another action or the game will be tied for non-action. I'm like, dude, I am just stacking 1,000-year storm
Hang on,
triggers.
we're getting there.
Phyrexian Arena trigger.
I already did.
Gahan saying no.
I already
okay.
drew.
Oh, okay.
Come on, I drew. I went. She hit me for 2 from 27 to 25. -1 is 24. Draw a card.
Yeah.
The first card I drew was the
Cool.
Shambling Vents. The second card I drew
no.
that makes me handless is Asylum Visitor.
Ooh, yay.
Casting
Madness.
Dread Returns to get back Asylum Visitor,
Got it.
which enters tapped past the turn. Thinks I don't know my own fucking triggers. God damn it.
Shut it, DM.
Asceticism.
You're not here.
No.
Are you getting here by
Draw.
11:30? I doubt
It's gonna
that.
be like 2.
It's like 25 minutes from now.
Don't do it.
What?
Nest builder. It's your turn.
What
Is it a creature?
I'm making
Val.
a nest.
Is it a creature?
That's what I do all day.
No, it is an enchantment.
Oh. Okay.
Creatures I control can't be the target of spells or abilities my opponents
Actually
control.
need to be closer
Oh,
to
no.
the board.
And I
So
draw a card.
high.
Oh no.
It's very useful in a Voltron deck, assuming they can't force you to sack.
Look, here's the thing. Fuck dictate. That is a sentence.
You know I'm gonna draw 3 cards next turn?
Are you?
What? Oh my god.
Oh, Asylum.
Asylum Visitor and Phyrexian Arena.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
These are things that are going to happen.
Wow.
Not great.
Let me know when you guys have no cards in hand, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
It'll be sooner than you think.
What?
Great.
Hey, you're pulling into the station. Choo choo.
Choo choo, motherfucker.
Choo choo, motherfuckers. What you doing?
Currently winning.
What? No, you're not. I'm winning.
I'm just having a fucking brain moment with counting my mana based on this fucking thing.
Okay.
You got
1,
This
2,
counts.
3, 4, 5, 6. These 3 tap for 6,
I know.
7, 8, 9.
Okay.
so I did count right.
So you gotta trust yourself. You got this.
I'm not good at that in life in general.
Aren't we all? Are you gonna pop Pathonia? Or are you gonna do something else? Sorry, I'll let you decide.
Yes.
Do it.
I mean, if you pop Hythonia, you lose Hythonia.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have 9 total, yes.
Yes. Death Cloud.
Oh, that would suck.
That would be amazing.
You wouldn't get out any better.
Look, I have 2 things, whatever.
Cryptghast.
Gassed.
Equipped with the helm.
Might as well.
That is a choice.
Yes. There's not a whole lot
A
going on.
fuckload of mana.
So I have trouble already counting my mana. So
Alright.
yay.
It's
My
going
go?
to be okay.
Alright, untap.
She has 8 swamps.
Draw. Alright.
Stop.
You're gonna
Stop.
say when?
I will play a mountain.
No. No.
Alright.
I have nuts in my mouth.
Okay.
Not the first time.
Again, I know more about your life than I want to.
Jesus Christ.
Superstar. Who
Yeah.
do you think you are?
Alright.
What's happening right
2,
now? That's
3,
hot.
4. Okay. need to leave them. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exile all enchantments.
Okay.
What's in here?
Merciless eviction.
Equipment count as an enchantment?
No, equipment is an artifact.
Nope, it's an artifact.
Oh,
Your-
literally
your
says
helm
fucking
stays.
artifact on it.
Yep. Your home stays.
That goes though.
Aw, that's fine. My own fault. Well then, if that goes, then I will
So
go ahead and pay 1 and 2. Actually, 2. Everyone lose 2 life, and I gain
6 life.
6 life. And pass the turn.
Untap, upkeep, lose a life, draw a card, then draw a card for the turn.
Drink so much water.
How big is Tuvia right now?
A 1/1. Mini strong.
Hey, Dragon
Alright.
Gem.
Dragon Gem!
How you doing? As you can see,
Ooh, at her.
it looks a little different here.
Yeah, I've got pink hair. I don't have long, luscious
Do I really
locks.
have enough to cast both? I do.
Oh,
Awesome.
Christ.
That's okay, you have chest hair.
Mogus, God of Slaughter?
Oh,
Jesus.
fuck.
Is it online?
No, it's not online.
At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, Mogus deals 2 damage to that player unless he or she sacrifices a creature.
7/4 indestructible. 7/5 indestructible when it comes online.
So at the beginning of each player's upkeep. Okay, so we either have to sack a creature or take 2 damage.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Elsbeth, Sun's Champion.
Oh, Jesus.
Many creatures.
No, it's a planeswalker.
Well, many creatures.
Does
Oh.
it make creatures?
Yes.
Tick,
Well,
since there's nothing on the table with power 4 or greater aside from Hythonia and
She's gonna make
Please,
3
pop
1/1s.
it. I'm gonna tick it up and make 3 1/1s.
Pull that one up.
Sounds
Is it alright
good.
if I just use the red-white soldier tokens?
Yeah.
That's fine. So what are they?
They're
Mix,
1/1 soldier
1/1
tokens.
soldiers. Okay.
Oh, sorry, 5. Not
It's nice artwork.
Oh, this is
Right,
the
Power for.
That's the
artwork
one.
that I
That-
like.
That's the
less.
artwork I have in
Oh
the deck.
God. +2/+2 and
Where's the-
fly.
That's the artwork that's in the deck.
Yikes.
That Elspeth is in another deck.
Yes.
But
This is.
But
one
this
of
is
my-
the one I'm using.
Oh, you're actually playing.
The art that you
Elspeth
pulled
Kira.
out.
If anyone has any flying creatures, you need to throw it at Elspeth.
Nope.
I wouldn't do that. I mean, it would be so unneighborly.
Startron won't be nice.
If anyone like
Pass
me,
turn, sacrifice creature or take 2 damage.
I will take 2 damage.
You're gonna hear that a lot.
Yeah.
I will take 2
Yeah.
damage a lot. I know what I'm doing.
Oh no.
I know what I'm doing. I love it. I'm so
getting
excited. Blighted Asia.
what is that?
Here comes the infect.
Infect?
Spider Umbra. Draw a card.
In fact,
Blighted Agent is a 1/1 infect, can't be blocked.
great.
So, I might be mean, but that's the threat.
Murder Investigation.
When it dies, he gets 1/1 tokens.
Okay.
It also has reach right now.
And how many poison counters can you have?
10.
10.
Or
10,
you lose.
and you're dead. And you're dead.
Yes.
Okay.
It has reach and it has totem armor.
Mhm.
So my Grave Pact would cause it to die, but that's not here anymore. If you
Correct.
cast a kill spell at it, it just eats the totem armor.
Yep.
Yep.
You're done.
Go ahead.
How many manas do I have? Now?
What's its power and toughness?
It's a 2/2.
Okay.
With this? Doing the thing? At the beginning?
We're talking about my Blighted Agent, not your gas.
Yeah, I'm asking how much mana I have now. I need
Oh
an adult. I need a
my
mana
God.
adult.
You
Okay.
have
So
6 swamps. They each tap for 2.
so this goes 6,
Yes.
7, 8. Oh no, it doesn't.
You
Oh no, it doesn't.
Val, you have 6 swamps that tap for 2. That's 12.
Yes.
If you put it into the thing, you lose 3, 9, add another 6 back,
Yep.
15.
Correct.
So 15.
If you wait till after
15 mana.
after your combat step, you'll add another 6 to that.
Yep.
Because your Home of the Host will duplicate your Crypt Cast.
She only has 5 swamps.
She has 6.
Nope, she's a.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. Then 5 is 10. 13, yeah.
Mana adults.
You have 13 mana. Unless you go to combat,
In which
In
case
which
you'll
case
add
you
another
have-
5, so
Yeah.
18.
Mutilate.
Mutilate.
Everything gets -5, -5.
Yep.
And totem armor doesn't help with that.
No, it doesn't. But I'm gonna make 2 1/1 white soldier tokens. May I borrow?
No, you won't.
Fine.
What's its power and toughness?
It's 2/2.
And it counts power and toughness? So when Mutilate kills it, it's 0/0. You get nothing. Good day, sir.
Oh, I hate it.
I do draw a card though, because Sad Robot died.
That kills this though, yeah.
It does kill that, but it doesn't kill Lithonia because she's got 6 butt.
Yep. And then I'll play Vampire Nighthawk.
Yep. And tap your mana.
Top for 3 because I don't have 4. Okay.
Okay, my turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you sack a creature or take two? You lost 2 life because you didn't sack a creature.
Yes. She's
Mogus.
at 38.
Okay. Take 2 damage or sack a creature. You don't have a creature to sack. Take 2.
Okay. Got it.
I will gladly sacrifice my 0 creatures.
I already knew.
What's the cards and everyone's again? Just curiosity.
How many?
What?
6.
5.
2. Awesome.
This is going well.
There's I could not be asking that for any reason.
No.
Nope, never.
Not at all. Alright. Swamp. Swamp. Alright. So I have to either sack a creature or take 2, right?
On your upkeep.
My upkeep. Got it. Already did that.
Yep.
So.
Are you at 48 or 38?
She's at
48.
48. She gained 10 off.
Right.
Off of,
Yeah.
So I mean, if anyone can just take the 2, it's her.
3. Yeah.
She really has nothing to
4,
fear from
5.
Mm-mm.
6.
Eddie.
Eddie's in.
All right.
Okay.
So, yep. Am I gonna do anything else? No.
Done.
Pass.
Play a clifftop retreat.
Okay.
Now the reason I asked you all how big your hands were
Uh-oh.
was because at the beginning of your upkeep, if you've got less than 3 or more than 4 cards in your hand, you take 2 damage.
The rack.
Skull Cage.
One word?
Yeah, one word.
Okay.
What's happening? This is
At the beginning of
happening
your upkeep, if you have more than 4 or less than 3 cards in your hand, you take 2 damage.
now? Oh, jeez.
Ron
water everywhere.
Spencer.
I'm going to tick Beth down and destroy all creatures with power 4 or greater.
Okay.
That gets Eddie and Marchesa. Or not Marchesa,
Pythonia.
Hythonia.
Antonia.
I am feeling a bit pinched on life for some reason.
Gee.
I was not expecting that.
Untap mana,
0.
I'm gonna fire up Shambles, the best vent.
I love that card so much.
Smack you for 2.
I will take 2.
I gain 2.
34.
23. Pass turn, cards in hand, sacrifice a creature or take 2 damage.
I'm gonna take 2 from
Skull Cage
and
2
2
from Mogus.
from I am at 30. Or 300. I will draw a card. I will play a land. Well, first, I'm going to ponder.
I guess we'll be done by the time DM gets home.
Probably?
I can try.
Draw a card.
What's new, Dragon Gem?
Can you imagine being this top all the time?
Hello, 5
This is
viewers.
me standing.
I'm going to play. Or a Narlin. He is quite gnarly.
2/2, whenever he gets +1/+1 for each enchantment on the battlefield, or
Yep.
enchantment you control.
It's only auras,
Ah.
actually. So all auras, he gets +1/+1 for, and then
Auras you control, or all auras.
on the battlefield.
Okay.
Scruffy.
And then creatures with less power than his can't block.
Okay.
Blockers. Who needs blockers?
You're just going to
He's
slowly
pretty
kill us.
He's like an angry little bat.
Val, take 2 damage because you have 2 cards in hand, and then either sacrifice a creature or take 2 damage.
The term is get wrecked.
I mean, expedition map.
Hooray, hooray, hooray.
Yay.
I already have the only land I would really go get. There's nothing I can hear right now.
Me too.
Kahan, are you happy? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Is this not why you are here?
Kahan wanted to see this.
We also
I can sack that immediately, right?
demanded you be here.
It's like what?
Is it my go?
Yes.
She made an expedition
No,
map
I
and
gotta-
immediately sacked it. For those who are
I
trying
gotta
to
go
keep
build
up with
land.
this. I'm gonna borrow this for the
I guess
larger
I'm not
butt
doing
space.
anything else.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything else.
Okay. I untap. You go find your thing. I draw. Well, since life is an important thing, I'm gonna play Kabira Crossroads. Oh wait, sorry, the upkeep thing happened,
Basically.
so I take 4.
Fucking sentence.
You had,
Jeez.
Right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I take 4. So I'm down
I mean,
to
you just have to get
44.
yourselves to 3 or 4 cards
So
in hand.
then,
You take no damage.
and then I gain 2 life from the Kabira Crossroads. So I'm back up to 46.
I mean, it's you've taken next to no damage.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. I want to play my commander again. It costs 8.
You're at 30. She's at.
34.
Thank you.
3,
On the
4,
floor?
5, 6, 7, 8. I can play my commander again.
Hello.
I'm delighted.
Fine.
Delighted about what? What did I miss?
I'm gonna tap
The
everything.
level of bullshittery.
Right.
There's very
Yeah,
little
of
bullshittery
course.
over here.
Not
So-
much
There's a
right
lot
now.
more
So
of it
far.
here.
I'm sure.
We know it can
4,
happen.
5,
We know you.
6, 7, 8.
Sadly, Assembled
It's
Legion
so
smokestacks
sad.
is now off the table.
I know. Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah.
Every turn, get an extra soldier, get an extra counter on smokestacks.
Yeah. Alright, play my commander
Save her for a
again.
response, yeah.
And
Just
then
sad
play
groaning.
a
At least you
Rakdos
had played
Signet.
with her before
Done.
today, and
Yep.
you
Oh, I
kind
love
of like knew. You knew what was gonna happen.
Only triggers to draw a card.
Oh god.
Do I want to?
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
Take Elspeth up, make 3 soldiers.
I hate it.
No, let's not.
Are we're just at 3 soldiers right now, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7.
What did you what? Oh god. What is this?
Debtor's Knell.
Oh god.
Just look it up.
At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card in a graveyard. Oh fuck no. Anyone got enchantment destroying power right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Target creature in a graveyard.
Yeah,
Just
I'm gonna
in
need
the
to see
graveyard.
graveyards.
Yeah, you are.
Would you like my Blighted Agent?
Probably.
Because that seems fun.
Cards in everyone's hand, please.
I have 5.
5.
Val has 3.
4.
You're all gonna dodge it anyway. Everyone discard a card at random. I will. Oh.
You have
6
to
is
as
a
well?
reroll.
You don't have a hand? Yeah. Figures.
What are we discarding? Ah, fucking goddamn it.
Play a creature.
Ancestral Mask?
Fuck yeah!
Not like that was my plan
Got
for
a
next
land.
turn or anything.
Alright. Land in graveyard.
At random is my least favorite sentence.
I am so sorry. Put those cards back in your hand.
Oh.
Okay.
And then choose the card you discard.
Oh, okay. Thank
Each
you.
player discards a card. I am sorry.
Okay. That is.
Well, it's probably gonna be that. Let's be real.
You lucked out, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be that.
We're going to discard this archetype of imagination.
Yeah, that's not living long.
Ouch.
6 mana for nothing.
Val, discard a card.
Did I exile the thing that makes smokestacks trigger all over the place?
You exiled one of the combos with
Yeah.
smokestacks. There are others.
Oh, great.
It's not the 1,000 atrocity apparatus because there's only one way to kill you. It's 1,000 different atrocities.
I can't wait for all of the atrocities to be in play.
I'm debating if I want to blow my dread returns.
Straight up.
And I think the answer is I'm going to pass.
Used it.
Pass turn.
Tripped over it.
Jake.
Here we go. Drop.
You.
Sacrifice creature, take 2 damage. Cards in hand.
I will take 2 damage.
Cards in hand before you drew.
Before I drew was 5.
5, take 2 more damage.
Wait, before I drew was
Yes.
4.
4.
A Bajuka.
No
so
damage.
just to go to 28.
Yep.
Oh, it's cold in here.
I turned the heat up when I got in.
Okay.
I'm just cold
So
forever.
here's 4 for this proper burial. And here's 3 for Ancestral Mask.
Proper burial, whenever a creature dies.
Put into a graveyard from play, I gain life equal to that creature's toughness.
Any graveyard or just yours?
Just mine.
May I see your
Well,
yard?
when a creature I control is put into any graveyard.
Yeah, but you control.
I'm so
I hate it. Please stop.
May I see your, because that
Yes.
archetype of imagination looks really cool.
I'm sure it does. You have 3 creatures and they are unblockable. So, I'm gonna kill Elspeth.
Beth down.
Sad robot.
No, that's in my yard.
Yes. But you can bring
no
that to
one-
play.
No one cares about, Graveyard River, right? I'm just gonna filter your creatures at the top
That's fine.
since there's so few of them.
Yeah, there should be like
Ludovic's test subject.
It's one of my favorites.
Yes.
If I had blue mana, that could be a lot of fun, but I don't.
Just every blue deck has to have it.
It's a pet card of mine. I like large blue creatures with evasion abilities. I used to have a
Who
deck
wrote
called
that?
Large Blue Creatures with Evasion Abilities.
That's
That's exactly
fantastic.
what it says on the tin.
So you're playing Tromokratis, right?
No, this was a long time ago.
Okay.
Like before New Borders.
Oh. Oh.
I ran Slipstream Eels and Sea Serpents.
Okay.
And I still won a surprising number of games because you will not believe the number of people that are like, oh, your creatures get attacked if I don't control an island. I am safe, I am fine. Phantasmal Image and give all my serpents flying. Fuck.
Funny how that works. Phantasmal Image reads permanent.
Phantasmal Image reads...
Right.
I'm sorry, Phantasmal Terrain. Blue Enchanted Land is another land of your choice.
Yeah. That was before Spreading Seas, too.
Alright, whose turn is it? What did I
Yeah,
miss?
that was before Spreading Seas. The deck's a lot better now when I
Alright.
break it out.
Yeah.
Alright, we lost track of whose turn it is.
It's your turn.
Me?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You
I
didn't
killed-
pass to me.
I killed an Elspeth.
Okay.
Very important for me.
I honestly think the best creature in a graveyard right now is Sad Robot.
No, I don't want to play that.
I mean, Blighted Agent's nice, but I got no way to buff it.
Yeah.
I have
It's
this.
just a 10-turn clock.
That actually might be... No, the best thing in the graveyard right now is that Archive of
Archetype.
Imagination. Because then I can declare that I can't be flown up on.
Yeah.
More
Yeah, it's
Fury
pretty solid.
Mire.
Exile graveyards?
Nope, put a creature from graveyard on top.
Right. You should probably play Bojuka Bog. Like,
I don't. It's in my graveyard.
well, maybe you shouldn't have let it die.
Did she discard a card from when I told everybody
Discard
to...
it.
No. Huh?
I didn't
Did
have
she
a choice.
discard a card from when I told everyone
Yeah.
to discard?
It was
Okay.
it was the Bajuka Bog, so it's not great.
You chose to destroy the.
How many cards do you...
Look, I don't
You
have
had two
any
cards in your...
creatures.
You had 2 cards in your hand at the start of the turn, right? Mm-hmm. Cool. Oh no, you take 2 damage from that and 2 damage from Mogus. Unless you sacrifice your... It's 3 or 4, so her being at 2 is bad. Nah, Gibber, just to count. You're fine. We'll just take 2
I will just take 2 on my turn.
from Mogus.
Okay.
Enters. Nope. Yeah, I can do fuck all. So fuck this game. I'm done.
Alright. Untap
Well, I guess I could here.
So let's you and me have a talk.
Yeah,
and drop.
I don't have a Grave Pact in play.
you're correct.
That means I don't have to kill you and you don't have to kill me.
I equipped the Vampire Nighthawk. That's all I can do.
But you
They
can
need a better
bog.
commit. Okay.
I'm gonna exile your graveyard.
Remember how giddy she got when I said that I didn't have a bog anymore?
Yeah, but it's a little late for that now, isn't it?
Well,
It's all bad.
I mean, really, which did you want? Me to have access to his graveyard and all my things fly and your things can't,
That's not
or
good.
access to my graveyard where whatever.
Sad robot.
There's a lot of
We,
bad
we
things.
did tell her to come
in
bring
every
the pain
graveyard.
and encourage a specific flavor of suffering because we're just gluttons for punishment.
Yep.
All right. Next. What am I gonna
I
do?
don't know. I got Elspeth off the
Energy
board. That's pretty
stuff.
much all I cared
All
about.
right.
I'm so cold.
So let's see. That's 2.
Please have you right here.
Uh,
I mean, but it is kind of Beth's purpose to show up, do some good, and die.
Yes. Yes.
and 4.
I never ultimate her. She's too
1,
useful
2,
making sack fodder.
3,
Or just popping things. It's all creatures with power of 4 greater. Yeah.
4, 5. Okay.
She cleans
5.
up commanders real nice.
She also blows up siege rhinos.
Blood Baron of Vizkopa.
That's pro white and pro black, isn't it?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
Because this deck is white.
But there's some red in
I
there
got a
too, right?
vampire.
Yeah, but
And
if I say these soldier tokens are all white, if I drop my commander, he's white and black. So Blood Baron is one of those cards that I have issues targeting.
oh wait, and I
That's
lost
fine.
2 life, right? Or
Yes.
is it 3 life?
You lost 2 life.
Okay.
Unless you sacked Edgar.
No.
I'll make things disappear.
Nope.
I'm
I'm going to move to combat.
Yep. Attacking.
You.
No trample. Soldier under the bus.
Gotcha.
My turn.
Yep. Wait.
During my upkeep, I'm gonna grab a sad robot out of my graveyard. Sad robot enters the battlefield. I get a land.
And
It'll be on the
then
mountain.
I get counters on my vampires because Edgar attacked. Right?
Yep.
I'm gonna borrow some of yours. That's cool.
Edgar is tapped though.
I'm cold.
Yeah. I untapped him
Do you
because
have low
for a
blood
second I
pressure or
thought he
something?
might be vigilant.
Nope.
So let me retap.
Oh, it's a terrible regulation. You know this. This is me every day. Why do you think I make nest every day?
He gets a counter
is
too,
why.
right?
He is a vampire, and you do control him.
Yep.
Sads. Who did you attack?
Me.
Got it.
Play a Temple of Triumph Scry. Yeah, we can leave that on top. Sack 3 creatures to cast Dread Returns.
Okay.
Sad robot goes graveyard. I draw a card. To get back Asylum Visitor.
Right. Does that have menace too?
Nope, just 3/1.
Where's Dread Returns? Oh, okay.
Flashback.
It gets exiled. Okay.
Yeah.
Flashed. Okay.
The flashback is sack 3 creatures.
Got it.
It's a weird card.
Got
It's
it.
a very good card.
Silent Reserve. Okay.
I'm aware.
Do you want my? You want to wear my hoodie over your hoodie? Val, do you want to wear my hoodie?
touch him because he's warm. No, I'm good.
My hoodie has thumb holes. in the
That's
sleeves.
fantastic.
My hoodie's just.
She's built for
pieces.
thumb noses.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want an extra
Emiria
hoodie
Shepherd?
for war?
I mean, in my defense, I've had this
Oh
hoodie for 10
shit!
years.
That's the
11
one that I
years.
don't want to be the one.
Emiria Shepherd.
Landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, you may return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If that land is plains, you may return that non-land permanent to the battlefield instead.
I don't know how to spell shepherd.
Emeria.
You were so close.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Yep.
Pass turn.
Zoomed a card.
Boop.
They gave a
Cards in
shepherd
hand?
to a shepherd.
I will have 3.
You will have 2
I have
before
2
you-
when it triggers, so
4
20,
damage.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to sack your Gnarl.
Absolutely not happening. So 24.
This is going well.
Everything's fine.
It's okay.
For who?
I mean, everything's fine over here.
Right?
I really feel like you guys are making a big deal out of nothing.
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Even if I die horribly,
Uh,
I'm still having fun.
True
Yeah,
conviction.
exactly. My entire
Well.
magic playstyle right
What
now.
happened?
True conviction.
I cast True Conviction.
What is
Creatures he
that?
controls have double strike and lifelink.
Yes.
Wow.
So
I am not the only problem at this table.
There's a lot of problems at the table, I will admit.
Everyone's a problem.
Everyone
with magic.
is potentially a problem.
I'm going to attack you
You have to clear
for
first
7.
eventually.
Me?
Coming at you.
Why?
You have a lot of fucking vampires.
Is it a 7/7 double strike?
It is a 7/7 double strike.
Yes.
I have 3 vampires.
You do.
3.
They are
it-
big.
Do they trample? Does that trample?
It can't be blocked by creatures with power less than 7.
Which is relevant.
So it can't be blocked. So take 14.
Is it commander?
It is not commander. It's just regular old damage, but I am going to gain 14, which is very important to me.
So I lose 14.
38. Yes.
That was a look. Yeah, that was a look. Math? 30. I'm at 30.
I need more black mana.
too.
But I need white mana.
It's your turn, friend.
Friend.
Also,
I am not the problem right
Friend.
now. The thing that hits you for 14 is the problem.
and lover.
I don't like that.
Again, I know more about your life than I want to.
Don't like. Yes. Hello, stream. This is the boyfriend.
Oh, right.
You're
I mean,
famous.
I feel
I
like
guess.
it's obvious by now, but yeah. They're together.
That's a thing.
That's a
That's a thing that's happening.
relationship goals is what's happening. right now.
Does Val lose life?
Cards in hand before you drew, Val.
Friend.
Val, cards in hand before you drew.
2.
Take 2 damage from that, and then sacrifice creature, or take 2 more.
So take 4.
Or you can sack that Nighthawk.
Does anyone have flying?
I do.
Nope.
I have flying. Why do I keep biting these? They're terrible.
What?
The deli chips.
You don't like them?
I want one.
I like this brand of pretzel chip, but the deli, there's just too much on them.
Ah. Because they're like an everything bagel?
Yeah.
Yeah. And everything bagel is a pretzel chip.
I want it.
You can't have it.
I think I'm just craving something novel in my mouth, which I know just sounds awful.
There's a whole.
Oh my god.
Me too.
Ayo! Exactly.
Yeah, no, I realized what I said after it came out.
I do that so much.
I've got 12 mana on the board right now, yes.
Sure. That seems about right.
Actually help.
How much mana do you have on the board
Alright,
right now?
so this makes 3, 4, 5. This makes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 9 mana.
What did I say?
12.
Oh, where did I get that?
You had 12 back in the days you had a crypt
Oh.
cast.
Yeah.
And then you
That
killed
time
your own
I
crypt
didn't
cast.
play a fucking land.
Hey, now you have 12. 11.
What else close
She's got what, 7 swamps or 6?
6.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh, that's not a swamp. That's
No,
Shizo.
it is not. It is Sads. So you would like to...
So I have 11.
Yes.
Okay.
And you need to spend 8.
Yes.
What's happening over there?
Hythonia.
She's casting
Gotcha.
Hythonia. It's uncomfortable on both sides of the board.
What about
Okay.
OCD? What were we talking about earlier?
So Hythonia enters play.
Yes. She is just death touchy right now.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it?
Wait. Got you a flying, yeah?
Yeah,
What is it?
4 flying.
Okay, I'm done.
Aww.
Just gonna say.
Alright, untap. Draw for turn. Play a mountain. Very sad. Oh, untap my Edgar. Alright. I really wish I could see what the fuck was over there.
Use the stream.
Yeah.
If you could zoom in on that playmat.
Yeah, let's see. Nope. Nope.
Close.
Can't see that playmat because I didn't set up the things that way.
We
that's
got a
ours.
great view of
Yeah,
ours.
I didn't set up this camera at all properly for that. So
Can you just tell us what you have
yeah,
over
can
there?
you tell us what you have on the board?
Maybe the stuff that's not in play should be off to the side, and the stuff that is in play should be moved over a little more.
Where? Oh, it can't see.
Yeah, there needs to be an adjustment of this.
Well, what I was
going
going to say was, since this isn't in play, put it over here.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
move
just
the
adjust
stuff.
this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
How about...
Can you point out what you have over there?
So he's got an Aura Gnarlid,
Okay, creature.
Ancestral Mask,
Ancestral
and
Mask,
then Artifact,
Proper Burial,
enchantment?
True Conviction, and then a bunch of
So
lands.
it's-
And those are all enchantments.
cards in hand at the start of your turn.
Start my turn.
2.
It's just over.
You'll take 2 damage.
You can
Take
it
2
if you
damage.
Sack a creature or take 2 damage.
I will take 2 more damage.
Okay. I'm just
I'm at
making sure my
26.
triggers get.
No, thank you for the reminder.
want. Is that better?
I'm not trying to be a dick.
You're not being
Yeah.
a dick.
DM, all of us are playing, so no one can pick you up from the metro. Sorry, Fran.
Okay. So, okay.
Oh, I can be gross.
Oh god. You're at 38, you're at 23, you're at 26.
He just clocked you for 14.
Alright, what's the word?
Yes.
What are the enchantments or artifacts over there?
One of them gives double strike and lifelink. One of them says whenever it's put into graveyard, I gain life equal to that creature's
The
toughness.
2 worst enchantments over there, to be entirely honest, are True Conviction
And Ancestral Mask.
and Ancestral Mask. Ancestral Mask is +2/+2 for every enchantment he controls,
Okay.
which is what's a lot. The Aura Gnarlid says it can't be blocked by things smaller than it, which is what's making it so unblockable.
Yeah.
Get rid of
Okay.
the Ancestral Mask, it drops down to being a 2/2.
Okay.
The True Conviction is giving him double strike lifelink.
Yes.
If you could kill the Aura Gnarlid just straight out, you'd get the Ancestral Mask with it. But if you've got to choose enchantments, I would get the Ancestral Mask, to be honest.
Okay.
Because you can deal with a 2/2 double strike. You can't deal with an unblockable thing that will vary in size.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sure. Alright.
Coffee.
1,
Oh,
2,
copy, yes.
3,
There's actual pumpkin
and
pie.
4.
That was a fair warning.
No.
Okay. There's a spicer up in there.
Return to dust during my main phase. I'm gonna get the thing that's pumping up your Gnarlid.
Goodbye. Exile?
Exile.
Exile.
I don't
just
actually
because I
have
need
a
to be
graveyard.
fair, I need
Enchantment,
to also
enchantment,
see
artifact.
what else is bad.
Artifact, enchantment, artifact. That's
Okay.
about the only way you're going to get rid of Mogus.
Yeah, I guess I'll get rid of Mogus just to be fair. All right.
What
It's just-
noise was that?
That's me joking. There's just so much of it.
That was just me choking. There's
Jesus
just
Christ.
so much of it are the 2 sentences that came out of your
Okay,
mouth.
so now you know way too much about him. Jeez.
All right.
I need an
move into
adult.
combat.
Heyo!
Ew.
Everyone needs an adult in this room.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All our
Do you have
adults
any
are about to be
creatures?
home.
I have a 2/2.
Is
Tapped.
it tapped?
It is tapped.
The
All
adults
right.
are 15 minutes away.
Turnabout, fair play, and all that bullshit.
Motherfucker.
I'm hitting you with everything.
Okay, so it is
No, no.
5, 6,
So
7.
5. Actually, does everything get pluses
Everything triggers when you
immediately?
attack.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2, 2.
So it's actually 3, 6, 9, plus another 6. It's just 15 with 6 commander.
15, 6 commander.
Hey, it's like that 14 you just gained last turn all went away.
Karma's a bitch. I love.
Are you done?
Yes.
Untap, upkeep trigger, no cards in hand, draw a card. Upkeep trigger, return sad robot from graveyard
Cheers,
to play. Dig up a land, I want a swamp.
What the fuck? I don't want it.
It's the coffee I make for you every morning. It's fine. I'm just gonna put this over here then.
But did you make it this morning or did you make it tonight?
Swamp enters play,
Wait,
triggers
no.
Emiria Shepherd, or put Wayfarer's Bauble into my hand.
It's. I'm drinking it.
I just don't want to like die inside.
Ew, times 2. Indeed.
Would I
Indeed.
feed you something that I wouldn't drink? No. It's fine.
Draw my card for
Would
the
that have different
turn.
effects on my systems?
Look, everything's bad
This
for
is,
you.
this,
I don't know
song,
what to tell
this
you.
song's gonna get us booted.
Yeah, it is.
Play a Wayfarer's Bauble, crack Wayfarer's Bauble.
Oh,
Thanks,
shit.
Sienna Bark.
Thanks for the sub.
Thank you for the sub. Get a Plains. Plains enters play, Emerius Shepherd returns Elspeth from graveyard to play.
We are.
Look,
live
here's the
streaming
thing. I don't want that to happen,
from
though.
IllixCon
I'm
next
sorry, but
weekend.
you were not included on the vote.
Did we decide we're not streaming on Thursday?
Today is Thursday.
Next week.
Next Thursday for IllixCon.
No Thursday, but yes to Friday or
I
Saturday.
mean, I
for
could do
IllixCon.
Thursday.
My body hurts all the time. I don't know if I want to commit to multiple days.
I mean, I could.
All right, I'm finally
So
going
if
to
you
play my
follow us
land
on
for the turn. It's a
Facebook,
mountain.
you'll know
Return
if we're
Wayfarer's
streaming
Bauble to my
videos.
hand.
Of course.
Yes.
Tap, play the Wayfarer's Bauble. Crack it. Go get a Plains. And wouldn't you know it, when I get that Plains...
What?
Watch possible.
No.
No.
One thing at a fucking time.
Oh, I don't like doing that at all.
Wayfarer's Bauble returns from graveyard to play.
So, Battle Sword then.
Yes.
This is a nifty little loop, isn't it?
No,
Yes.
it's not good.
Basically-
It's not good
If I can keep paying, I keep getting.
I have a 2/2.
About that.
And I don't think I'm going to have
About
a 2/2
that.
by the end of this turn. Well, I mean, Elspeth can't blow it up, so that's a thing. Thanks for blowing up the Ancestral Mask, then, Jayberry.
You gotta kill your friends eventually.
What in the hell kind of sentence is that?
It's Leia's catchphrase for magic. It's also true.
You know what? I'm going to take Elsbeth down and blow up these two vampires in Hythonia.
Have I met Leia?
Leia was the first person I ever met in college.
Yes. I
If
have.
they're not coming at me, are they not coming at me?
No.
You. Are they not coming at me?
No.
Okay, then I
No.
won't blow them up. I won't.
I think I
Sure.
heard.
For a
Politics works.
turn.
I'm
For
pretty
a
sure you
turn.
heard.
Yes.
See, for a turn are words I don't like hearing.
All right. Well, then change your mind. No.
Nah, they can go.
Well, then change
All
your
right,
mind.
what's your life total?
23.
That's quite a bit. I will tick up instead and make 3 soldiers. Since I've been promised they aren't coming at me.
Elspeth is back? When did that happen?
In the loop.
Oh, God.
It's one of my decks, in the loop.
Oh, God.
I do a catch.
Your play area is infringing upon my play area. I have feelings about this.
Crack the
You're not
Wayfarer's Bauble.
wrong.
Get a Plains if I can still swing it.
Spite stream.
Throw it out just in case.
Jeez.
Deck thinning is a thing. Yeah, we'll take that swamp instead. Returns
This is
Wayfarer's
not
Bauble to
good.
my hand.
That's how you
All right,
dance.
this has got to stop. I'm
No, it
sorry.
doesn't.
I
It's
mean,
fine. Everything is
it's
fine.
a
It's
death.
only
I have a
when
response.
Let's
What
be
is?
death weapon on life.
every
Yeah.
time a lantern's about under my control.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's got to stop. I'm sorry. Wait, can I do it?
Don't do it.
Can I do it?
Don't do it.
I'm doing
We're
it.
supposed to be
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do
Where
it.
it was
It's
fun.
really bad for you if you do it.
I almost never drink.
How?
I have 5 mana and my commander has haste.
I think I have one drink of
That's
wisdom.
fine.
Mm.
Does your
Gotta
commander
walk
like
everywhere.
stop you from playing an instant?
No, but it does
Okay.
7 to your
I'm
head
gonna
and
skip the line.
3 hits dead.
Oh, you know what this means? I have to go home and add.
I've already established I can blow up your board whenever I
From
want.
Just to prevent like rush order
Why?
Don't do it.
for the EA.
Gonna do it.
Don't do it.
The group that I run.
Right.
I am nothing if not vindictive.
I know, but it's gotta stop. The infinite turn has to stop.
It's not an infinite turn. I'm just getting the lands out of my deck. Play Wayfarer's Bauble.
Hell, I gotta stop this.
Make
It's,
it
it's annoying me. Exile that.
I gain 4 life.
Yeah. Hey, I'm helping.
I'm helping.
23 to 27.
Emiria Shepherd Bauble is a thing that happens.
Yeah, that was really nice, actually. First time I've done that particular combo. Zergo, who smashes the heads.
Yay!
Yes. Awesome.
We have entered the end
The
game.
end is in sight.
Awesome. Love it.
Cheered some
He has
salt.
haste, right?
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah.
Me?
7 commander.
All right, taking it. Let me find my commander death token. I'll get a spin down. Because that'll just be easier.
1,
for
2, 3,
me.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 land, and a soul ring.
That's not great.
It's what we call a loop.
Why does it not show?
Pass
my
turn.
cute salt?
Then
Oh,
death
no.
token.
What?
I'm down.
I
to
cheered with the salt
19.
emoji. Because why not?
I'm gonna take some time to try to arrange my board. Cards in hand.
I have 1.
You're gonna take 2, and then sack a creature or take... Nope, just taking 2. Jayberry got rid of Mogus.
I will go to 21, and I'll begin my drawing cards. It's exciting. I'm going to cast a Brainstorm. Put 2 back.
You're gonna be dead.
Hythonia's still in play. Jayberry convinced me not to blow her stuff up. Then she blew my thing up.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wow. Okay,
Is
so
that
that's
a porg?
Yes.
Okay.
Porg.
Well, I guess if we all in this game, then
DM will be here, but
then
they're
we
not
can
finished.
go. Someone can go
Cards
pick
in
up
hand.
DM maybe.
2.
Okay. That's an enchantment. It should be in the back. Creature should be in front. This is a much more sane.
Jayberry, I'm going to attack you for.
No,
That's the reason.
I'm not the threat.
I don't think I can attack over there.
I have blockers.
Not effectively, no.
You actually don't. I will attack you for 6 double strike. We're gonna actually fuck up Elspeth.
We miss you, NPC.
You're gonna hit Elsbeth?
Yes.
You're not gonna like throw the sad robot into the.
I can't. It's unblockable.
Oh,
Remember the
right.
power toughness?
Yeah.
What did you put on it?
A crab.
Crap.
Thassa's emissary.
Fair enough.
I do not drop.
How big
cargo.
is it though?
DM
It
here.
is 6.
All right.
Our little NPC says hello.
Hello, NPC.
Are you done?
Chaos
I
Muppet.
am.
Val's
I'm
up.
done now.
Yeah. No, this is
Up,
all-
up.
I'm gonna cut my mana for you because I just don't feel like
Oh
it.
my god. I'm taking your Cabal Stronghold away.
No. I'm just tired.
Don't play a deck that you can't count.
I'm just
DM
tired. I've been sick
was
for
on
like
an
fucking
Amtrak.
week.
It's still 11.
DM is gonna jump into a game when he gets here.
Yes.
This game will probably end around the
I
time
am
he
working
arrives.
on it.
You are
You're
trying
trying.
to kill us all.
Val had 2 cards in hand. She takes 2 damage.
I've had to.
But I mean, Elsbeth's dead now, so I mean, what's the worst thing I could do to you?
Because I know you, very bad things.
6, you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Because I know
You have 10
your
left.
your immense unlimited power.
I'm just
Even when
asking
these
because I have to
change,
pee
you can't
so
stop
badly
me.
right now.
Okay.
Nothing
Great
in the
Merchant of
verse can stop
Asphodel
you.
for 2, 4, 6, 7.
7.
Gary for 7.
We all lose 7.
Lose 7 life? What?
Go to 14.
Gary.
Avoid Gary.
Aw.
Is Crypt Gas still in your yard?
No. It's on the fucking
How'd it
field.
get out?
I went to
She
get it
had
with the
tortured
mortuary.
existence. Oh, no.
I put it on top
Mortuary
and I drew
mire.
it.
Gotcha.
What do I draw? 7.
Can I see your yard?
I don't have a graveyard.
No, I draw it.
Oh,
Wait, no, I do. I do.
21.
It is a brainstorm.
And an Ancestral Mask.
Nope.
No, that was Exile.
Exile. I have a brainstorm.
I wanted.
I guess I'm stealing from you. My graveyard's empty because I did some shenanigans. If you attack me, I'll kill stuff. Remember that loop? I pulled all the creatures
I didn't.
out.
I didn't know that was. They all exiled.
No, they pulled out.
Oh. Oh, they went back into play.
Yeah.
Got it.
Are you done, Val?
Yeah, she is.
You're up,
They
Jayberry.
pulled out. I just got that. Alright, untap. Do I lose? What do I lose?
Cards in hand.
0.
You lose 2 life, and I lose a life and draw a card.
Alright.
Because I have a silent
I'm
Visitor.
down to 10.
Yeah, that's not a good look on you.
I know. It's bad. Things are really bad for you now. So bad. You have no idea.
Put up or shut up.
True that. Falcon Wrath Noble.
Get a vamp.
I get a vamp.
Whenever a creature dies, you... Oh, that's
Whenever
good.
other creature dies, target player loses a life and I gain a life.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing.
It's gonna be a thing. Move to combat.
Yep.
Targets you. Everything goes
Trigger
up.
him up, yep.
Yep.
Bus. Or no. Bus, because that one I can't block with the Asylum Visitor, and Bus. Both my creatures die.
Okay.
I take 4, and I draw a card.
And I pass my turn.
Untap. Upkeep trigger.
Goth Inkwell says, meow.
Hi, Inky buddy. Mommy's just kicking some ass.
And taking names.
Sad Robot comes back. I get a land.
Of course.
There are basics left in this deck, right?
Probably.
There's a swamp. No landfall triggers, sadly. How big's that Gnarlid?
6.
Cool. It dies just like everything else.
Yes, it does.
1, 2, 3, and Soul Ring. Obsidat's Aid, return target permanent from graveyard to the battlefield. Get back Beth again.
Oh my god.
Take Beth. Hold on a second. I need to
Down.
See, before I do, I need to make sure. I need to see if I can do some surgical removal of you. And I can't. So I guess I'm just gonna sever the outrageous slings and arrows of misfortune. Tick Beth down and destroy all creatures with power 4 or greater.
Yes.
That goes to the command zone.
So I gain 6.
These 3 vamps die.
Yep.
That one goes to the command zone.
Yep.
So you have a total of 3 death triggers for your Falcon Wrath.
Alright.
So I assume I take 3 and you gain 3?
You take 3, I gain 3.
16.
Verlice, we are playing, or in BC, hello, we are playing, I'm playing Markov.
The Stacks deck. A Thalassar Apparatus. You remember the deck that you let the Smokestacks live.
Yeah.
Oops.
I shut off one combo of that.
I'm playing Tuvasa, and you wouldn't believe it, but Val's playing Hythonia.
But Val didn't play Hythonia first.
No.
So.
When Oath of Liliana enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature.
Well, bye-bye, Crab.
Another creature of mine died, you lose a life.
2. Is it just yours? Nope.
Oh, another creature
So you've got 3 triggers because Val's going to have to sacrifice something.
So 3. Alright,
It's
so you
probably
lose
Gary.
3, I
Yeah.
gain 3.
I need to wait for her to get back because it affects my final play.
Oh, wait, no. She should definitely sack Vampire and then attack with Gary. Yeah, because
Cards in hand, everyone.
I have 1.
Look, Ma, no hands.
And how many? She has got 1?
She's got, 1.
Okay, cool. I need to see what she sacks.
Okay, well, we'll have to
Because
wait.
I have a card in hand, and depending on what she sacks, depends on where it goes.
Well, hello, 5 viewers. If none of you support us on Patreon, we have one, so go check it out. Coven MTG. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on.
But are you on Reddit?
Twitch. No. I don't think we're on Reddit.
You should start a Reddit stream.
Isn't like
sack
Reddit like
creature.
this? Well, wait, no.
I know you don't want to, but sack a creature.
No,
Sacrifice
Reddit.
your Vampire Nighthawk so you can strap up Helm of the Host on Grey Merchant and do bad things.
You have to sack a creature, and you should put the helm on the host on something else.
Because Gary will trigger
I
every
guess.
turn. Wow.
Help me.
Yay.
It's
Sack a creature, Val.
Copy. So, copy also copies CMC, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Sack a creature, Val.
Sacrifice your Vampire Nighthawk.
Huh?
Sack a creature, Val.
Vampire Nighthawk.
It's not your turn.
It's not your turn, you just need to sacrifice a creature.
Oh, okay.
Sacrifice Vampire Nighthawk.
It's still
And then,
Sox's
and
turn.
then next turn.
Are you leading me astray?
And then next turn
No.
you get to strap Helm of the Host on Grey Merchant, and when you attack with Grey Merchant, you
Will
drain
I
for
even
5.
get that far?
Exile Val's graveyard.
Goodbye, Val Graveyard.
Yeah, what else?
Or wait, Val, don't exile your graveyard yet. Yes, exile your graveyard, Val, it's fine.
Bye bye.
You've got, everyone's got 1 card in hand or less, right?
Yes.
A Water Buffalo.
Yes.
Water buffalo?
Everybody's got a water
Everyone
buffalo.
discard a card.
Motherfucker.
What'd I get?
My mom sent me this.
Phyrexian Arena, Val, what'd I get from you?
That's so
Yavimaya Enchantress.
Oh, fuck yeah. So that's the second time I've murdered her.
Nope. I don't think so. I have many effects similar. You got Ancestral Mask, Asceticism.
Spin up the shambling vent.
I hate it.
Move to combat.
I hate it.
No creatures. 1 creature.
2 creatures.
Oh, wait. If that creature died, doesn't this trigger again?
We already counted it.
I'm
we
very
already did?
slow.
Yeah.
Hi.
Thank you.
Shambles the friendliest vent at you.
I will take 2. 18.
7 commander at you.
No!
I'm just gonna take this.
Post combat, sack bobble, get land. On a mountain if I still have one.
I was making sure I mathed right.
At end of turn, a planeswalker in the battlefield under my control. I get a 2/2 zombie and pass turn.
I think there's a I don't someone will trip us.
It is my turn.
That's a zombie for now, so I don't have to go dig up zombies.
Shambling Vent is a good time.
And I go up to 15 from Shambles, the friendliest event.
Can I see Shambling Vent? I've never seen the card before. I don't think.
I love manlands in this deck.
That's like my favorite one.
2/3 white and black
Yes.
elemental with life. So that.
Val,
So you make
It's
it a
your
creature
turn.
and then you attack with it?
Yep.
Okay.
Great.
And it gains me 2 life. when I do.
Lucky.
I played a Rogue's Passage and passed the turn.
Ooh.
I said,
Voltron classic.
yes, indeed.
Wayfarer's Bubble.
You should equip Helm of the Host onto Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Give me a fucking manage. Jesus.
I mean, technically it's Val Stream.
Huh?
This is true.
What? What?
Technically it is Valstream.
Oh, yeah, it's
the DM is probably 5 minutes away.
Did you take your 2
Hi!
damage?
I did not. I will go to
You also
6.
take 2 damage from Skull Cage.
Okay.
Hi, Rad Rach.
It's Bunny.
Hi, Bunny.
Hi, Bonnie.
How
Anything
are
else,
ya?
Val?
Bunny treats are still in my jacket pocket.
Yes.
I just got really excited. No,
You should
DM is like 5 minutes away from the house.
DM is on his way back to the house,
Are
basically.
you, Val,
from the
are you
trains.
done?
She played Wayfarer's
No.
Bubble. She needs to equip Helm of the Host on Grey Merchant of Asphodel.
Yes. Just tap my mana for me. This is relationship goals right here.
Okay. You have 2 mana floating. Would you like to sacrifice Wayfarer's Bubble and find a swamp?
Yup.
Okay.
You'll put it into play.
You'll be on DC.
tapped. While you're searching,
Fuck,
Tomorrow.
that's my next draw.
1, 2. This isn't in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We all take 5. She gains 5.
yes,
Right now?
Yes.
because she's going to
only
attack.
2.
She doesn't have to attack. Helm of the Host just triggers.
Oh, that's brilliant. I love it.
Oh, weekend.
Dude. Do you want to come to the thing
Nothing.
where the Renaissance Fair
All that
happens?
Is she done now?
Oh, I'm gonna do that.
Yes.
Am I done? Yeah.
Maybe?
All right, then
You
put
gonna
a
attack
put
with
a
it?
gray merchant token
I
into
don't
play,
Oh, you don't have to? Okay.
and let's take your turn.
Alright.
I'm trying to keep the game moving.
We all take 5 and she gains 15.
Yes.
Yeah, we already did that.
The 2 of us over here already did that.
Are you going Saturday?
I did that. I didn't give her life.
I'm going both days.
Do you want to run for Saturday?
Draw.
Lit.
That's a yes. In what are you, Zennial?
Leet speech.
You need to buy your ticket now.
Yeah, I know.
What's Val's life at?
She's at 51.
Okay.
This game
2,
just
But she
kinda
has
like
7 commander damage.
Yeah. That's probably gonna be the way I kill her.
3. We need to hang out eventually. If nothing else, just at
wait, hold on.
Magfest.
Let me read this.
Take your
I
2 damage
already
and start your
signed
turn.
up for-
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Hey, DM.
Mad Cosmic
Hey,
Wedding made for
DM's
Magfest.
here.
Just saw that. I gotta
Alright.
get him on the Artemis team. I'm already signed up. For, what else?
How are you?
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, I bet.
1, 2, 3. A Forerunner of the Legion.
Search your library for a vampire and put it on top.
Yep.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can play my commander again. So let's see. 1. So that's 6,
You know what I
7,
need to
8,
make?
9, 10. That's 10.
Harry Potter.
2. So
All of us?
We're all losing.
2.
The Grey Merchant on the Helm of the Host is a bit of a problem. But aside from that, I've got a nice little
four.
Staxy thing going
There's
here.
not enough black.
5.
We need more black mana.
I keep killing things.
I'm gonna go pee.
Thank you for sharing.
I'm gonna go pee long and hard.
That wasn't
You want me to share more?
No!
4.
Good luck with your
Long hard
calcium
pee.
deposits. I don't know.
Good luck with your bladder removal.
Your kidney stones. Uncomfortable. I appreciate
10.
that a vampire is being played with DM
10.
arrived. Says
Markov
Bunny.
is in.
Anything else?
What is it?
It's a Christmas present
yes.
for Cave Girl.
Do you
Oh, that's
fly?
fantastic.
Read it.
No.
Oh, read it out loud.
Wow.
Necronomicon writes and recipes.
No, Necronomicon.
Oh.
I'm gonna get you
Whatever, it's a
in the
cookbook
air.
and it's awesome. I need that because I
And I'm
have
gonna go find that vampire.
a collection of
Alright, my turn?
strange cookbooks.
Yeah.
Have you watched the Christine McConnell show?
No.
You should.
Okay.
Uh,
Alright, pizza time.
upkeep, pullback, asylum visit. Wait, graveyards.
You can't eat
I actually have a graveyard now.
my fingers.
Yeah, but I want. She has no.
She has a Wayfarer's Bauble and a
Just two
Phyrexian right now.
things.
I'm gonna get the Blood Baron of Vizkopa.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Okay.
It's really good.
It's lifelink in a world where I desperately need it.
Yeah, you do.
Gosh, shit, we gotta fuck her up.
Yeah, fuck
And-
everyone up.
Look for a vampire.
No!
Why? They must die. We must win.
Oh, that's not a.
That's not happening.
I know.
I
I
think
am
you have a
100%
chance
aware.
here.
Maybe that.
I don't know. Depends how things play out.
If you go to combat again with this guy, he drains for even more.
3 more soldier tokers with Beth.
I've never done that with him.
I want you to witness
Uh-oh.
non-black pants.
In what universe are we living?
Gas. They like match your hair, sort of though.
Yeah, they're like Han Solo pants.
Soren Markov.
Yeah, they are.
Han Solo pants.
Okay.
Tick Markov down. I get an. Yeah, I get an emblem that says all my creatures get
Ooh,
+1
rad.
+0 forever.
Forever.
Yeah, that's just how emblems work.
Fancy pants, says Bunny.
Fancy pants.
Who needs
Cards
a
in
good
everyone's hand. Should be
Bunny
none.
cube?
I have 0.
None. How did you do that without me even realizing that was happening?
What, put us all to 0 hand cards?
No, just make sure that we all have 0 forever.
It stacks.
It stacks.
No. It just,
Fire up the
It
vents.
just snuck up on me.
Life total.
11.
Alright, I can
1,
kill
1.
you.
I don't want it.
Jayberry life total.
No, please.
Right there, 9.
9. You've got blockers though.
I do.
And fuck tons, and I'm not killing you this turn.
This. Yet.
Are you gonna go to combat?
Maybe that.
I am entering combat.
Okay.
Stretch
What is your
hands.
biggest creature?
The
I've lost all of my pants in
8-3,
the house since I moved.
8-2 commander.
I'm going to
one
make Zergo Helm Smasher indestructible. Or no,
He's
unblockable.
already indestructible. You're making him
Unblockable.
blockable.
Yes, correct.
I have what, like one of.
So now you're basically saying if I don't kill you, I keep getting an unblockable commander.
Yes.
That's a really good bargain.
Jeez. That's not great.
I am not the one at 51 life.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If I swing this at Jayberry, she dies on her upkeep.
True.
Aww.
They're so squishy.
And that's really appealing right now.
Aww.
Because Jayberry keeps hitting me, and this stupid thing is going to kill me. So I'm going to swing 8 into Jayberry.
Aww.
I'm going to hit you for 3 lifelink,
Can
because
I-
I need the lifelink.
Can I block
Sure.
it?
No, he made it unblockable.
I will go to 8.
You made your creature unblockable?
Wait. If I kill her, I lose the Blood Baron.
Basically.
Yeah, I'm still going to
Waiting.
kill you.
I'm just waiting for
I
the
just
sweet
made poor
release.
choices.
Wait, you
For-
made
you
her
for 3.
You made
Yeah.
her creature unblockable?
I did.
He bought himself another turn, is what he did.
Basically, yeah.
So you hit me for 8?
Yep. And then I swing on.
Everything's bad.
I swing on you
No.
with
Is it
3.
your commander?
I don't
Yes.
wanna.
But on your upkeep, you're going to die to the Skull Cage. Because you have no cards in hand.
Okay.
Swinging on you with 3 2-1s, a 3-2, and a 3-2.
So 9?
6, 9, 12.
Oh, shit. Oh, 2, 3?
Yep.
Oh,
+1/+0 to everything.
you should just take the 12.
I'm
That's pretty much
dead.
what's happening.
I gain back 3 life, going up to 11. For
Did I
now.
not that right?
Did I put that creature in here that I was supposed to put in here?
Beth made soldiers, made tokens.
Sorry, so warm.
Pass turn, take 2.
I'll go to 6. And draw a
Surprised
card.
I'm still alive.
56 life is no easy thing to chunk through.
39.
Oh, and that well, I have this until your turn.
Did I put that vampire in here that I was supposed to put in here? I don't think I did.
We're going to arrest Zergo Helm Smasher.
Now you have to die.
I mean, I'm going to regardless. Val, go ahead. Would you like some help?
Maybe, I don't
Okay. Okay, would you like to win this turn?
know. Nope. Can I do that?
Yes.
I'm gonna do the thing, yeah?
No, wait.
Nope.
Wait.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
I don't know, but I'm picking up whoever needs.
You should read
Oh,
this.
fuck yeah.
I've been
And
doing
then you
it.
should do this, and then you should go to combat, and then you can win.
It's Val's
I don't know about that.
and
but
Jake's.
whatever.
You do.
Oh,
You
I get a
literally,
zombie.
You literally Grey Merchant for 10. Right? Yeah. Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
6, 7.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The
When-
next one comes in at 7.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't mount
So no, you
today worth fuck all. I'm gonna do this though anyway, yeah?
Did she take her 2 damage from the clamp?
No.
No.
I got it. I'll take care of this. Look, I don't have anything else I can do. This game.
Oh, your cam did a thing.
When you move to combat,
Oh,
these
God.
2 die.
Hold on.
I expect you to die.
Here, I'll tap it. It's fine. Just leave it.
Just gotta get close to it and then, yeah. No,
No.
still not doing
Here.
anything.
No, I'll just tap it.
Oh, wait, no.
Put it back.
No.
Nope.
Not quite.
Here.
Almost. It's better.
What'd you do?
It's much better. The cam's just auto-focusing for no
Val.
reason.
Your turn.
Okay.
So you should cast the thing and do the extort.
I mean, yeah, but
I didn't put that vampire in here yet.
You have 6 mana to extort and cast.
Oh, there it is. I was supposed to put that in here.
This is 6.
I'm fine with you just playing this for me because I need to go look for the thing.
Okay, 6
gotta
to
put this
increasing
in here.
ambition.
Alright, and she extorts.
Yes.
Jayberry immediately dies.
Jayberry dies. I go to 5.
She gains 3.
Yes, it was incredibly
Huh?
dim.
Oh.
No
It
one
is
told
dark.
me that.
We're also like blind and
You didn't
pale.
tell me to do that.
I was fine without it.
Right, but I couldn't see anything.
You won.
I can only do so much.
card.
Okay.
It's okay, you
Yeah,
did.
find
I
whatever
did this
has the
all by
most
myself.
black mana
You
symbols.
did, you did a great job.
Basically.
No, I didn't, parent.
Yes, you did. You did a fine job.
Look, I don't like that thing.
I did a
Do you
shit
have a
job
thing
of
that
not
has
explaining things to
3?
you. Yeah.
I turned on the heat. I turned it up to. It's only at 68 though.
It's not a permanent.
I know. I pulled it and was like, wait. Probably, yeah.
That's how you win.
I need to look at the rest of the
You get that and you win this turn.
This is fun though.
You get that and you win this turn.
Maybe she doesn't want to win this turn.
I still would like to know if I have any answers to the.
That also wins you the
It would've
game
been
on
that.
this turn. That also wins you the game on this turn. It puts it into your hand, right?
Yes.
Yes. It does not matter which one you get, you win either way.
I'd rather do this.
There you go.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Because if we zoom in a tiny
There's
little
also
bit.
that one.
That's a lot
No.
of it.
How about
For
that?
the,
You exsanguinate.
I can't remember what the thing was for when you asked for that though, and that's what I was thinking of.
Master Worm kills me a couple different ways.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. Exsanguinate for 4 and then go to combat.
Yep, that kills me.
Bye for
Because
now.
the flip was route, which would have blown out the Grey Merchant.
Yeah.
Jayberry,
I
stream
do
looked
win.
fine to everyone except DM.
Yeah.
Because I'm clicky.
No, the lighting's a lot better now, but now I'm just more blind and I don't like
I've got terrible hair.
Do I get one in before I pass out? Or are we done?
Yeah. No, I think the game's over.
No, it's
So
only-
yeah, if you
yeah,
want to
it's-
hop in.
12
Sorry, I
right
threw you
now.
the wrong card. Can you throw
No,
back
you're
Zergo?
Yes. I don't think I can cast him in this.
Okay.
I could try real hard.
Who
If
was-
I had been smart and grabbed my Asylum Visitor, I would have won.
Aw, man.
Because by
I
not,
can.
it would have. I'd have drawn the extra card and had the
Do you
mana
want
to.
that? Sure.
DM,
Yep.
why don't you move over this way?
Yes.
So you do 5?
Do you want to do? It depends
Oh,
on.
God.
I'm
Five?
fine with 5 if it's
Christ.
not commander. It's got.
I only have commander.
some alternate.
Let's play.
something,
No, let's
something.
stay with Commander.
I'm fine
we'll
with
just figure
not
it out.
playing and just hanging out because
You're tired. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. I will happily
Night,
take
come
your
on.
spot.
I'm gonna have him switch and you're gonna sit in yours.
Then I have to run the computer.
Yes.
I'll run the computer.
You can run the computer. You're pretty good at it.
Yay.
I've learned what all the clicky buttons do now.
No clicky
Yes.
buttons.
Oh, you're wearing the Killer Bunny pants.
Aww.
It's gonna be really funny because it's gonna be dudes, ladies.
Yes.
Yes.
That is how that works.
Dudes
I'll,
versus
I'll
ladies.
Come sit right here.
I mean, do we want to do this two-headed giant?
Yes.
That'll be awful.
Because God knows I
Jaybird, you play something aggro and I'll play something not.
Okay. I didn't bring elves though. Vampires again?
Are we doing two-headed giant?
Good night, Ineth.
DM's like, no. God, no. Please no.
Kahan's
Yep, Kahan's going to
bed.
Pumpkin.
Oh, jeez.
He's gonna
Oh,
turn
is that
into a
shiny Purphoros?
pumpkin.
Yes.
It is shiny Purphoros.
We're really doing that, DM?
Hey, I didn't pick Chainer or Rashmi.
No, you just pick the one that kills 2 turns later. Only I'll get out the real decks.
Yep. Get out the real decks. I put 4 new cards in, so I want to try it.
Are they 7 dwarves?
I have fun.
They are not 7 dwarves,
They're
but
not
they are
7
dwarves that
dwarves.
double red damage.
That's
It doesn't double, it adds 2.
I have fun.
Well, they double 4 first damage. For all intents and
Double
purposes.
adds
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep my warm.
Triple?
seat
Triple
up.
Purphoros damage. No, double. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he does 2.
But I
It
mean,
doesn't double, it adds 2.
yeah. Well, right, but functionally.
It's important for when it stacks up
You're
with your other
absolutely
damage
right.
multipliers.
You're absolutely right.
Would you like your Harry
I'll
Potter?
do- no, actually, if Val would hand me that one over there.
The butt pillow.
The butt pillow.
I'm taking that chair though to sit there. So I'm trying to get you a chair, and I can't.
That's not gonna happen.
I
You
can't
that
move
one.
it off the chair.
It's too heavy.
Oh my god. It is heavy.
I need my back closed. My back's fine.
Put that over there.
Yes.
I just need a little stack of goblin tokens.
DM, you make a lovely Val.
Yay.
Right,
Says
I can
that
change
bunny.
that.
Yay.
Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. This one. These words. Got it. I did it. Look at me go.
You win.
Oh, the
You
best
win the
goblin
magics.
tokens.
I just literally can't move that. Oh, let's see. Because I have the smalls.
You are tiny.
I am tiny. Hey, can you hand me my water bottle, please?
But you know what? You didn't hand me the little butt pillow over there.
Thank you. I know I'm not done.
Oh.
All the things that I'm doing right now.
1, 2, 3.
Water? Drip water?
Huh? I have water.
How fast do we want this game? I mean, Porphyros is here, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm either gonna win or lose by turn 5 or 6. So.
I don't think I do anything until those turns.
Well, I
built-
mean, if you shut off Porphyros, then I don't win or lose.
I guess I
Just
could
sit
do
around
that.
and do nothing. So.
Or if I deal 21 commander damage to you in the first
There
3
you go.
turns.
Well, and just for shits and giggles, my meds died about an hour ago, and I can't take more because I'll be up until 5, so it's gonna be a fun evening.
Oh boy.
So, mission is to keep you on focus.
What?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, you said something?
Say what? Me too.
Then fine. If we're gonna have a fast game, let's have a fucking fast game.
Okay.
Traxo, Scourge of Krug.
Hey, artifacts.
Grug.
Artifacts. Artifactron, right?
Yep.
Alright, who's putting their goblins in my space?
Meh.
Who's putting their goblins in my space?
I don't know.
Get out.
Somebody
Get out.
with goblins.
I don't think I can make goblins.
Anybody can make goblins if they try hard enough.
True.
Ew.
What's
You are
the
a goblin.
stupid goblin
We
spell
are
with Storm?
goblins.
Empty the Warrens.
Empty the Warrens.
That would never be in this deck.
Oh, it's in that deck.
Is Rampaging Ferocity banned?
Not in commander.
Good.
That's the dinosaur,
That
right?
whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your opponent's control, or
Can I-
opponent's control,
can I
they lose
pick
life.
it?
And it stops anybody from getting life ever.
Yeah. And while it's
No, I'm
alive.
getting
While it's
there.
alive.
Look, I'm doing it.
I'm not that helpful anyway, so
Hi, DM.
Hello.
how was your trip?
It was good.
I've never been to New York. Is it fun?
You've never been to New York?
Captain Harris,
driven
watch.
through it.
Would you
This
like
is
to do
a
that
colorless
sometime
deck for EDH.
Yep.
Traxos, Scourge of Krug.
Oh, yeah, here we can go. We should go through them.
We can go stay in New York
I'll
for
even
free.
shuffle that while you do that.
Oh, okay. So you've
'Cause-
got
I don't have to do that. It's lovely.
What? Shuffle?
No, I don't have to run the computer.
Raxos.
Traxos.
That's,
Wait,
that's
how do I
fine.
spell it?
I would have been happy to listen to
T-R-A-X.
I don't
Not
have to run the
TH.
computer
I
now.
just need
Traxos.
acrylic.
No.
No fours.
There's no 4 in the...
Oh my
I
god.
thought you were good at running a
Oh,
computer.
Jesus.
I run it all the time.
Yeah. See? Now you know my
There you
pain.
go.
When
There
I
you
spell
go.
things wrong 8 times in a
All
row.
of the time.
Traxos, Scourge of Krug.
So he does the things. Artifacts also untap him. He swings for mini damages. He is the Quicks. I'm playing the stupid Mizzix deck again
Cool.
because,
Why not?
well, wizards. I didn't build the good version. I like wizards. Jibbery, who are you playing?
I'm playing Saskia,
Saskia.
the Unyielding.
What?
She refuses to yield.
We have all decided to play
This
aggro
one.
decks, except for you.
Yeah?
It's not super aggro. Well, maybe it is.
Watch, he'll win because we
I'm
ignore
trying to
him.
fix it.
Yes.
To make it aggro.
I guess.
To make it aggro.
I mean, if I really wanted to go hard with this deck, it would be an Infect deck.
Fuck yeah.
Well, if you want to go hard with any deck.
Yeah.
That's what I played.
I had
in
an
tournaments.
Urbrat mono red infect deck. That was actually fun for a while.
Yeah.
There's more infect red than you think.
I'm gonna keep this.
There's
But
like
I
a
also
3-1
don't wanna-
infect swine
But I
with,
also
with
don't
haste.
want to be the arch
Like,
enemy.
oh, look at that!
I don't want to be the arch enemy all the time.
With infect comes comes many dangers.
Yeah.
We need the D12 of Destiny.
We're not doing the house
I
rule.
rolled a
Whoever got
3.
obliterated
You weren't in the
first
last
goes
game.
first.
You weren't in the last game.
Well, that's obviously not me. I can't
These
go
two
first.
died at the same
Oh,
time.
all right,
cares?
well then.
11.
12!
There you
Look
go.
at you. 5.
Whee!
You go
I
first.
shall keep this hand. Let me know when everybody's ready.
I am prepared.
I couldn't keep a no lander.
Do
My
the...
phone just let me pay for something with my thumbprint. This is dangerous.
Mine
what
lets
did you do?
Mine,
Just about bits.
mine lets me pay.
Pants?
Bits. You know, I need
Oh.
pants since I've lost all of mine in the house.
I'm looking.
Alright, so wait. Oh, hey, there's NPC. Yes, we have talked
I'm ready.
about, we have indeed talked about IlixCon. Well, they did, and I mentioned it, but we will be live streaming from IlixCon next Friday and Saturday.
Multiple
The-
nights. It's
Holy
gonna
crap,
be
what
awesome.
would that date be?
This is gonna be
Oh
a slow
shit.
hand. It's
The
okay.
23rd.
Third.
No,
All right,
20
DM,
It would be the
started.
24th and, or,
No,
sorry,
25th
25th and
and
26th.
Get us started, DM.
We are probably going to be playing with, or interviewing, or just talking to while we
Mountain.
play a bunch of magic artists. So you should definitely
Monocrypt,
check it out.
Rampaging Ferocidon.
Players can gain life.
Whee!
Whenever a creature enters
Yep.
battlefield under
And you will be responsible for my evens odds possible loss of life every turn.
whenever another creature enters the
Oh,
battlefield,
Anacrypt.
rampaging Ferocidon deals 1 damage to that player's creature's controller. That includes you.
Yep.
I cheered all the bits.
All right. Stance up, Citadel, go.
And I thought my wastes into Soul Ring was going to be a fast opening. Past turn.
I'm going to draw a card.
You are wrong.
I'm gonna play
Funny, I
this
agree.
island and I'm gonna ponder.
But
So if
And
you
then it's your
are
turn.
not on our Patreon
Well,
and
that-
you want some signed
Choose evens or
cards,
odds.
you should do it this week.
choose
Or
evens or
maybe
odds, and whatever you choose, if it comes up that, I lose 3 life.
you should go support our Patreon this week so you can get signed cards from Elixon.
You have to choose before you
It's a
roll.
1.
She said odds.
Okay.
It was a 1?
It was
Yes.
Okay, I lose 3 life. I should probably have life in front of me.
You should probably have life in front of you.
Did I just
Did you
do your
take
life?
my life?
Fine.
Did you take my life? There's
Jesus,
just a
take your
number.
life.
Take your life.
Get out of my way.
7. Untap, upkeep. Lose my life, draw.
Okay.
Actually, fuck that. We might be making goats. Spring check pasture.
Let's go.
Fuck yeah.
4.
Done?
No. Porphyros. Off we go.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, what does that do again?
Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under his control, 2 damage to everyone. Also, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under his control, he takes a damage.
Yep.
Bunny, Jake and I just went to Costco and bought furry Sherpa slippers.
I don't ever want that fucking sentence to be associated with me again.
Look, his matches hair, and mine are like sheep. They're fine. Jeez.
You're up, Jiggery.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Full
Got
tap.
clear. Springjack Pasture. We make 0/1 goat tokens.
Deals a
Oh
point,
shit.
point to DM and 2 points to everyone else.
Hurts me, hurts you more.
No
My
matter
relationship with DM.
Hurts me, hurts you more.
Lesbian Stage. Traxos 39.
My turn.
Yep.
I have a card in here that is usually useless against decks like that, but particularly useless against Traxos.
I'm gonna Echoing Truth Perforos.
Sure. You should have done that to Traxos later.
Nah.
That's a yeah.
Nah.
He knows where Traxos is going.
Yeah.
Everyone knows where Traxos is going.
Evens. Nice evens. Take 3 more. Alright.
Jake, do you see Bunny's comment? He's from the Midwest, so he understands.
Last year, I was on people's rooftops replacing electrical services in 0 degrees.
No.
No amount of footed bunny sweaters.
And the Meek Stone.
That's the thing that happens.
Creatures with power.
Creatures with power 3 or greater do not untap during their controller's untap phase.
That's great, because Traxos never
I
untaps
fucking
anyway.
know.
He just untaps an artifact enters play.
Take 3.
Power 3 or greater?
Yeah.
Which
doesn't-
means his Frostnon's going to tap.
Oh, man.
From Hell's Heart, he stabs at me.
I might make a copy
Stabs
of
at
it. Or I might
me.
make a copy of Traxos. Who knows?
Scoured Barrens, I gain a life.
No, you don't.
Oh, wait,
Nope,
I
no
don't.
life.
Frostnon's. My turn?
No.
The Illuscon website is
I love
fucking
snow.
awful.
Yeah, it's terrible
on
to get
all
around
platforms.
with. I'm
So it's not just you.
Fellow Stone.
Go.
It's beautiful, and it is not user-friendly at all. Which, I guess, just describes art.
Cathedral of War enters the battlefield tap.
I love it.
That's awesome.
What is that?
I have,
Is there,
Exalted.
I think, if I remember correctly, there are no other creatures in that deck, right?
There are.
Oh.
Like,
God,
for
that fucking
example,
was crazy.
this workshop assistant.
Ah,
When it
there you
dies,
go.
I return an artifact from graveyard to
Yeah,
hand.
there you go.
Untaps Traxos, lose
There
a
you
life
go.
from the Frostnons.
Oh, wow.
Slam it on a DM for 8,
Why 8?
because Cathedral of War gives me Exalted.
Yep.
Yeah, so it gets +1.
Yeah, so 7/7 becomes 8/8.
Traxos is 7/7?
He's
Yeah.
big as
Oh,
fuck.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
is
Yeah, the
train
problem
on
is
track.
I'd forgotten the Meekstone. I'm like, oh, this is a great opening hand.
Past him.
Oh, God. Wow.
I'm gonna untap, draw.
You're gonna need a... Here.
Good
Here's
luck,
your
Fred.
death token.
Yeah, see, I told you. You should have saved that later.
Yeah.
That was dumb.
My game
But
plan
you
is
know,
to.
but you know where it's going. I've already
It doesn't
telegraphed.
matter. You're dead to turn after that.
Here's your... Is it 8?
Fast, famous, fast.
It was 8?
8 commander damage.
Alright, 8.
Your
what's
Traxos
commander
death token,
death
collect the whole set.
Yep.
Go
It
ahead.
is
And then it gets worse when like swords come out.
evens. Take another 3. I haven't made one yet.
No, you haven't.
Nope.
It's great. I love it.
Wow. This is insane.
Stop.
God, I can't stop doing this.
Stop it.
At least I'm not flicking them.
Yeah, right?
Jesus Christ.
There were, I mentioned something about slaps earlier.
I think so.
Well, clearly you're never gonna let Jake play any of your decks.
Skull Clamp, Pest Turn.
Oh shit.
Unless there are rules.
At least I don't riffle, shuffle. I can't.
I riffle. But only in sleeves and only with the good sleeves.
I can't. I can't. I've seen so many cards bent in half.
Now, in fairness, with a deck this big, side shuffle.
Yeah.
But with a 60 card in good sleeves, I can still riffle.
Without breaking them?
You, so, I'll do it on another deck. So that's about a 60.
Yeah.
Right? So just set these aside. You just ever so slightly.
Oh, they're still gonna get bent though.
Pass turn.
Interesting. Now the question on everyone's mind is, does Goth have another artifact in her hand?
I'm willing to bet the answer is yes.
I'm willing to bet the answer is yes as well.
I think so.
Scavenger grounds? Gotta watch those graveyards.
Sure. Oddly enough, in this deck, I couldn't give a shit less.
I know, but in other decks,
Is it an artifact?
pay 6. Steal Hellkite, untap Traxos.
Oh god, that's awful.
Lose a life.
I did.
Go.
8 commander damage.
Nope. Wait.
Or 8 coming at you.
Go. Blocking.
Okay, it's trample. You'll take 7.
All right. And
You're defending DM, who is going to kill us all with
No,
combat.
I'm not defending DM. I'm killing DM.
High five!
There you go.
Dictate of the Twin Gods.
So wait, no. I take 12 and 8. I'm at 20 commander
All
damage.
No, hold on. It's an 8/8 trampler.
Oh, I'm at 21 because I
You
went
take
the goat
2.
blocks
No,
1.
hold on. It's 8 commander damage. The damage isn't doubled till it's assigned. I have to assign 1 to the goat and 7 to you. That means you take 14 commander damage and 1 to the goat and 2 to the goat. Okay? Which means
Why would I take 14?
because I have to assign damage to the goat and I have to assign damage to you, then it's doubled. So I
Correct.
have to assign 1 to the goat and 7 to you. Then it's doubled. I don't get to double it, then assign.
Oh, the 8/8 from the other thing.
Yeah, so 8 plus 14 is
I wouldn't
22.
count for that.
You're still
Yep,
dead.
I'm dead.
Shit, that was tough.
High five.
That's okay. That was dumb.
Oh shit.
That was incredibly dumb.
Pass turn.
Oh shit.
You're not trying to win. You just want me to lose.
Here we go.
It's a playstyle.
I mean, in this house, yeah, I think she does.
No, but I'm just saying, like, both of you, those two things could have saved your life later.
No, I think
I should've
the
saved it
bounce
going through.
saved his life. Because there's nothing. The thing he removed, this maybe, but bouncing Porphyros meant that you didn't get to go put a bunch of tokens into play.
I didn't have anything in my hand to make tokens.
We didn't know
I didn't
that.
have a single thing to make tokens.
We didn't know that.
Except for my goat.
I'm gonna exile 4.
No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
I hit this.
Captain Harris, if you want to get some
So
card sign
add 5.
and you are not going to Elkscon and
Yep.
you sign up for a Patreon,
Everything
you
else is
can,
exiled.
Yep.
Or not
Potentially
Basically,
get a
put in the
card.
graveyard at the
Yeah.
turn. I forget how.
Basically, we're just gonna go get some card sign, and if you're on
into
our
your graveyard.
Patreon tier,
Okay.
you will
All right,
get.
fuck all y'all. We're gonna do another one. I'm gonna play Rashmi.
5 in my
But if you're going, then come
And you
play
play
with us.
whatever you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna play cutting edge technology.
Go ahead.
If that's how these games are gonna play out.
So, J. Mary, I feel the need to say one thing to you.
Did I
Because
do
it
the
helped
wrong
you.
thing?
Kill you last.
What? In the fuck?
I was like, waiting for your reaction.
Unless you assign Saskia to me, then I have to kill you first. You understand?
Yes, I know. All right, so here's how this.
You complain about me.
No, she did a nice thing for me, and I was saying thank you.
I'm not gonna win either way. With what deck I'm playing, I'm not gonna win against either of you. I was gonna take someone out. Okay.
High five.
Okay. I was gonna take someone out on the way. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not gonna win with this deck against either of those things.
Jay, Mary, make your
Here
move.
we go.
Martin,
wait,
where's
wait.
the playstyle?
Fucking hell.
Thingy.
Just what?
Also, I just want to gain life.
By the way, Jake, your reaction
You're
was
dead.
priceless.
I'm dead.
Fucking what?
Blossoming Sands, hey, I get to
Fucking
gain a life because you're dead. Ah, fuck.
Jaybury brings the deaths.
Silly people.
Welcome home.
I know, right?
Welcome home, you're dead.
So this is what it's like to stand on the tracks when the train's coming through.
Oh, jeez.
I had forgotten that whole it just untaps for free. I can't keep it tapped down.
It untaps every single time she casts an artifact.
I
Every
wonder
time.
if the deck has artifacts in it.
Or multiple attack phases.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. There's no colorless card that give multiple attack phases.
I'm sure you know intimately whether there is or not. Because you looked very carefully to find one.
The deck actually is mostly an equipment deck, but it has a top end of big 6-mana artifacts for when games go long, or when I only draw them.
Well, it worked out fine.
Fire Main Avenger.
Yeah.
And it's completely colorless, so you
It
can't
is.
actually put the white
Either Sworn
kill all.
Canvas.
No.
No, I just run the colorless one, All is Dust.
Gotcha.
Right.
Would you look at that? No, it's not All is Dust.
Or an artifact? No, it couldn't possibly be an
Oh,
artifact.
my foot is so
Hostile Desert.
Indeed, it is.
Well, I do need to make an attack this turn.
I'm willing to
Blood
bet
Moon would have been fine,
I'm
but
going to die.
It's not going to kill you, it's just going to make your life miserable.
also a playstyle.
That dork.
What does it
Wait, how much life we got? 41? Yeah, I can't kill you
What's
this
that?
turn. Trading Post.
Oh my god.
Untaps Traxos.
Alright.
I like the trading post. There's one in here too.
It's a good deck card.
Makes goats.
Yeah.
Many goat.
Anything that makes tokens.
What permanents do you have?
I have nothing. I have a mana vault, sorry, and a.
What's
Swift
Mana
Walk-
Vault's casting cost?
One.
Cool. I'm going to swing on you for 10 in the air and 14 commander.
Jesus.
After the doubling.
His face.
I'll go to
On hit, I'm going to
27.
On hit, I'm going to destroy all permanents you control with CMC 1.
Well, that's great. Not like I was going to be untapped.
It would have been really cool if you had an Echoing Truth in your hand, wouldn't it?
Pass turn.
Alright.
Goodness,
It might have been awesome if you had that bounce spell in your hand, wasn't it?
So, moral of the
Biggest game of
story.
Commander
fuck
ever.
Purphoros, I guess.
The moral of the story is save your fucking self. Don't try to fuck other people over. Wait to save yourself.
It did not go well.
In
for
response to the token summoning,
Yeah!
bang, you bounce it.
me. Here is a
Wait.
laboratory maniac. Jay Prairie, it is your turn.
You mean a roadblock?
It is a roadblock.
How much does it block?
It blocks
One of the
two.
trample? Two of the trample.
It's not going to get me very far.
Yeah, you're dead.
Jesus.
You'll take 12, Commander. If I attack with 2 things.
Yes.
14 if I attack with 1.
Sure. I believe that means I'm fucked. I'm not sure.
You're 27 life. Yeah, I can't kill you with the Hellkite, unfortunately.
She's like, look, you're gonna die. You almost get to choose your fate.
Remember that time?
It's almost
we
more
shit all
amusing
over
for me to sit
Traxos?
here to be like, I told you so!
You just have the memories when you were playing my red-black deck. You
Yes.
could, like, hold it down.
Yeah, because I Helldozered every fucking land.
Yes. But I'm noticing a lack of Helldozer.
I don't have a goddamn
lands.
Helldozer.
Alright, hold on.
Oh, this is what I needed. This
There you
feels
go.
good.
Yay!
Okay.
I've had a
Traxos is my
shitty 2
god.
weeks.
I'm sorry.
Um,
It's just been a long day for me. Hasn't been shitty, just long.
which artifact goes into the trading post?
Traxos.
No, because I don't have anything to give him haste yet. You can bet there's things to give him haste.
I'm sure there's plenty of things to get
Greaves, Boots.
Y'all.
I think Chroma's Memorial has not migrated to this deck yet.
It probably should.
No,
It's in
it
my
shouldn't.
big-
Don't you have to? No, it's not the.
It's in my big creature deck.
Aw,
It does run all 7 swords.
I'm sorry you're not here,
Yep.
NPC. But you have a
Who you
businessy thing,
naming?
and you need to take care of
You.
that shit.
Of course you are.
Adulting
I'm
is
still
hard.
gonna be dead
Yeah.
before I
Anything
can-
else?
Many
yeah.
magics next week.
Combat.
She does not have trample, right?
No.
I'm going to put the workshop assistant in front of her,
Okay.
and I'm going to take 3 from the fire main. After blockers are
talking
declared,
3 or
because
4
she doesn't have trample.
turns?
Well, it's
that?
6.
3
right?
or 4 turns.
No.
No, it's so.
Turn 5.
Yeah, after
Okay.
after blockers are declared, I'm going to pay 1, sack the workshop assistant, draw a card.
Magic with me, and you killed me in
It's still
And I was
blocked,
only playing magic for
so
like
I'll
4
take
months.
6 in the end.
I mean, I was
Okay.
expecting the table
But
to be
you
a little
still
political.
No, she. Oh, and I did another
you
6.
didn't realize
Yeah.
what you were dealing with.
It was not.
Yeah.
3, 2, 26.
And pass
That's
turn.
funny,
So, good news. Jana might have just bought you a turn.
Oh,
Because I might have to kill her.
yay.
You said you were gonna kill me last.
Yeah, but then you assign
I'm still gonna lose.
The conditions were if you don't assign Saskia to me, otherwise bad things might happen.
though. Right.
Well, bad things are
Is
happening.
the assignment doubled?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I take another 6.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's gotta go.
If a source would deal damage
Yeah.
to a permanent or player.
Yeah, so I take 3.
But you.
I
But
take 3, it's doubled, and then it's doubled again. Because,
No.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
3/6, 3/6.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
No, it's great.
Well, yes, but also terrible.
All right, so we're gonna do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 6. Duplicate Saskia.
Okay.
She is exiled, and
Okay.
since you're gonna let her go to the command zone, I don't get the imprint bonus, so I just have a 2/4 duplicate.
Okay.
But that untaps our friend
Traxos.
Traxos.
Yep.
Yeah, I finished
kill him
what I
and-
started.
Yeah, kill him and then we'll keep the. Doesn't he die to Traxos anyway with double Traxos?
Yeah, but I was gonna send the Hellkite at her.
Keep it
Still
block
kills me.
Saskia.
Yeah. So you just take enough to die.
Yes.
Bye.
Me too.
Pass turn.
How big was Traxos that you sent to
Seven.
him?
14. Yeah, so it's doubled.
Oh, right.
Dictated Twin Gods is great.
Yeah.
You're up.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Hey, you know what? We get to play another game.
It's true.
There you go.
True.
2 deads.
And it's gonna be
Where's
worse.
the dead peanuts?
There's nuts right there.
Nuts. Truffle
You
nuts.
still a little sick? I could hear it in your.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna play.
Okay,
better
but
than I
I'm
was.
mostly over it. Jay Burr, you're over it, right?
Oh yeah.
I didn't
I haven't
get
heard
what
your
you guys
voice.
had. I
A
had like a
forest.
I lost my
pretty
voice 2
bad
weeks ago.
sinus infection going on. I felt
Feels like
it.
everybody got sick 2 weeks ago.
Started
Yeah.
in here. Just was not great.
I
Didn't get
dodged it.
fever,
Enough
Didn't
to
get
do
like.
it.
I don't know how you done.
I honestly,
I don't know how you.
I thought I was gonna die. I didn't. It was
You'll have
great.
that.
I only have 2 left.
Because
Oh,
I
damn.
didn't get what they
That
got.
sucks.
The contagious
Not for me.
stuff.
I know.
I get sick
Not for you.
exactly once a year, and when I do, it's bad.
I'll take care of you.
Adulting is hard.
Yeah.
Can confirm.
Train tracks are easy.
I'm also having a very hard
gotta
time
hit
living
you
in our
twice.
house. Like we
One.
have
Me?
2 humidifiers
Yeah.
in the house now. It's not.
You know what would really
Is
be
it
The,
nice?
the
Dry?
HVAC
What?
system is complete
not
bullshit.
not for me.
Is it too dry? Too
It's
like-
too dry and it doesn't heat or cool properly. The house
having a
goes to
very hard
75 and
time.
then it goes to 66 and then it goes to 75 and then it goes to
Swinging?
66.
Yeah.
The sensor's fucked up.
Yeah.
Is
Block.
They-
that thing's
Very
awful.
hard
Like they put the
These
sensor
trade,
here in this
this
house
dies.
in the worst
Okay.
fucking place.
In response to declaring
I feel like
blocks,
I'm sick
hold on.
all the time, and then I actually get
Okay.
sick.
I'm going to
Sorry.
sack the duplicant.
The sensor's right behind the
It
actual
doesn't matter.
thermostat.
Wait, yes
So
it
the
does. I'm
basement's
not
in-
going to sack the duplicant.
12 degrees and then
Both of
upstairs
these
is
die.
80.
All 4 creatures die.
That's great.
Okay.
They should never have.
So you
put
still
this on the
take
market for rental
6
ever.
though.
No, nothing gets
For
through.
many reasons.
Nothing gets through?
Nothing gets through.
I
I have
mean-
a 5/5 flyer.
They
Okay.
should have at
Because the
least
blockers
saved
do double
for it.
damage
Okay.
too.
Yeah. At the end of your turn,
Everything.
Okay.
I'm
the
going to
first
pay
time I
1,
did it.
tap, discard,
I will
discard
tell
Joyers
them
with
I
Familiar,
Yep.
gain
Yeah.
4 life.
Yep.
Because life is apparently something I need against you. My turn,
Getting
untap.
blamed.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Black Frog.
Plague Frog,
What does
Plague
that mean?
Frog.
Play. Oh.
Black Frog, yes.
I-
I'm
I was
Black
very
Frog.
confused.
Play Phyrexia's
White see
core.
that far?
Cave Girl brought it into the house. Because she might as well work in a
Probably
daycare. She works in an open
Oh,
office
no.
with 200 millennials.
Oh god.
Pay 6,
Might as well be a daycare.
Wormcoil Engine,
Yep. Untap.
untap Traxos.
Yep.
Pay 2, Swift Boots. Pay 1, equip on Worm.
Yep.
Swing at you for
Form deck.
26. I
Commander.
gain 12. 14 Commander.
14
26,
commander.
14 of it is Commander.
I gain 12 to go to 34.
Alright.
Or 36.
What is 41 minus 26?
25.
Okay.
No, 15.
That was helpful.
Yeah.
It's 15.
15?
Yep,
Yeah.
you're down to 15. I am Jazz Hands.
14 commander?
No.
14 Commander.
Alright.
I am Jazz Hands.
Here's your Commander death.
I already have one right there.
Okay.
You're up.
And I'm sorry, I said a movie made earlier was stupid. I shouldn't have said that. That was terrible to say.
It's okay.
No,
I don't mind.
but that's a
I
word
know.
I shouldn't use.
I didn't mind. But okay, thank you. Thank you for
I mean, that's a very
apologizing.
nice thing for you to say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice thing for you to say.
I make dumb moves all the time. I'm still sick, so like I'm very tired.
Oh, I don't make dumb
I'm
moves. I
Like,
just do dumb shit.
I just look at you like, can you please count my mana?
I love that
You're at 36?
the Wormcoil has lifelink.
Right, so it's double damage lifelink worm.
Ooh. That's bad.
I love
I
the
wasn't
lands in this
winning
deck
this
because they
game
look like
either
artifacts.
way.
Yeah, wastes are fantastic.
I wasn't.
But it's that way.
There was a political
whole
way
deck's
for you to win.
jeez.
There's a political way for everybody sitting here to win.
Not everybody's good.
Not me. There's no politics
No, there's no
involved in this.
politics involved. It's just brute force.
I'm not good.
There was
I
a
picked
political
some-
way to keep you down.
Yes. I pick someone. You're up, Jaber.
Oh.
I pick someone. I run them down.
Right.
And you had the
And
fastest deck.
And the
besides me.
table didn't realize that.
You forgot Traxos was 7/7.
I thought it was 6/6, number one, and number two I forgot was trample.
Yes.
I forgot
Like,
he
just,
untapped
I got
on
goats.
Storig.
I would have played a whole bunch of different
I
things.
originally built this deck with the 1/1 artifact
Oh, the-
Thopter.
yeah.
The legendary Thopter.
Scry.
And right as I was finishing it up, Dominaria released. I'm like, Traxos is everything I want, but better.
So we're gonna do that.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Good times.
Coffee.
But it was kind of funny to have a deck that was
Sanjay.
that the kill condition was a 1/1 Thopter.
Why?
Because you'll be up all night.
I just feel like now it's been out too long. Would you like some coffee or some tea?
No,
I
I'm
will
fine.
make it.
I'm good.
So if anyone was wondering how a pure colorless commander deck works,
There you go.
Wow.
Like this.
It works when the table doesn't realize what they're against.
and has a pretty good success rate even when they do.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's perfect, but like this has been a bad hand for it, if you can believe that.
Okay. No,
'Cause I have no
seen it. I've
equipment.
seen it before.
I have no equipment,
Yeah.
and when this thing gets
usually
equipment,
once you get the swords, it stops. It runs the table because
Yeah.
we can't kill it at that point.
Protection from everything.
It usually does have protection from all colors by the time it's done.
there are 7 swords in this deck.
Right.
It's,
It usually has protection from everything by the time it's done.
I hate it.
I don't know what I'm going to cut to get the last 3 swords in. I just don't know.
Aw.
I literally have 3 cards in here that kill artifacts and make me tokens, and I didn't get a single one of them.
I took Vandal Blast out.
There's a Vandal Blast. There's the Gremlins.
Who
There's
plays
the,
artifact decks these
Gremlins.
days? I mean,
Tons of people play.
No,
artifact
that's the joke.
Oh yeah.
I want to get Prescott to draw a gremlin for me.
Sasuke
Okay.
coming back,
Yeah, it's gonna have to, I think.
cracking me for 6.
12.
hold on. My bad.
6 commander, and then 6 commander, and then another 12.
Right.
4, 5.
I mean, this is just a game of slug.
Yep.
Wait,
it's
it
great.
costs 8, right? To
Yep.
bring in? Yep.
Is this your
Alright.
4th time
3rd,
Third.
or 3rd?
4, 6, 8.
Didn't it get bounced once, or did it die twice?
Died twice.
Died twice. I take a total of 18.
And suddenly it was indeed fisting a clock. It is.
Yep.
It's fisting 30.
I drop back down to
It's
18.
a little past fisting 30.
And my turn?
Yep.
Are you at 18?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
These are just slugs back and forth.
Yeah.
This accelerated everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had she not played that, you'd be alive right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd be alive right now.
Yep.
Pay 4, cast Tower of Calamities, untap Traxos.
Yeah.
How much mana do you have available?
Not 8, sadly. I have 5.
Tower of Calamities is
How much damage does it do?
12.
If you had 8 available, you just kill
Yeah.
it right now.
No, I can't only have creatures.
Oh,
But
really?
this deck desperately needs removal.
Yeah, I got it.
It's about the best I could find.
Yeah.
Well, no, the best I could find is also in the deck,
Never
but
know
it's,
that disc.
there's
No,
a disc
that
in here.
fucks you too.
there's a disc in here, but that's fine.
You can get it all back.
Yeah. Sending the train at you.
Alright. If I block it with Saskia, how much is
If
left
you
over?
which one do you, if you block this one, you only take 14, but it's all commander.
Then
if
you
you
die.
block with Saskia here, I've got to assign 6 get through, so
And
it'll
you
be at
die, you
20.
die to commander damage anyway.
No, she'll be at 20,
I'll
but
be
then
at
she'll
20
die to
commander
real
damage.
damage off the worm
yeah.
How
Yeah,
big is
there
the
you
worm
go.
coil again?
It's 6/6, but it hits for 12.
Right. So
You can't stop me.
Yeah.
She wins right now.
Yep.
There you go.
Hey, quick game.
Yeah, it was what, turn 8?
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, turn 8.
Yep. Whew. So now you know what you were playing against.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm putting this deck away. It did its thing.
Let's see if I can actually maintain focus long enough to actually play Rashomon.
Oh, look, there was the disc on the very bottom. No, I run like Unstable Obelisk, and believe it or not, there's a crappy 1-mana artifact that's just everything this deck wants.
And wait for it, the backers on this one are
Shame.
it punishes you for doing things.
Oh no.
My favorite card in this deck for utter weirdness sake. Oh, there's a Spine of Ishtar that I can recur by sacking.
Yeah, I'm well familiar with that.
Well,
This
next
is the-
time I'll try to be more political.
this is the
when I
secret
play
tech.
This deck.
It's not that deck. It's what's sitting at the table.
Yeah.
Universal Solvent is a 1-mana artifact.
No, I've actually put that in several decks.
1-mana untapped Traxos. 7
Well,
mana
and there's a
Guiltless
lot of silly little things that bring one casting cost mana artifacts back.
Okay,
Or one
wait.
has
I
another
heard
effects back.
misheard what as I took a what blast? I'm not saying that out loud. I'm not
Vandal
saying
blast.
that out loud.
It's Vandal Blast, not whatever you typed. I got one more game in.
I mean that too.
Cool. Oh, here, you can have that back.
Yes.
I'm not dead anymore.
No.
And that is how you run the table.
Go down there. So just flip down until you see the dead with the white symbol next to it. Scroll down.
There we go. This one.
Scroll down.
Thank you, Taberi, so
And
much.
I helped.
Oh, you go too fast. So,
I was thanking
let's
you for
see.
your
So
contribution.
you see the dead that's got a little bit up. A little bit up. There you go. You see the dead that has the
There
white
too.
eye next to it.
Yes.
Click on the white eye.
Oh right. Invisible.
Alright.
There we go.
Oh, this is going to be awesome.
I'm the target.
No.
You're the target.
Rakshmi's the target.
Alright.
What does that do?
Cascade.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing with the.
Man, no lands, but I'm throwing back a Ristic Study, a Force of Will, and a Capsize.
Stream, do you want to see more artifact shenanigans, or do you want to see a whole fuck ton of tokens?
Fuck ton of tokens.
A ton of tokens.
New deck tech.
Hey, not Papa.
Infinite Armies of the Storm or Cutting Edge Technology?
We're just about to start a new Commander game, so we're asking the stream what people want to see.
Yeah. Should we go around and share commanders?
I'm still playing blue-red bullshit.
I'm going to play
Wait, you don't
Rashmi,
play last
Eternity. Bring them up.
Rashmi.
Artifacts. Artifacts from Bunny.
Remember, you got to change the...
Yeah.
Bunny wants to learn.
This guy.
You want to
What
learn
the
artifacts?
What was that? The technology deck do that? Blue black is the technology deck.
Yes.
It's nifty.
Is that what you're
Oh,
playing?
so it's
yeah,
sort
yeah.
of Storm.
Not Storm.
Or
Cascade.
It's sort of Cascade.
It's
It's Cascade E.
it's
Yeah.
another one of Wizards. We don't want to reprint the actual mechanic. We want to reprint something really close.
Yeah, I mean, Cascade was pretty bad.
So I've heard 2 votes for Cutting Edge Technology, so I'll do that.
All right, that can live. Whatever.
Did I update this deck, or was this one of the ones that didn't get updated yet?
I don't. No, that one's been updated.
Nope, it has not. I bought 9
Sure.
Echo of Aeons.
Nice.
Wow.
And I've been and I've been replacing.
Yep.
What? You did what?
They dropped down to $3.
Really?
They've gone back up
Wow.
since, but
Yeah.
nah. So I'm just replacing all the time reversals with Echo of Aeons because it's a statistically better card.
Yes. Sure.
All right, so we're.
But not every deck's gotten
So,
I'm good with
do
this.
we want to go around to all commanders? We got
Who are we playing?
We saw Rakshmi. I'm playing Nicol Bolas the Ravager.
Oh, and this is Artifact Shenanigans still, right?
The stream wanted to see more technology.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. I thought about building this around the same time I did Slimefoot.
So I passed it to him so he could spell
Oh,
it.
yeah. So you can spell it properly.
There we go.
There you go.
Rona,
Rona.
disciple of Gix.
So what was interesting about this deck was
Uncommon commanders.
she wasn't going to be the original commander, and then I kept looking at all the blue-black interacts with artifact commanders, and I realized that all I really want is a Snapcaster mage. And she's a Snapcaster mage.
Cool. The Ravager. Second one.
Nikki
No,
B.
bottom one.
Bottom.
This guy.
Nikki
And then
B.
if you actually hit transform right there on the bottom, hey, look at that! It looks pretty sexy on the stream.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
So I'm really sad because I backed the Kickstarter to get the playmat from Seb McKinnon that is Deliver Unto Evil, and they were 2 weeks ago. They were like, everything should be shipped within 2 weeks.
How did that
I've
work?
been waiting 6 months
Yup.
since I paid
Right.
for this
Have you contacted
playmat.
them?
Yes, and they
It's-
said your order's still in process. I'm like, okay, well you clearly haven't sent an update that not everything's gonna be shipped within 2 weeks. Delays and delays and delays.
I will
with that
invoke the
Kickstarter.
house rule and go first.
There you go.
Fair.
Do you really feel like you got run down that? Never mind.
Yeah. yes, I do. I will
Don't want to keep this hand.
play a Fairy
I
Conclave
don't.
tapped in pass turn.
I don't want to keep a 1-land hand.
No. Draw.
It's a blue man land.
3/3.
Nah,
2/1.
it turns into a 2/1 Flying Fairy.
3/3 is the
a blood crypt
Treetop
tapped
Village.
go.
Yeah, the green one.
I mean, this is a better.
You are
hand.
no longer at 15 life.
This is a good enough hand.
I'm not. Thank you.
I'm gonna draw and then shuffle.
I regret nothing. Maybe I regret a little bit, but I kind of regret
You should
nothing.
regret a little.
I kind of regret nothing, though. Let's be real. Kind of regret nothing.
Terramorphic, crack it, pass turn.
Cool.
Okay, draw a card. Land. And we're going to Mystical Tutor.
Nice.
And then your turn.
So I am very particular about the lands in my deck. They all have to look nice and play to the deck theme. So this deck's lands are sinkholes and bottomless pits.
Nice.
Interesting.
I will play a Hinterland Harbor. Unfortunately, comes in tapped. And I will pass turn.
Okay, draw.
So one thing you missed last game was I had a Wayfarer's Bauble and a Myria Shepherd, and I cycled
Over.
Wayfarer's Bauble over and over until everyone was sad.
That's
I know.
amusing as shit.
I saw it. Yeah, I was there. It was the worst. Talisman of Indulgence, go.
Swamp. Give him the clamp. Pass turn.
Give him the clamp.
Draw the
I haven't
merchant.
Oh, I'm sorry,
That
Captain Harris. My
That's the
commander
original art.
was
Really?
Rashmi.
Yes, that's actually an original skull clamp. It's from
back.
it's the Darksteel printing.
Holy crap! It looks so much like the
Yeah,
your
we're just gonna cast
commander's.
Yeah.
There we go.
For the thing.
The Phyrexians.
Rashmi, Eternity's Crafter.
Already?
No, I'm Captain Harris. Want to know who
Oh,
it was?
okay. I was like, that's not in already.
Sox, can you hit F1?
That one, yeah.
Sorry, the glare was making it hard to tell me which one was which.
Go ahead. I'm finding dig through time.
Draw. Orboro, Palace in the Clouds. I have a Cloud Palace. And what shall I do with my Cloud Palace?
Nothing.
I
I
shall.
don't think that's gonna happen.
Sit quietly.
Yeah, I shall play some Lightning Greaves, and then I shall ponder. Three. Put him back in any order and draw a card, right? Yes. Let's go. I have to go that way. Okay.
I go.
Yeah.
Morphic pool.
And it comes in untapped because.
2 or more opponents.
Have those things gone up again yet? The Battle Bond lands?
I bought them all when they were cheap.
Yeah, they were like
I-
what, $7
I
bucks
bought
or
a-
whatever
I
it
got mine
was.
at 4.
Oh, nice.
I bought them literally as Battle Bond came out because that's when they were at their lowest.
Huh. I bought them right when they came out and they were like $7 or $8. So you must have got them like.
I
days
went
or
to
weeks.
TCG Player and shopped around.
Okay. I usually get them on TCG too. I'm just
I-
curious now.
I didn't buy them right when it came out. I followed them for a little bit because they
More
started at
for-
7,
more
dropped down to
PHLC.
about 4, and then they went back up.
Where'd they go up there? Oh, they went up. So they're 12 now.
Jesus.
I mean,
They're EDH staples.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna. Oh, sorry. Here's what we're looking at stream.
Red.
So there's a whole bunch of those Battle Bond lands, and if you have more
They're
than
for the allied colors.
right.
Right.
and if you have more than one opponent,
Black.
I only run
They
them
come
in
in
my dual
untapped.
color decks because I don't have enough of them to go. It bothers me when I don't have the full triad.
The full
for
set.
Yeah, for triples.
When Nicol Bolas, the Ravager, enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card.
huh?
All about it. I'm gonna discard this Comet Storm.
But what if I don't want to discard? a card?
Discard a
I-
Plasma Capture.
Sorry. It's just.
It's just
something
what
that's
happens.
gonna
I
happen.
forget that fucking thing is 4 mana.
Mechanized production.
It's really good.
But it
No
costs
shit.
7 to flip.
My turn.
Yes.
Kill it. Kill it with fire.
Working on it. Morphic pool.
Yay.
Hey, imagine that.
I didn't buy this. I got it. in
Mirrodin
pack.
Besiege, naming Mirrodin. Whenever I cast an artifact spell, I get a mirror token.
You got it.
Pass turn.
That was amusing.
From in the kitchen. All right. We're gonna play this land. I'm gonna play this Young Ristic Study.
Fuck you.
Nice.
Go ahead.
That's the one where you have to pay,
Pay one when you cast a
so
spell, or
don't
else
draw
you
cards.
draw a card.
Reinforced,
Draw
I'm gonna
card.
lose a
Got
life.
it.
If I was playing Infinite Armies, I'd
Actually,
want
I'm
him
gonna
to
lose
draw.
3 life.
Jock.
What's getting you 3 life?
I'm gonna lose 3 life. Misty Rainforest, then I'm gonna play a Shock Land untapped.
Why are you at 47?
37. I just haven't changed the other one yet.
It's like-
Because he's
Relax.
lazy.
Relax, people.
We're getting there.
See you next week, Captain Harris. Probably been a while since you said that, but I'm just gonna say it now anyway.
Oh, Jesus.
Hello, 8 doers.
Alright, you know what? And then I'm just gonna play Rashmi, put the boots on her as soon as I play the other one.
Seems about right.
Yeah.
No one's got any untapped mana. It's just a thing that happens.
So time for a mana geyser is what you're saying?
Pass turn. I just gotta find the land and put it in play tap.
I don't know. I think it's time for a Wrath. You got a Nicol Bolas and Rakshmi.
Oh, you know what? Fuck that shit.
You have a Tropical Island in there?
No, I don't. I might not even have the other land. Are you fucking kidding me?
Breeding Pool. Do you want me to take a look through the other half?
Yeah, here. Oh yeah, just look. You know what's in there.
Well, then I'll still take my
I guess I should.
I don't
I
care.
don't know what's in there.
There's nothing in...
I can make very educated guesses.
It is not in this subset.
It's not in this subset either. I mean, fuck it. If I just need an island, I'll just
Or
get an
this
island.
I
Give me
saw
2
an
life
island.
back. Yeah, no, there's just a bunch right here.
Okay.
Yep, just an island. Okay.
The good island, though.
A good island.
I didn't care for those ones.
Really, I was a
I like
huge
them.
fan.
I like what they were going for with just like the solid color expression. I don't. The no borders are nifty, but I just don't like the way it all came
Oh, you
together.
know what?
Like
It's-
the,
I got enough.
Real
nice
easy to
blue that
fetch
needs
for.
actually be a
yeah.
I play a
forest.
lot of blue-green infect.
I have a legacy. that's blue-green. In
Kashmina
fact,
spells
it's
that
awful.
target your
Yeah, that's-
permanents cost 2 more or 1 more.
That's what I play
target a
in
creature
long
planeswalker
tournaments
control
because
costs
it's
2
over
more
in
to
3 turns.
cast. I will.
Oh. She makes wizards. She's not in my fucking wizard
She
deck.
will
It's
make-
terrible.
She makes
Yeah,
wizards. I will
she's-
take her down.
she's too
to
slow for this
3,
deck.
Exactly.
And I will make a 2/2 blue wizard.
But I just want to play a bunch of
Draw
fucking
a card,
wizards.
then
So.
discard a card.
Cool.
Did I put any wizards in here? I did. Good for me.
Wizard.
I.
When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card?
Yep.
Did you pay the extra 1 for Rick's study?
I
did not. Draw one for me, too.
Can, yeah. I'll tap my talisman and Dovins.
My
Draw
turn?
a card and then discard a card, yes.
I'm not doing this the easy way.
Did you miss a land drop?
What do I get rid of?
Time Sieve.
No.
Make a token.
Yes, yeah, I did.
Draw a card because I didn't pay.
Yeah.
It's still not a land.
I'm not gonna get one.
Potentially
my
you're
token.
gonna yell at me for discarding this. Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh.
Why are you discarding?
I have to because of the
Draw 1, discard.
Draw.
Got it.
Or is it discard then draw?
It's draw then discard. It's blue.
Yeah.
Play a swamp because we're not making this look easy and pass the turn.
I did it.
Do you find the land?
I did. I found a land. We're going to not go on a cruise. We'll make an Is It Signet. And whatever, brainstorm. Go ahead.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw. And play a forest. Three, four. Let's see, what do I want to do? Let's have fun. Kira, Great Left Spinner.
The first spell that targets your stuff is countered.
Yep. It is a forest, comes to my hand. Pass turn.
Did you pay for
Nope.
Tap.
any cards?
I'm okay with that.
They're bad. I put them back with Brainstorm.
If you're not going to shuffle it away, Brainstorm
I
is
can't.
much a lock.
Yeah, it's not great. I've always
My
preferred
board
Ponder over
better.
Brainstorm.
Over.
My preference is to preordain.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm playing Legacy, then Brainstorm's fine, because, like, I have 12 fetch lands.
Yeah, no, but Legacy's different.
It's much different.
Um, I did manage to pick up a set of cons fetches when they were at their lowest, around $10.
Cool.
I do not have. I have.
Aren't they they're just reprints?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I have the cons printing because that was cheaper.
Because
Much
they're
cheaper,
much cheaper.
yeah.
4.
I also have a couple of different from Zendikar, but
And I'll
not
pay 1
enough
for
to-
Ristic Study.
But I do have the
Rawl Zarek.
Expedition.
What does Rawl do,
printing
Rawl
of,
Zarek?
Tarn?
Bring up Brawl Zarek.
of
Raul
Skulldugger.
Zarek. Oh, he's one of my
The
favorites.
original?
He flips coins.
No, yeah.
He does.
+1, tap target permanent, untap target permanent. -3, deal 3 damage to any target.
Yeah.
Yeah, any target. It says creature or player, right? Yep, so any target. And
Flips
-7,
fucking coins.
flip 5 coins, take a extra turn for every heads.
It's my favorite.
Yep.
My favorite Planeswalker.
Alright, so.
Not that I like blue red or anything.
I'm going to.
No, blue red is the best color
It gets
combination
countered.
ever.
It's my
It
favorite.
gets
It's
countered.
The
by-
first spell or ability that targets a permanent mine gets countered.
Is it spell or ability? Can I see
Yeah,
Kira?
it is spell or ability.
Okay.
It's so good.
Man.
She's played in Merfolk, which is super dumb.
The important thing is that all is not target.
Yes.
Yep.
Wrath effects are fine.
I'm perfectly fine with a Wrath.
Yeah,
well,
no.
maybe not for that. There's a lot of insanity going on over there.
I got nothing right now.
What are
Yeah.
you doing? Is this coffee?
What do you have over
You're
there?
so silly, thank you.
Nothing.
I have a Ristic Study and an Is It Signet and some
Alright.
lands.
The Ristic Study is gonna win him the game.
It will.
The Ristic Study wins games. Sorry, it
Yeah.
does.
Ristic Study on turn 3 pretty
I
solid.
really wish they'd reprint it so it's not being
Well,
$15.
it's gonna get countered, but I'm still gonna target you. Whatever.
Okay, you need to pop it. You need to pop it up.
Yeah. I
Does
did.
it stop the counters from going on?
No, she paying the counters is a cost.
Got it.
And yeah, so you'll tap it, that part gets countered, but she'll still untap.
Yeah, I'll still untap something.
No,
No?
because
I
it
won't.
counters the ability, it counters the whole ability.
Oh, it counters the whole ability.
If
You
that
still get the
became,
counters, but
if that became an illegal target, you would still get the other one because it has 2 targets, but because it's countered, it just goes off the stack.
just have something over there. Jesus.
Or shoot your own wizard.
I mean, you can tap any permanent, so you could tap my Skull Clamp, my Time Sieve.
Yeah.
You could tap an enchantment if you wanted to be particularly, I don't know, silly.
Or just a non-offensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could tap a Ristic Study. I wouldn't care.
Or tap this to make sure there's no counterspell sitting in his hand.
Hey, so when you
You could do the
played
same-
Raul Zarek, did
is it
you-
permanent?
I did.
No, it's
I
blue,
did.
it's-
I
No.
did pay for
Oh.
the Ristic Study, so you cannot draw a
I
card.
want
No.
all of my cards.
So you could tap his
Yeah.
lands, because it only protects his creatures. So you could tap the blue mana so that in case he was holding a negate.
Feel free.
Sure, I'll tap one of your land. That land.
Hinterland Harbor is the important.
I will untap that.
I'm just
You can
Doing
do
it
weird
all,
things
the
like
thing
tap planeswalkers.
I'm
Doesn't do
gonna-
anything, but you can
Right.
do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't do a damn thing.
I'm gonna take that down to 1 and make another wizard.
Val, what are you doing in there?
My turn.
Oh, it,
no.
it sounded like you're
I
stuffing your
will-
face for a second.
Do you have any creatures in play?
I don't have shit.
I have no creatures
You
as
don't
well.
have any creatures either.
Alright.
We're all very good at playing Magic.
You were the only one with a creature in play.
No,
Oh,
you've got
no,
2
sorry,
creatures.
Sorry.
2 creatures
Only
in
other
play.
person with a
3
creature
creatures in play. Do you have flying?
I do.
You do have flying.
It's Kira though, so if he blocks with
Yeah.
Kira, he loses it.
Which
this
is
true.
Disadvantageous for him.
If you
Yeah.
do that, I will remove your commander from your accessibility for the remainder of the game.
You
You
can't.
can.
Absolutely, I can.
Oh, you can turn it into a land.
I can turn it into a forest. Do not attack me.
Fucking
he will
serious?
fuck your shit.
I will turn it into a forest.
Are you fucking
Leave me alone.
So if you don't attack me, I'll make sure he can't turn your thing to a forest.
Just leave me alone.
And
All I'm
welcome-
saying is don't attack me.
Jana, I will do
Well-
what I Jayberry, I will do what I can
fine.
to back you up if you go in that way.
Will it not turn my? Will you prevent my
I will do what I can. Right now, with my 1 black mana, I can't do much. But I will
Yeah.
back you up. When I play creatures, they'll go that way as well.
Wouldn't you rather see me use that spell on one of them?
You're gonna use it on me, aren't
I'm
you?
probably going to use it on the Rhystic Study.
It's pretty important.
I would rather use it on the Rhystic Study, quite frankly.
Fine. You're forcing me to roll a die to figure out who to attack.
That's funny, right?
Who's on the die?
All 3 of you.
Okay,
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
5,
6.
6.
The dice are not my friends. I've lost every dice roll.
Yeah, you
tonight.
have. Holy shit.
Here comes the team.
Wait,
Well, I'll
just,
kill the
just
wizard.
the 4,
yeah.
4.
I'll
then.
take the 4
Just-
commander damage.
Alright, pass turn.
Even though you rolled, I will stand
Hold on,
by
before
my...
your untap phase. I'm going to Worldly Tutor.
So at the end of her turn.
I
Motherfucker.
reveal a Cultivate, comes to my hand because I can't cast it. And then I will put a creature on top of my library.
And you'll show us that creature.
Absolutely.
Then it goes... That was in her end's phase, so
Yep.
then it's my turn.
Absolutely.
That'll do.
Probably going to be a Reclamation Sage.
Master of Ethereum,
Did you just make a stack?
get a doodle.
Yeah.
Master
It's
is
not easy,
currently
really.
a 4/4.
Yeah.
What's that?
Enter the battlefield. I wasn't sure if it was ETB or dies.
Draw a card because I didn't pay.
Actually, you know what? Fuck that. I think I'll put a Seaborn Muse on top.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
It's like only slightly worse Prophet of Krufix.
There was a Prophet in here until it got banned.
Yeah.
Is it back?
That was
Is it
It's
unbanned
still
yet?
banned.
Is it unbanned yet?
I can't see the commander for the trees.
Trust me, when it gets unbanned, you'll know. Because it'll go
Yeah.
all back in all my green blue decks, too.
Is it unbanned yet?
What, Seaborn Muse?
No, Prophet of Krufix.
Prophet of Krufix.
Chase the Mind Sculptor.
So Prophet of
What
Krufix
is-
does everything this does and doubles mana?
No, and gives your creatures flash.
Oh, it gives your creatures flash.
Yeah.
That's,
Right.
Is that banned in commander?
It is banned in
Prophet
Commander.
is banned in Commander.
I need to look it up.
Unfortunately.
I don't know
I mean,
what it is.
literally, I don't think I ever saw a blue-green deck that didn't have a Prophet in it.
No, because it was also like $2.
Yeah, because no, it wasn't plain standard.
I
Yeah.
bought it at Origins and he was like, nope.
Nope, can't do it.
I'm gonna clamp up the Master
Master's clamped.
and pass turn.
Here we go. Wizard shit.
Land. Not land.
It's not a land.
Jesus Christ.
Basically,
Why did
I
they
am
create
never
this
going to
card?
What? Prophet?
Prophet of Corfix.
There's a lot of
Because
questions.
Seaborn Muse wasn't good enough,
There's a lot
apparently.
of questions I have about the Theros block. There are a lot of questions I have about the Theros block.
Are we going back to Theros?
We are.
Yeah. I mean, it was good in that block. It wasn't
No,
played in
but-
standard, right?
No, but there's a lot of like weird design choices that happened in Theros.
I like the whole Greek mythology thing.
I didn't like the block.
I love. I mean, we got gods.
One of the many things I did not like about the block.
So I like gods. I fucking loathe planeswalkers. I think they break the game to shit. But you gotta play them if you want to be competitive.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm distasteful with planeswalkers, but I loathe gods because
Spellseeker.
I have no idea what it does.
So when it enters the battlefield, search my library for an instant or sorcery with CMC 2 or less, reveal it, put it in my hand, then shuffle.
Cool.
And then it will be your turn.
So the biggest the original Theros gods were bad enough, and then every time they've integrated on the gods, they've made them
Left
more
yourself
powerful.
a 2 blue, huh?
I did.
Good to know.
I can't imagine what those would be for.
Well, you have to reveal the spell, so I'm sure you're going to show us the counter spell.
Right. Well, unless he's already got one in his hand.
I have one in my hand.
I love the blanket honesty.
I left 2 blue open, like.
Yup.
So I am, however, going to grab Echoing Truth. Because I learned what to do with this spell.
Wait till you're being killed.
Yes.
With a horde of fucking token mirror.
Yeah. I wonder what's gonna happen.
Or a horde of wizards. Are you done?
I can't make any more wizards.
Yet.
Forest.
How dare they?
Assume that a Grixis deck can make wizards.
Yeah. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do.
Doesn't
Oh,
work
great.
that way.
Oh no.
Hold on. Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna cultivate first. Alright, so I reveal first. Hey, it's a soul ring, comes into play.
Jesus.
Now we cultivate.
It's cast, not comes into play.
Right.
You have to pay to cast it?
No, it's cast for free.
Draw a card.
Oh.
Yep.
And then
Oh, now I get a land.
No, you draw 2 cards. Because you cast the Soul Ring,
sure.
and you cast the Cultivate.
Yep.
5.
I need to find something that allows me to have many cards in my hand.
You need a reliquary tower.
I don't believe you do.
One of the bells at the top.
And a bunch of other
and one into
things.
my hand. One into my hand. Cool.
You don't like gods, but you had a god in your last deck, right?
Yeah.
It's the last deck.
Just because I don't like them doesn't mean I don't acknowledge their power.
True.
But when the Gods of Theros came out, the commander around that time was, so what god are you playing as your commander? And that was right about the same time they made it so you can no longer tuck commanders.
Yep.
So gods like
Play a
Porphyros
Life
just
Crafter's
became...
Bestiary.
How many colors can exile enchantments?
2. Nah, fuck you.
What?
Alright.
White and green.
Yeah.
And there's about 2 cards in green at the time that did it, and maybe 4 cards in white. It was very difficult.
I'll move that there for now.
And they took away tuck, so
Yeah.
playing against command...
We good? I left you alone. We good now? I did other shit instead of fucking with you.
Maybe.
Go.
Untap?
That's a try.
What did you do? What did I miss?
I didn't turn your commander into a tree.
Untap mana, yeah.
I didn't
1
ask
blue
you to
green.
fuck your
Cool.
shit up.
So Swan Song.
What did you play?
Maybe.
But what did you play during your turn?
I
Just in
played.
case I missed it.
I played a Cultivate,
Which
Yeah.
got him a free...
which got me a free Soul Ring.
Then you played Life Crafters.
Then I played a Life Crafter's Bestiary.
And there's no trigger that because it only attacks the first time.
Correct.
Okay.
And did you draw 3 cards? Because he cast 3 spells.
I paid 1 extra for the third.
Yes.
Okay.
I only got to draw 2.
I'm just making sure I'm keeping track of all the triggers.
That you should absolutely do that because I have no fucking clue how many
Exactly
triggers are going on
why.
here.
Many of them.
There's a reason why I'm
I
doing
don't know
it.
anything about that.
What? Forgetting
Is it
triggers? Yeah.
No.
Alright, what am I
time.
playing? What am I playing?
It's what time?
It's a small bourbon drink time.
It's a small drink after
Oh
all.
god, oh god.
Tomorrow morning.
Sad.
This is my last game.
Yeah. Alright. 1. No. 1 blue, 1 red,
Is this your official coven initiation?
black.
Getting fucked in the face by
Saheeli.
Traxos in 2 turns? Yeah. I think so.
That was not entirely my fault.
No, it was only half your fault. The other half was the dictate. Felt more like a dick slap.
Wow. You're into that.
Is it fisting a clock? 'Cause I think it's
It
fisting a
is
clock.
definitely fisting a clock.
Oh my god. 3.
This channel is super not PG, right?
Alright, so...
There's a warning when you log in.
Is NPC still watching?
Yes. She says, yay gods.
Tell her that thank you for the bookers.
Alright. So, take this up
Seth
to...
says, thank you for the hookers?
Bookers.
DM says.
Thank you for the burn.
Right.
4.
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna scry everyone take 1 damage.
Oh, shit.
Grixis Planeswalkers.
I
That's
will
the thing.
put that on the bottom.
Grixis Walkers?
Yeah. That's what this is becoming.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will
I thought it was.
is.
I thought it was Nicol Bolas Tribal.
take
No,
this up to
it's Grixis
6.
Planeswalkers.
Yeah, it's Planeswalkers now.
That's cool. I should have played my Planeswalker deck with it.
Just
I'm
wait for the
gonna
deep glow state
untap
and it goes off.
this.
That's fine.
No,
Yeah,
it's a
but
Planeswalker
I'm not
deck.
gonna get it.
Every Planeswalker deck runs into Deep Glow Snake.
So I
Skate
took
that has
this
access
up
to one.
to 6. I'm gonna
Hookers and
tap
whiskey.
I mean, it's
Something.
harder to lower.
If you want to make sure your spells are not countered, you tap his island.
Yeah.
Not DM's,
This one?
his.
I'll tap your island.
Fuck me. Do I get to draw a card?
It's not it's not a spell.
Well,
I did play Saheeli, so yes, you get to draw a card.
Ah, fuck yes.
So you're welcome. It's not so bad.
it is so bad.
A tap 4 for the
It's not
chain
so
veil.
bad.
What does the chain veil do?
Pay 4, tap it. You can use all the activated abilities of your Planeswalkers another time.
Right.
Oh, shit.
At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control another Planeswalkers, lose life.
Yeah.
That's
I didn't
never-
activate a loyalty ability of a Planeswalker. I lose 2 life.
Wow.
Oh, it's been a while since I've actually had it come up in my Planeswalker deck. I might have taken it out.
This is the first time I've ever played this
Oh,
in
the chain
this
veil?
deck. So
You don't want to know what I got my Chain Veil for.
I probably don't.
When that set was released, everyone was like, the Chain Veil is trash, and it was $1 mythic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
People
All
don't.
right.
Well, because people didn't realize the
Well, back in-
amount of planeswalkers they were gonna make. And
Yeah, no.
Do you have any flyers?
No. Yes, I do, but
You do?
And the planeswalkers that were being
The,
played at the time were all
hasty-
cheap and
It was-
fast.
it was
I
Elspeth.
literally was nice to you last turn. You're gonna do it
Liliana.
again.
Well, I
Oh,
rolled
yeah,
last
yeah.
time.
Oh my god.
And it was they're all cheap and fast, and this is too
Haste
slow.
and
Yeah.
And then Commander really started taking off because this was 2015, which was the second year of Commander decks. And then Commander started taking off, and then they printed all. The next year they printed all the Planeswalker commanders, and suddenly the chain failed to me.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll just roll for it again.
Because back in the day, this is when my
Same
Planeswalker
numbers?
was 5 color.
Watch.
Oh,
Hey,
it's
I don't
me.
get
It's
it.
you. Nikki B.
Nikki B. It's like he's a little mobster.
I
lobster, Nikki B.
I haven't played a land yet, so I'm gonna play Terramorphic and crack it past turn.
Hookers and whiskey. I'm alright with hookers and whiskey.
It certainly beats hookers and blow.
Eh.
I can't. My heart will stop.
Mycosynth Wellspring, get a token. Search my library for a land. Put it in my hand. I want an island, I think. Oh, and you get a card.
Damn right.
I'm not
yeah.
even pretending.
Did you get another for the Chain Veil? There you go.
How many cards you got in your hand?
That's like 12 or something, but I only have 2 fucking lands.
I know, it's great. You're tapped down, right?
I have 1 open blue.
Swan Song.
Yeah.
It could
Maybe.
be.
But it doesn't hit artifacts. Swan Song hits enchantments and instants and sorceries.
Yes, it does.
Because I have memories.
Yeah.
Because somebody in this play group runs it.
Yeah. All the time.
1 mana counterspell? Fuck yeah.
Play an island. Play
You're
Scrap
still
Trawler.
awake, NPC?
Get a token.
She's allowed. She can be watching from bed.
Amazing.
She doesn't have to drive home later.
True that. Neither do you.
That's what I'm. Yeah. No, I only traveled fucking 4 hours today.
Oh yeah,
Jesus
it's 4
Christ.
hours. That's fun. But you're on a train. It's fine.
Tap Time Sieve. Sacrifice 3 tokens. Mycosynth Lattice and Scrap Trawler.
And what are we getting?
An extra turn.
There you go.
These both go to the graveyard. Scrap Trawler targets Mycosynth Lattice. Mycosynth Lattice returns to my hand.
Yup.
This drops down to being just 2. Who's got no blockers?
I have a 1/1.
Not me.
I have 2 blockers.
Alright, then I guess we just go to the next turn.
Did someone
Which you
tick-
control.
Yes, which is
sorry
mine.
to ask. Did someone tick you down? Did anyone tick him down when I scried with Saheeli?
You're at 38.
Alright then.
Just hit everyone, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it hit everyone.
Cool.
Well, I guess that means I'm at 39. Look at me go.
Mycosynth Wellspring, get a Deuter. Search my library for, we'll get a Swamp this time. Wait, I did not get a land when I sacked it, so I need to grab that land on that Swamp and Island. Cool. The goal here is to win.
Is it?
No, Demir.
Poor people.
You invite us over, I mean.
I know. For some
Poor
strange fucking
people.
reason. I'm just gonna watch. I'm gonna watch what happens. And laugh.
Are you dead?
I know what this deck does.
Play a
I've played
mountain.
it before. Everything is bad.
Everything is bad.
Remember that time
Everything
you,
is awesome.
tapped my other island?
Everything is cool
Yeah.
when you're
Yeah, you
part of the
shouldn't have done
team.
Someone convinced me to do it. I shouldn't have listened.
Right.
wonder why!
I thought you wanted your chain veil to resolve. I mean, I'm sorry for helping you.
I don't think that was a chain. That was a kind
You've
of
done the
target.
same thing, though.
You really have, DM.
Sure, but I'm saying you should know better by now.
No, I don't, because I still listen to you.
You should recognize my manipulation.
Vladimir,
You.
gonna do
You
that.
should recognize
No!
when manipulating you. I'm amused. What is that? Oh,
Vladimir.
black.
Yep, it's not gonna be around
If
very
I
long.
leave you alone, I die to you. If I leave her alone, I die to her. It's like I just got them in.
Tap 3 artifacts and 2 blue mana. Cast Reverse Engineer. Draw 3 cards. You can draw a card.
Yeah.
This doesn't end the way you think it does.
No.
You. Everyone else kind of knows.
Is there another time Steve turn coming up?
Yeah.
Are we done for this game?
I don't know.
Okay.
I am trying to combo off, but I'm not there.
Right.
Oh, I'm very familiar with blue-black artifacts. That was a deck in Modern for a while. Time Civ
It's a
and Sword of
different
the
thing
Week.
now.
Oh, no.
I draw 2 cards off of Skull Clamp. And I go find another land, put it in my hand. I need to find a specific artifact, or else this is just a really long exercise in masturbation.
Gotcha.
Basically.
If I can find the Skeleton Shard, then I got it.
Skeleton Shard reads...
Black tap, return a artifact from graveyard to hand. What?
Yep.
Or if
Are
I
you
can
done?
find... I'm starting the next turn. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4,
What
5,
5 did you sack for the next turn?
2 tokens, Master of Ethereum, Let It Mirror, Mycin Class.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I gotta sack down to 3. 1, 2... They're all my babies. 3. 3 lands. Untap.
I might have been able to do something like that if I wasn't worried about your counterspell of my Seedborn. Because it had drawn like 5 or 6 cards.
Nope.
Yeah.
Seedborn was not getting countered.
Yeah, it was. Before this happened.
Yeah.
Dark Steel Citadel. I have to cast the artifact though, which is just so sad. Can I get out? Yes, I can actually get these off. Saddest of Robots. Get a token.
Yeah, we're done.
I think so.
We're just watching masturbation at this
Yeah, it's
point.
what's happening. The first deck I built for Modern was Blue-Red Grape Shot.
happening because you tapped down an island.
Yeah. The biggest of eye rolls.
I love you, Jay Berry.
Really?
Never change.
Did I eye roll?
I don't know. But you should have.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. It was great. I loved it.
Pay 2 life to Phyrexian Metaphor, set Robot. Get another Duder. Get another land.
Sacrifice 5 artifacts, take the next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, we're done here.
I think so.
We're just gonna watch for the next 10 minutes while we lose.
I'm trying to build the combo. Right now, it's just more of me gripping the table angrily and going.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Those were words that were said.
They were indeed words, and they were spoken.
Sack 4 artifacts, and then the Darksteel Citadel for 5. Draw 2 cards. Take another turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Excellent! I found a win con.
There we go.
Alright, there you
Yay.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
What is the
Play an island.
one land?
The win con is angry sadness.
Basically.
Tide Hollow Strix, make a Duder. Do I do that this turn or I do that next turn?
I miss Blue-White Sphinx's Revelation with no win condition. That was a fun time to be alive.
Silas Wren, make a Duder. Tez the Schemer, drops with 5 tokens. This is the longest I've ever masturbated for the win.
I would like to know how many cards I get to draw.
I've not paid a single time. I might kill you by decking. Take up Tezzeret, get a token. Everything into the vault. Actually, we'll keep Cyrus and drop the... no, we'll keep...
If I untap, maybe. Do I get an untap step?
It's my turn still.
But, like, if I do...
Okay. We have to actually win this
No.
turn.
No.
How many counterspells are in your hand? Just for shits and giggles.
So far, just 2?
Sorry.
That's okay.
3.
You didn't know. Now you do.
Yeah.
You didn't know I was ready to go.
No,
It doesn't
I
matter if
didn't
you're ready
think
to
you
go.
were.
Like, you weren't doing anything for the rest of your... Like, seriously, like, you did it. There was nothing you were trying to get off, right? Other than the chain veil?
That was a jerk there.
Yeah.
Well, sorry.
Don't
apologize.
Yeah.
Marionette Master comes down with 3 duders.
We're dead. No, we're done.
What does Marionette Master do?
Whenever artifact
Yeah,
I
it's
control
over.
goes to the graveyard, everyone loses life and Marionette Master are found.
Well,
Yeah, we're done.
The aristocrats.
Yeah.
Not really, but.
Oh. You actually kind of screwed me with Nicol Bolas, too. I didn't want to get rid of anything in my
Kind of
hand.
what it does.
Yeah.
yes,
Right.
yes.
If I ever got too low, I was going to time reversal, draw a new hand of 7, and go again.
Yeah, that seems fine.
If I got
I guess I
another-
could do one more because that game was quick.
Yeah.
I
I'll play this
mean-
one again.
I mean, if I got another turn, I was going to
Claire, do you want to jump in?
flip
Okay.
this -4 it right away.
Who loves combo decks? I do.
I do.
Bring
I
this in,
fucking loathe combo
bring
decks.
this into play immediately, and then
So
immediately
decide amongst yourselves who lost first.
give it +2 to make them exile.
You have to admit, I mean, I didn't. Normally I wait till I have it before I go off, but that time I was just like, you know, I'm not going to get another opportunity like this. Might as well try.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, you're literally playing against 2 decks with a shit ton of counter spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wove that pretty well.
Yes, you did. You manipulated that pretty well.
You know, I love diplomacy.
It is the most fun part.
It really is.
Uh,
Alright, I'm good. I can play this.
Alright, I think everyone is sick of me playing combo decks, so I won't.
Then play whatever you want.
I am playing whatever I want. I am playing a nice, simple deck that hits
Oh.
people in the air.
Alright. I'm gonna...
if it's not fairies, I'm gonna cry.
It's not fairies.
I'm gonna cry.
You cry a lot. You
I
cry
do.
whenever I do
Feel a
things.
vivid growth for an island or something that makes blue mana. That makes blue mana.
I mean, if I recall correctly, last game, or the first game I played, you're like, I'm gonna go to my crying corner.
Yes, yes, my crying face.
It's the crest out, yeah.
It's the cry step right before the in step.
Basically.
This is not a combo deck. I'd like everyone to know.
Okay.
Not a combo deck.
Until it combos off.
It does not combo off.
What is it?
It is
Sigarda.
Sigarda, Host of Herons.
Oh, nice.
You can't make me sack.
We cannot make you sack, but you can make us sack.
That's not what the deck
I
does.
know.
It's green
Green
white.
white. Yeah.
Green white doesn't make anyone sack. Not ever. Not even once. Not even with a couple of cards that are really good, but not in this
Nope.
deck. They're in 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus.
Huh.
Is that the 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus?
This is not 1,000 Atrocity Apparatus.
Oh.
This is
I already played that.
What
That
do you
was
call
Thurgo.
that one?
Ethereal Dreams. It's a nice.
Does it just make shit tons of angels?
No.
Okay.
That it used to, but that all moved to my angel deck.
Pull up the commanders.
Yeah.
I want-
We're
I
doing
wanna
the
keep this
same
one a
ones.
surprise.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not because y'all would like rebel,
All right.
or you just
So just go around. You're doing
Same thing.
host.
Sigarda,
the
Host of
Herons
Heron is
over
the new
there.
one.
This one. And then everything else is staying the same.
Yep.
But pull them up so people on the
Yeah.
stream can see them.
So
Yep.
we've got spells.
Watch. I'm shitty about it, and I don't care.
There you go.
I'm playing Rashmi,
Yep.
No land.
and you're playing.
I'm still gonna play Nicol Bolas.
Oh, I think we didn't go too far enough for that.
Yeah.
So just type in Nicol. And then that insanity transforms into that. I really expected you to actually transform it on that turn instead of... 'cause
I
the
couldn't. I didn't have the mana. I needed
Oh, I thought
one
you
more
had
mana.
7
I
mana.
needed one more turn.
Gotcha.
I needed one more turn.
And then
Which you
Yeah.
could have had. Which you could have had.
you're playing... What is it?
Yes,
Mizzix
please.
of the
So are you
Astartes.
really saving the counterspell for me and not the Seaboard Muse?
Absolutely.
I expected it to be the Seaborn Muse.
I expected it to be the Seaboard Muse.
Because that would have turbo-powered everything.
But Seaborn is.
I would have been able to
universal,
counter anything every turn.
No, Seaborn is just him.
Yeah.
Which is why we thought it was
Yeah, no,
for him.
Seaborn would have got countered.
Yeah, I mean, it's and it lets me untap everything. I get to play a spell and draw a card and maybe play that one from free every turn.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, that would
turbo-powers
have got
that.
countered.
Why don't you go first?
Me?
Yeah.
It makes me go
Okay.
last.
Yep.
Draw this. We're gonna play this mountain. Go ahead.
Oh my.
After
Are you good?
I'm good.
right.
I'm fine. I'm happy.
We're gonna play a Lumbering Falls tapped.
hexproof.
When I turn it, if I ever turn it into a creature.
Sure.
Well, the
very
first
good.
game we played, I was hitting people
Discard
with
something
Manlands.
again.
Mini
Do you
Shamwood
have
Vince.
2 colors at least?
No.
Well,
One color.
yeah, kill it all and get a new one.
I would definitely shuffle that back.
Just draw the next 7. Are they playable?
Potentially.
2 land.
Yeah, just keep doing that, and then once you get one that's usable, then shuffle everything back through. It just makes it go faster.
That'll work.
2 land.
Shoot.
If you say 2 land again, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
One land.
1 land. No land.
4 land. I'll take it.
Yes. take
Okay,
it.
I was
4
I
is
was
good.
I was crafting a hand for her. I grabbed 3 lands, and I was gonna just shuffle the rest of it.
There you go.
There you go.
I'll shuffle that.
Draw a card.
Yeah, just draw a card and
Yeah,
shuffle
I'll
it later.
shuffle
Yeah,
Got it.
just grab a random card from it.
You want to shuffle or are you good?
That's fine. Island go. Actually, Island Soul Ring go.
There you go.
Bountiful Promenade,
Okay. Well,
Exploration.
seems
Nice.
about fucking right.
Oh shit, I did that backwards. Do you mind?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go.
you cast the exploration first.
How do you cast the Exploration with no mana?
I did it backwards. I meant to play the
Oh.
forest first, then play the 1
Right.
Exploration.
Oh, is Exploration double lands a turn? I thought Exploration was
Yes.
every time opponent plays
Yeah,
land.
an
I play one.
additional
That's Virgin.
land.
Gotcha.
which
version-
is no longer in this deck.
What?
Reasons. Land tax, pass turn.
No one's ever gonna have more land than you.
That's not true. You don't know how many lands are in my hand.
Okay.
That might be all the lands in my hand.
It might.
Go.
Also, that look you gave me was priceless.
Rampant, pass turn.
See, now you have more lands than me.
There you go.
It is a thing that happened for exactly this turn.
Yep. It's okay.
Actually, yeah. But, I mean, it's still 3 lands to my hand. I get to play 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Feels good.
It's
I'm,
strong.
I'm a fan of land tax.
Alright. What do I got? 3?
Which one's in my hand? Okay, I want an island.
Evolving Wild go.
Untap. Land tax trigger. Plains. Forest plains.
Is it really?
You got 3 lands. 3 is more than 2.
3 basic land cards.
Yeah, plains, forest, plains.
Oh, I thought you said force planes.
No,
I thought you.
no, I was just calling them the order I grabbed them.
Gotcha.
No, I did not go grab. There are in here, and I do
Right.
have the ones that do grab bait.
I'm annoyed that I don't actually have a tropical island or a fucking forest island in here. I don't know what the fuck's up with that. Oh well.
Do they have? No.
There's
not
several
Battle for
forest
Zendikars.
islands.
Battle for Zendikars have 2
Yeah, but they don't have the.
cross colors. Yeah, no, that's why they're only in my dual color decks because it bothers me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Draw. Well, I'm gonna surprise everybody and play a forest and a plains.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Cigar is 5.
Yep. No, 6. 5. 5. You're right. Yeah. Seal of Primordium past turn.
Nice.
Sacrifice
That is my
it,
favorite
for
little.
target artifact.
That and the white one. Just
It's in
keep,
here.
just keep recurring them
It's in here.
over and
Has
over
anyone
again.
figured out what this deck is yet?
Enchantments, maybe?
It's Enchantress.
Yeah.
Brainstorm. Well,
Was that a bad brainstorm?
would you like to know all of the cards in my hand?
I look over at your lands to see if you have untapped, and you're like, "Argh."
Yes. What Seal of Primordium do?
Sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's here for things like boots,
Yeah.
Yep.
or true convictions, or whatever bullshit he's gonna pull.
We'll find out.
I don't know, like Rashmi?
Rashmi's a creature, not a land.
Go.
It only destroys land?
No, enchantment or artifact, sorry.
Tap. Draw. I should have gone for... Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
DM owns a tropical island, it's just not in the deck.
Yeah. Oh, you know why? All 4 of them are in my awful legacy infect blue-green deck.
That makes sense.
Urborg.
Jimbo, everything's a swamp now.
In addition to its other land types,
Small gremlin.
The little gremlin behind me is actually paying attention.
It's a gremlin.
Or I go this way.
Well, it's easier that way. There's a little gremlin.
I don't know what to do. One swamp and colorless
Where's the colorless?
tutor.
Oh,
Onyx
it
tutor?
never mind.
makes up.
Now I understand.
Theirs is a colorless.
Now I understand.
Yeah. Pass. I don't know what I'm gonna pick, to be honest.
Board wipe. No.
I'm gonna play 2 lands.
No white in there, so there's no merciless eviction.
What do I need to get rid of?
All enchantments.
Yep.
There's only what?
3.
Enchantments.
It's an enchantment deck.
I don't know if I have an
So
enchantment.
anything that's gonna fuck enchantments get.
And
don't
Grixis,
know.
that's a very short list.
I don't know if I have it.
Get a
to be
Cyclonic
honest.
Rift if all else fails.
Let me see if I have one in here.
Would you like help?
Herald of the Pantheon.
Sure.
Enchantment spells try cast cost 1 less.
Yep.
Whenever I cast an enchantment, I gain a life.
Indeed.
Oh,
The
there's all your
Mending of
lands.
Dominaria
Yep.
enters with a lore counter. I mill 2 and then return a creature from graveyard to hand. Aura of Silence and Croson Verge. Nothing comes back yet. Pass turn.
Here we go.
Wheel of Morality. Turn. Tell us the lesson that we should learn. Is it combo decks should not be let to untap?
Right.
Is it combo decks should, like, have any fucking cards?
Combo deck.
Maybe. We're just gonna play Mizzix because I can't do shit. So, your turn.
Just take a counter spell.
I mean, yeah.
It's not a combo deck. It's just fun.
Hi.
Jay,
Either
did you
that
finish?
or I'm gonna take
Yeah,
this.
you're good. I cast Mizzix and did nothing.
No.
I mean, if you want
If you need land in that, take it. Yeah.
yeah,
Either that or I take a land.
Reliquary Tower.
Or something that allows me to draw cards.
I would grab something that lets you ramp Fellowar Stone, because if you got it in there, you could play a land and play the Fellowar Stone the same turn if you're trying to get ahead on mana. I wouldn't use it for a land, because...
Why bother? Yeah.
Well, no, if you draw a land, then you block yourself up. I'd grab a cheap land.
I would like to play a Magus of the Future.
I'm tapped out.
And so is that.
Flip top card?
Zendikar Resurgent comes to my hand.
Yep.
And I play with the top card revealed. It's a Pongify.
You were a good enchantment.
What's that?
You were a good little enabler, but you're dead now. It's Pongify, exile, or destroy.
Destroy. Cannot be regenerated. And you get a 3/3 ape.
Monkey see, monkey punch face.
Wow.
It's a 2/2.
I'm gonna hit you with the 2/3.
These are things that happen. I mean,
Take 2/3 Rashmi damage. There's something I've never actually uttered.
I mean,
Wow.
I just would like to point out to everyone, I'm not gonna combo off like last game. I'm gonna play nice,
gotcha.
fair magic.
Nice fair magic.
If you want to watch for the guys gonna combo off, it's over there.
Oh, I know.
You've won every game, right?
No,
Yes.
no, she won that one.
The
the
Exsanguinate.
Oh, I forgot.
Exsanguinate
about that.
and things. If I had played my hand differently,
Gary.
I had drawn a card on his
Yeah,
turn
that.
and routed before her combat and then won.
What about magic is fair? Very little.
All right, my turn.
Yeah.
Is fair? Nothing.
I am playing nice, clean, fair magic.
Right.
I mean, green and white is as fair as Magic can get, but it's still not fair.
I play mana to cast spells. That's as fair as Magic gets.
Yes.
Number of lands, DM?
4, 5.
5 lands.
4, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little
How
wild.
many lands do you have in that deck?
36.
Really?
Yup.
How many rocks do you have?
At least 2. We've seen.
6.
You run tight.
It's just been getting
Yeah.
screwed.
I usually run about 45 ramp plus land.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm at 42.
It depends on the curve of
I don't
the
think
deck.
I own a deck that has more than 40 land in it.
No, 45 land plus ramp.
Oh, all right. Yeah, land plus ramp. That's
and
about right.
It depends on the curve of the deck. The like Traxos is running the bare minimum. It's like 39. Because I need to get to 4, and anything after that is just gravy.
Right.
But Timur is running like close to 50 because it wants to get these huge mana
Floating.
bases.
Big things.
That I can't do
copies.
anything with.
Yeah.
Everyone discard a card. My commander's in.
Goodbye, Celestial Ancient.
We'll discard this thing.
And pass turn.
Uh,
Oh, man.
after your draw. So I draw and then I mill two. Fleecemane Lion and Courser of Crufix. I'm going to get back Courser of Crufix
Why?
because I mill two and then return a creature from graveyard to hand.
Gotcha. Oh, it's the thingy.
Yep. I'm going to play a forest. Or, no, not going to play a forest.
What is the final little bit of the Dominaria thing?
I shuffle my graveyard in... all lands in my graveyard go to play, and then I shuffle my graveyard in my library, then this goes to the graveyard.
Gotcha. Do
So
you have
if-
any lands in your graveyard?
One. It's not great right away, but
Late game, yeah, I can see.
I had nothing else to do, and I can eventually recur it, so...
Gotcha.
I'm going to play Courser of Crufix, then I'm going to play a land and gain a life. Go back up to 40.
Hey, look, we're all going to be playing with our top card revealed.
I flip the top card of my deck,
Not-
and it is Krond the
shit.
Dawnclad. Then I'm
We'll
going
do it. What? We have to do
No.
No, it's
Look
it's
up
just
Krond.
funny. We both have to. Yeah, Kron
Oh,
cannot
okay.
ever be enchanted.
Maybe if I drew more lands, I would join the club too.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to put or play Sigarda, Host of
Okay.
Herons, and I'm going to pass my turn.
Okay, I'm gonna untap. I'm gonna draw a card. Ooh, look. We're gonna go Mystic Retrieval, make a experience counter. Return
That's a problem.
Brainstorm to my hand.
Yep.
We're gonna cast Brainstorm, and we're gonna find a fucking land.
No, you're not.
No, we're not.
Why aren't you?
I'll put it back the way you want it, at least.
Why aren't you?
He doesn't want any of it. He wants a land.
I just
I
want
know,
a
but
fucking land.
done.
Yep.
In many ways, in fact.
Pongify. And I have a Progenitor Mimic on top of my library. I'm going to play a Path of Ancestry tapped. And I think I shall pass turn.
This is a nice, fair game of Magic.
Absolutely.
You keep saying that. That word fair, I'm not sure it means what you think.
Well,
it
this is
means.
one of my fairest decks. It's one of the decks that doesn't like storm off or combo off or take all the turns.
It does all the damage.
It's somewhere between Stax and Voltron.
Oh god. Okay.
See, what happens is, everyone sitting around the table needs to play each one of your decks once to know what it does before we can actually have a fair game of Magic.
I mean, I would totally be willing to bring all my decks with me and hand everyone a deck.
Sure, but again, we don't all know what to do. The point
But-
is,
but
you
the-
can't do the political or the tactical stuff unless you actually know what the deck does.
Well, so there's two skills there. One is
Yeah.
retention. The other one is analyzing what's on the table.
Yep.
Like, I figured out what his deck did watching him play against someone before me.
Right.
And like, yeah, I have a lot of decks, but that's because I don't like to play the same deck over and over again. And I haven't played this deck in a long time, and it's really just, it's a nice,
It's a nice deck.
it's a nice
It's
fair
a
deck.
nice
All
deck.
things considered, though.
It
As she
Hang out.
angrily grips the
No.
table.
It's a nice
that was
deck.
last game.
That was so good.
I'm gonna hang out, go.
My favorite sentence.
I played a Visage of Bolus and I looked for
Do you keep
Nicobolus
repeating that to
and
convince them or
Deceiver.
yourself?
What? A little bit of both.
Not like I'm gonna play it anytime
Croson
soon.
Verge comes to play, I gain a life.
Croson Verge.
Oh, I gained a life from playing.
See,
Enchant.
Bunny, you and I think alike.
Which one's Bunny?
Rad Rachel.
Rad Rachel. Okay. Shuffle everything back in. And Mending goes to graveyard.
I really like these truffle almonds. They're
So,
very
like,
good.
my dragon deck is fairly fair. It just hits you with giant dragons. The Naya deck is not fair because it plays a ton of things that untap land and cast spells for free, and plays giant monsters when you're doing that. It's kind of unfair.
Yeah.
That's pretty fair.
No, not when you're casting.
Is it Mile?
No, it's Zakama.
No.
So I tap all my lands, then cast Zakama, untap, basically take another
Yeah.
turn.
Yep.
The Sunbirds goes off, and everyone cries a
And
little bit
everyone
on the inside.
cries.
Move to cry phase.
Reveal top card.
What is it?
It's Plains.
Okay.
Play a Plains. Gain a life. Flip top card. It's Shalai.
Nice.
But we aren't at Shalai yet. We're still trying to play fair. This blocks that, so I shouldn't attack. DM's a whole sentence of problems.
Jesus.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Progenitor Mimic on top of my deck doesn't know what I'm talking about when I
I
say.
have no idea what you're talking about, I'm sure.
Do you say that to convince everyone else or just yourself?
I'm lying!
Yeah, sometimes it goes on.
No, I was echoing back to the previously said
I
thing.
know, it was funny though. I just wanted to yell I'm lying at someone, which is amusing.
Okay.
Rad Rack. Got it. Someone clip that. That needs clippage. Why don't you
That
clip
needs
it?
yeah, you can clip it.
You can clip it. I think
I am not doing anything.
I think
We're
she's,
going to Cyclonic Rift Nicobolus.
No, because it makes you discard when it comes in.
Yes.
Oh, you want to discard?
Yes.
Oh, alright, off you go.
I don't have fucking any cards in my hand, and I would like to cruise.
Oh, gotcha. I'm gonna counterspell that.
The Cyclonic
I'm gonna
Rift?
counterspell that and draw 2 cards.
Ah, I hate it.
Well, wait. You have the option to pay 3 because it's.
He doesn't have 3, does he?
I do. I have access to three.
Okay, then I will choose pay 3 twice and then draw 1 card.
Okay. I will not pay 6.
I just
One
want to give you
card.
this full option.
I'm going to play Nivix Goldmist.
First spell you cast. Would you?
And
Wait.
it was, so that comes in.
That's cast. Yep.
It's a Nicobolus. Everybody discard a card.
Yes.
No, actually, I think it might be Sigarda. Let me read Sigarda.
5/5 flying hexproof. You can't be forced to sack things. It's probably Sigarda.
It's probably Sigarda.
Okay. Shit.
Stunt double is a Sigarda.
no getting rid of cards then.
Well, go ahead.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
We can be.
Oh, a propaganda!
Fuck no. It's pay 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
There, I wouldn't know anything about Ghostly Prison at all.
No.
Propaganda.
I want to go on a cruise.
You're going by yourself.
I am.
You know what? Fuck it. I think I'd actually like to play the propaganda.
Good night, NPC. Thanks for watching us.
Yeah, good night, NPC.
Can't
Good luck
believe you're up
tomorrow.
this late.
Propaganda.
3.5 hours of sleep.
Forest comes to my hand. I will play the
But
forest.
why?
I will play Kira the Great Glass Spinner. And I will... And actually, let's do it that way so that I scry. I know what that is, and I want it there.
What is it?
Whisper Silk.
Cool. Can I get a land count from you, DM?
7.
Cool.
Nope.
No, I'm at 9. It's about to get much higher.
Hold on. Oh, you could just play it again. I'll just keep it as a blocker. Pass turn. Although I suspect I'm not going to die to creatures attacking me from you.
It's gonna be.
No.
He's gonna draw his deck and do damage along the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if he never draws mana,
Look, it's not happening this game, and that's fine.
It doesn't happen in last game with the Ristic Study even, right?
Yeah, that was really annoying.
I gave you so many cards.
I had like 30 cards in my hand.
That's crazy.
I gave you so many cards. It was great.
I want them back.
Sorry.
I want to not have brainstorm locked myself twice this game.
Whose fault is that?
It's definitely not mine.
I got fuck all.
Me too.
I don't have anything.
Untap mana DM.
1 blue.
One Swan Song.
Or Pongify.
I'm not worried about Pongify. Oh no, you blew up one of my creatures.
I know.
They're small, supporty things.
Well, the enchantments are one less is a problem, but
I don't have anything that's counting them right now, though.
yeah.
Everything is bad.
I'm just assuming that a propaganda isn't a problem for you right now.
Me?
No.
When I finally
God.
swing on you, it's
It-
to kill you.
it'll be a
with
problem.
one giant creature
Exactly.
and gain 50 million life.
Right.
50 million exactly.
Yes.
Celestial Mantle's in the deck. Yes, it is gain 50 million.
Oh my god, I hate that card.
I learned it from watching him.
Yeah, we were playing one game one night. It was
scrying
Omnath
everyone.
against my
Everyone
White
take a
Life
damage.
game
Take
deck.
a
Oh
damage.
god.
Everybody take a damage.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Yeah.
And literally the game ended when we were over 1,000 life each, and it was Tom Otterson. We're like, okay, we're done here.
My favorite.
just-
So
It's a
that,
draw.
That white deck has a really hard time beating it because he
Pass.
plays the kids in the
It's a
flips.
ridiculous pillow fort.
But I have beat it by
You
Kuro
took-
Pitlord. I just asked him for his total toughness in each turn, paid that much life, killed everything,
Right.
then put a Vampiric Leap on Kuro and beat him back.
Oh god.
I love
And
that
it's
deck.
Shadow, like you can't. Is that
No,
the Shadow one?
it's not the Shadow one. I
Oh,
just killed everything and hit you for 9.
Oh,
I
man.
don't shadow creature.
Untap. During my upkeep, I will draw Shalai, flip,
What is it?
a Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, okay, imagine that.
Then I'm going to pay 2 and sack the Verge.
To what?
Crozen Verge sacks to
Oh,
find
sorry.
a forest and a plains, but it doesn't specify basic.
You played that last turn?
Yep. No, it came into play last turn from the Mending.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to grab a Temple Garden and a...
Tapped.
Yep.
Got it.
Another one's in here. Sacred Groves.
Cool.
Or Scattered Groves. Those one are tapped. They don't gain 2 life because 2 lands in the battlefield.
Cool.
That gives me 6 mana to work with. Land on top, land on top.
Bunny. Oh no, you blew up my battleship. There are no battleships in my deck. Well, maybe. My battleships consist of other people's copies of other people's.
Top
Yeah.
card is a Soul Snare.
Nice.
To the utter surprise of no one, Shalai, Voice of Plenty. Me and other creatures I control have hexproof.
Yeah, before that comes in, I'm going to Pongify something.
Shalai on stack.
Slides on the stack, Pongify the 1 casting cost. I'd like to see what's on top of your deck and what you're drawing. Have an ape. It's a 3/3.
I got a name.
Okay. When I draw that, flip that. Hey, look, a wasteland!
First,
First
what'd
spell I cast this turn.
you draw?
Oh, I drew the Whisper Silk that was on
Cool.
top.
And I will pass turn.
Here we
And
go.
I should probably put the Pongify in my graveyard.
Please. If you could not cheat, it'd be great.
I should probably put that spell I just played in my graveyard. Hey, look, a land!
I fucking did it.
How'd you get past the brainstorm lock?
I drew a card with Nivix Guildmage.
That'll do it.
It happened to be an island. I am pleased. Also, it happens to no longer be my turn.
So let me get this straight. You paid 4 mana to find one.
Hey, you know what? You got it. Merry
3
Christmas.
mana.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yup.
Oh, hey, look at that!
No.
So no one should
is
let
it?
that be a thing ever.
What is it?
Temporal Mastery.
I'm playing green-white. My response to take an extra turn is, yep, that's an interesting.
Mana Tithe.
Like I'm gonna run Mana Tithe in a fucking
just for
Enchantress
that.
deck.
It's important.
The other
It's
thing
not
is,
that
is
important.
when DM casts it, because he's gonna cast it on someone else's turn, because it'll be the first card he draws,
Right.
he's gonna pay it for 2. I can't stop that. Because miracles are fucking fair.
Yep.
Yep.
But he doesn't actually draw it when he casts it on other people's turns, he puts it in his hand.
Right.
So we can...
So I'm gonna probably have to wait.
Yeah.
So next turn you get all the turns.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, it's not like it's a time seat
I'm not
Yeah.
going there.
with an art... No, DM plays extra turn spells more fairly than I do.
I think most people.
Well, I'm gonna play a 7 casting cost Zendikar Resurgent and take another turn.
It's CMC less than.
What's that?
Less than.
2.
No, it's CMC is the number at the top left.
Oh, alright. Shit.
You gotta pay 8 if you want to get a free turn.
Yeah, I do. Oh, hey, look, I didn't play my land for a turn. Wasteland.
That doesn't...
But it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't matter. So that's... Actually, I can do it this way. So it's gonna come to my hand,
Yep, flip top.
right? Watch. Wasteland 2 for a Simic Signet. Play all that for the Zendikar.
Well, if you cast the Simic Signet, then you definitely comes to your hand before you...
Right,
Yeah.
it comes to my hand, and then I play this
Yeah.
thingy. And that's it. That's my turn. Just gonna sit.
You tapped out.
I am completely tapped out.
Cool.
You do recall there's nothing.
Nothing to me?
I'm good.
Like, I haven't seen you draw a counter spell, but I haven't been able to track every card going in and out of your hand. Because even there's limits to even my brain.
You saw me throw back a hand 2 games ago that had something in it. It's okay.
2 games ago?
I literally had no land in my hand. I'm like, I can't believe I'm throwing this back, but I have no land.
Yeah, but I don't remember. 2 games have occurred.
They were quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are things that can be cast with no mana.
Oh yeah, force.
Well, I got fuck all.
Misdirection.
So whatever.
Yep.
Force.
Complete misdirection.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he's talking about the card
I
misdirection.
love misdirection.
I got nothing.
What is
So
misdirection?
I'm gonna play
It's
Lethal
exile a blue
Vapors.
card out of your hand instead of paying its mana cost.
Whenever
change the
you
target
know-
spell.
Oh, the change the
Whenever a creature comes into play, destroy it. Pay 0, destroy lethal vapors, and skip your next turn. You may any player may cast a blue.
When I was 16 and couldn't afford Force of Wills, I played
Last-
misdirections, and they fucking
Wait,
won sometimes.
sure.
yes, sorry.
In this game, nobody expects it to.
Forgot
Yeah,
about
exactly.
that.
Oh, I do.
Forgot to check that up. Everyone lose a life.
You know what annoys the shit out of everybody?
Everyone lose a life.
Lethal vapors.
Yeah, well, that too. But, what is it? Oh, shit. I just forgot what I was about to say. Yeah, it's way after meta clock.
Me too.
Less than 10 lands, DM.
Yes.
Okay. My turn.
7 and a
Yep.
Signet.
I mean,
Angelic Destiny on top.
you can remove the L.
Enchanted creature
plus
gets
4 and an angel.
+4, and an angel, and first strike.
Got it.
No.
And flying. But, I mean, most things I put it on are already flying. And first.
Yep.
Soul Snare.
In response,
Nice.
I'm going to Stroke of Genius for 1.
You do you.
It's important.
I'm sure it is.
Pass turn. I'm okay with the status quo right now.
Just FYI, if anyone missed it, I have a Lethal Vapors in
Yeah,
play.
we can't play creatures. Or they die, right?
I mean, I can play indestructible creatures.
Wait,
Got it.
are they destroyed or they're destroyed?
If a creature comes into play, it's destroyed.
But it does enter the battlefield.
Yes. It does enter the battlefield, and you can, in response to the trigger, regenerate it. Do you have a band-aid or
Sure.
a scab? Mine broke.
Take your turn and I'll
Okay.
take mine. Well, let me get it while you're taking your
I
turn.
mean, this isn't. I'm not gonna bleed out or anything.
Hello, small gremlin.
Small gremlin doing a tired.
Okay. In all seriousness, that's gonna get out of control much faster than me.
Me or him?
That.
I agree. I'm just trying to draw some fucking lands here.
I understand you poorly constructed your deck.
It.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but it kind of feels that way.
No, that's 100% what has happened.
Because this is the third game you've bitched about not being able to draw lands.
Well, that always happens.
And looking at the amount of card draw you have, it might be time to cut 2 or 3 cards for 2 or 3 lands.
I need less put cards in my hand and more lands to cast the things.
Yes. It's always a difficult balance with blue-red, because my blue-red runs real low to the ground, too.
Yeah.
And it wants to cast huge things.
It's the first 3 playthrough curse.
What?
It's the first 3.
But this is literally your alpha test of it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's doing pretty much what I want. It needs more mana rocks.
It needs to be tuned.
Yeah.
Yeah. This deck was not perfect the first time I played it.
No.
You have an adhesive bandage brand.
That's fine.
Band-aid.
It is your turn.
I'm gonna go home, take it off, and put on liquid Band-Aid, but...
We're all just sitting here waiting
I'm
for shit
casting
to happen.
nothing.
I mean, Jayberry has put us on an enforced long game.
Not really.
Not for me.
No one
care.
can advance the board state.
Because I've never done that.
Well, it's all in that favor.
I am super fine with it.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I've got out my most important creatures.
Well, let's see. I think.
That's a first.
Shut it. Shut up, hooker.
Just because I make money in ways you can never imagine doesn't mean that I'm a poker.
Oh, I'm sure I can imagine.
No, my hooker.
All right. Command tower.
Yep. How many turns you taking?
No, not yet. We're not ready to do that quite yet. Let's see.
Yeah.
I would like to play an Archaeomancer. Comes in, dies. Gives me a Mystic Confluence back. Lightning Greaves comes in. Void Slime's on top.
Counterspell.
Yep.
Counterspell or counteractivate ability.
Triggered.
And trigger.
Counter any activated or triggered ability.
That's pretty good.
I love Void Slime.
It's
Spell activated or triggered.
I know many.
basically
Anything.
anything that can happen.
Anything
If my
that
deck
annoys
has
me.
green and blue in it, it has that in it.
Yeah.
Again, a card that, like, before Commander got really big.
So it'll counter that.
Oh, and I also draw the Void Slime because of the
Will it
Zendikar.
It can counter that.
Yeah. The destroy. Yeah.
I don't care right now.
I thought you already drew something.
No, I got to play this for free because it was on top because of Rashmi is the first spell I
Right, so
played
then
this
why
time.
did the...
Zendikar Resurgent, I cast a creature spell. I draw a card.
Okay, that's what I missed.
Sorry, yeah.
There are a lot of triggers going on in this game I'm
There
trying to track.
are, it's going to be
Yeah, a
rough.
few of them.
Path of Ancestry, and a Signet, and an Island for Muldrifter. It's going to die.
Did you evoke it or pay full cost?
Pay full cost.
Why?
Because I wanted to cast the creature to draw another card.
Evoking it is still casting it.
You didn't cast a creature.
Yeah, you did. It's a creature.
No, I guess it's
No.
cast and then sacrificed.
Yeah,
right?
it's casting and sacrificed.
You may cast a spell. Yeah, I guess I did cast a creature. All right, fine.
It is a creature the whole way down. The only difference is that you sack it upon
All right, cool.
entering.
I'm going to scry. I don't need that.
We get to see both of the 2 draws off the Muldrifter. Swan Song and...
Mystic Tutor. Alchemist Refuge on top. Doesn't matter that I have 10 cards in my hand because of Tower.
Hello.
Hello there. Oh, that's I didn't know who that was.
Do you know them?
That's us.
Oh.
I responded.
No, I mean the one before that.
Oh. Hi, Dave. Deva? Ah, nice.
Deva.
Deva.
Deva?
Deva.
Deva?
All right.
It is late. My eyes are starting to blur.
I know,
Yeah.
right? I think for right now, I'm gonna sit tight.
Untap mana,
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
and there's at least one blue in there.
Several.
There's at least
Two,
2,
four.
4 blue.
So Swan Song and the triggered one could both go off.
Yep.
Swan Song kind of fucks me because
Enchantments.
Yep.
It's
But
fine.
you get a 2/2.
A 2/2.
A 2/2. Yes.
2/2 flyer that you can put a shit ton of enchantments on.
Until they're countered with the.
Void Slime.
Well, but that's just it. You counter it, I get a 2/2 flyer, and then it dies.
Oh shit. Yeah. God.
If I get a Seaborn Muse, the game's over.
It's got to survive though.
Well, I'll skip my next turn happily.
Everyone take a point of damage. I'll leave that on top.
37.
42.
1,
Maybe the correct answer is just to outlast this.
4.
Sit here with life and just let the game happen.
I don't know that you can outlast this.
This.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Nicol
yeah, but nobody's
Bolas.
attacking.
Oh,
it.
Nicol Bolas God
God
Ravager.
Pharaoh.
Yeah, God Pharaoh.
Wait, let's see what it does. Let me make sure I don't need to counter that.
You need to counter that.
Exiles cards. You know what? Fine. I will counter it.
Oh my god. So,
+1, everybody exiles 2 cards from their hand.
Yeah.
That's the one you care about.
I know. Mystic Confluence. How much money do you have left? Any?
1.
No,
All right.
no.
So I'm gonna draw. I'm
That
gonna.
doesn't tap.
Yes,
land.
it's a swamp.
It counts as a swamp.
I didn't know that this whole fucking time.
Yeah.
I am so
Or
sorry.
Horde? Yeah.
Or is a swamp.
So what happens is it makes everything into a swamp. So everything gets the little. This taps for 1 black. Even this.
Oh.
This is why in a lot of newer cards they've worded as everything else does, and then give it to the thing already.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So pay 3 or the spell's countered, and the other 2 modes are draw 2 cards. So the first thing I'm doing is, this is whatever comes in. Right.
Non-land goes to your hand.
No, it goes in my hand. All right. Then I'm going to draw a card. We get to see it. Evolving Wilds.
Yep.
Draw
My
a card.
favorite art.
Terastodon.
Terastodon.
We get to see it. That's on top. I have 4 mana potentially.
Terastodon is one of those problems.
Ooze.
Oh, and there's a counterspell on top of the deck.
Pay too much
Yeah.
Oh, it's your turn.
Untap mana is
4.
where's the other 4? Okay.
2 of it being blue.
Yeah, no.
I mean, if you're ready to kill the Zendikar, feel free.
I am spoiled for choice.
Yep.
I have cards that draw cards.
Yeah, you're not helping me.
Nope.
Just want to sit down and play a fair game of Magic.
Third
But-
Geth.
In response,
Nice.
I'm gonna draw 5 cards.
Do you have anything that increases your hand size yet?
I don't.
Hopefully.
I'm looking for it.
I'm gonna tap this, sack the Visage of Bolas to proliferate.
Sure. Put more counters on Saheeli.
Yeah, just one
What's
more,
her ult?
right?
Her ult is at 7.
7.
Search your library for up to 3 artifacts and put them on the battlefield.
So, just for shits and giggles.
She activates it, you counter it.
What might... And do all 7 counters come off?
That's the cost. She's paid
that
it.
sucks.
Yeah, I've done it to...
I mean,
Kahan really hates my Void Slime decks.
I mean, I've
because
already
he'll-
ticked it
Right,
up once,
because
so
it-
I can't use it right now.
Right, but if... Yeah.
Yeah.
Next turn
I
he can
can't
Void
use the
Slime
7 now.
Oh, that sucks.
or
Yeah.
Trick Bind.
End of your turn, I pay 6, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature I control. Sealy. I mean, if I can't have new creatures, I might as well
mean
make good
Shalai.
ones. Shalai, sorry.
Yeah.
Untap. Draw. Flip. Dramoka is on top.
Oh, these are weird decks.
What do you got that flies, DM?
A copy of your creature and Akira.
All right.
I was about to join the flip top card deck, but alas, is there a way to get around this?
Yeah. Pay.
Your next
Or
turn.
just kill it.
Pay your turn.
You got a propaganda too.
Yeah.
Who did the art on that?
Which one?
John
Which one?
Avon.
Really? It's a non-land John
amazing.
Avon card?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I could have sworn he only did lands.
I also thought he only did lands.
Paying 4 to declare attackers.
2 creatures going my way.
2 creatures coming your way. A 4/5 flyer and a 6/6 flyer.
Let's see.
He does lands better than most people, though.
I mean what that land that came out in was it War of the Spark? Went for the original painting of that went for $40,000.
Good
I can imagine.
Lotus Field. Lotus Field
Oh,
went for
yeah.
the original painting of Lotus Field went for
That was
$40,000.
20, not.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
It was on 20.
2019.
No,
20. In 20. Yeah, I saw that auction happening live.
I think I will take the damage from your commander and kill thingy.
Response to declaring blockers.
Sure.
I will put a +1/+1 counter on all my creatures.
And I will. It's a response to that. I guess I'm gonna have to void slime that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna kill that thing, regardless. And I'm gonna take this 6 from your commander.
Yep.
And you have no flying untapped creatures, correct?
Correct.
Excellent.
Pass turn.
Oh, and Plasm Capture, I'm not going to cast it, comes to my hand, flips
Yeah.
over a Seaboard Muse!
Land for turn.
And we're getting to the point where I have 15 cards in my hand.
And at least 3 of them are counters.
2 now.
I said, yeah.
I just cast the slime.
I knew about 2, and I estimated with 15 cards it would be a third because you really packed that deck with counter spells.
There's only like 6.
We're gonna activate Nivix Guildmage after casting Treasure Cruise
Woo!
to draw 6 cards.
That one's the one that copies any spell, right?
Yes.
Okay. The other guild mage only copies spells of certain sizes. That's why I had to ask.
That Lethal Vapors is helping everyone but you, I think, right now.
Me?
No, it's
keeping that in check,
It's
and I
keeping-
almost don't care.
yeah.
I mean, I got not much to work with
DM's
right
got
now.
enough creatures that he doesn't care.
Yep. Sorry.
You're tapped out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you cast the Void Slime?
Yep.
Fact or fiction? There's my mana rocks.
Hey, and there's mana.
Who's splitting?
You're splitting.
Are we friends?
I mean, have I done anything to you this game?
Have you done anything at all this
I
game?
have so far white knuckle under the table.
Help him and bring him back in if you can.
I'm not going to be perfectly nice because no one gets basalt. No one does fair things with basalt monument.
Mono?
Sure.
Yeah, no.
Sure.
I'll buy that.
But if you help me break this crap up, I'll do a 4-1 split.
Seems good. Seems good. All right, I'm gonna
Take
take
your
these
4.
cards, and this one's gonna
Let
go
me
in
see
my
what you
graveyard.
got.
2 islands, a Soul Ring, and Echoing Truth.
That'll do.
Because we all know how good Echoing Truth is in his hands.
I'm fine with it.
Soul Ring.
Yeah. How many cards you got and you have to discard?
It doesn't matter. I'm discarding everything that has a power or a toughness. 1, 2, 3.
Are you gonna be done?
Mhm.
Did you get any counters on that, or experience counters or anything?
Yeah. I have
End of
3.
his turn.
Okay.
End of his turn. While you're still tapped out.
Sure.
I'm getting rid of Zendikar.
Sure. Done. Gone. That's 1 in the graveyard.
I can't stop the Muse. Although the Vapors does stop
Vapors
the
is
Muse.
gonna stop the Muse. I'll just play an Alchemist Refuge. Just. And let's see, what do I want to do with that? Oh, I'm gonna do it myself. Fine. If you hadn't done that, I would have run with the game. So you did the right thing.
Who, me?
No, me.
Talia. Because I would have Terastodon this thing and just went
Sucks.
nuts with the progenitor mimic.
Yeah.
Sorry, Socks. Sorry.
Sucks.
Your Trastodon would have exploded, but it's fine. It would have been fine.
Well, yeah, but it would have been followed up immediately by Seaborn Muse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You'd have lost Trastodon and won the war. But now you have to cast with this. By the way, what is your land count?
I'm still gonna lose a Terastodon.
What is your land count?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, still have more.
We're even, actually.
I gotcha. Fine.
You have 11.
No, I don't. That's a signet.
Oh, it's a signet.
Yeah. At least I can scry. I'd rather something better than a rapid hybridization. Terastodon. It's going to come in. It's probably going to die, but I want to scry first before this thing happens. So that comes in.
You cast Cultivate,
Yep.
because you scry and then...
Yep. I cast Cultivate. It's going to blow that up.
Holiday nuts.
It's going to blow that up.
Which one?
Where's the other kill an artifact or enchantment?
Cultivate's
They're,
gonna...
they're both dead?
No, I scried one to the bottom a while ago.
How
What,
does-
so what are you...
It's gonna kill that.
How
And...
does Cultivate blow things up?
No, the Trastodon.
The Terastodon.
Oh.
It kills 3 non-land permanents.
What was...
Or 3 non-creature
Which of these
permanents.
two did you point at?
I'm sorry, the land tax.
Thank you. You were like, this one as you pointed
Sorry,
to
my
both of
fault.
them. No. However, you and I get to keep our elephants, but his elephant dies.
My big elephant dies.
Yes, but we get to keep our little elephants.
Yes, you do get to keep your little elephants. And I gotta kill one other thing.
What? No, you hit 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I hit 2 years? What did I hit?
Soul Snare and Land Tax.
Oh, yeah, the Soul Snare. Alright. And then that flips.
Hooray, my tutus are alive.
And by the way, what did I cast? I cast Kodama's Reach, one to play, one in my hand. Is it tapped?
No. Well, yes, the one that comes into play is tapped.
Yeah.
I was finally going to get to use the Land Tax again. Oh well.
My turn?
No. Island to play tapped. Island in my hand.
I'm going to Mystical Tutor.
And
In
actually,
response.
hold on. Sorry about that.
It's probably not resolving.
What? No, you can have a mystical tutor. I'll just counter what you do with it.
I'll go find a thing.
Alright. Oh, hey, look at that, a rewind. One
We go
mana
down to
short.
3 mana, yeah. And isn't that it's an island, and what's the thing underneath it?
An island command tower and
Command
Alchemist
tower, cool.
Refuge. Yeah, I way too late unmedicated to be playing this deck.
Are you done? Jay, where's up?
Tap. Draw.
Epic Experiment at the top.
Epic Experiment to the top.
What's your total mana count?
10.
Epic for 8 seems good.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Epic for 11.
I'm gonna take all the counters off Saheeli.
Yep.
Any responses?
Can't do anything about it.
Find 3 lands.
Void Slime's
Or
gone.
3 artifacts.
Artifacts.
Put them directly into play.
Yep.
It's only instants or sorceries, though.
Yep.
Ooh, what are these?
They are holiday nuts. Claire made them. They're fantastic.
They're brown butter.
Oh my god, they are.
Right?
They're
brown
pecans.
butter
Yeah.
and spices, and they're keto sugar, so they're actually sugar free.
I'm gonna like stick my face in this and get like a feed bag.
Yeah, me too.
That's what we've been doing all week.
And yet I learned more about your life. I don't want
Oh
to.
my god.
It's really good.
It's
That sweet
terrifyingly
sugar
good.
is just like sugar.
Yeah, but yeah, but if you eat too much of it.
No, this doesn't fuck with you at all.
I don't know. Tell that to my insides.
Look, everything fucks with you. Literally every food.
Alright, I'm gonna try to make this as quick and as painless as possible. Alright.
So I made custard and put it on top of keto cheese.
Night, Bunny.
No, 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 no.
So good.
No, no.
Bye, Bunny.
Good night, Bunny.
Focus on sleeping.
No, no.
Or on whatever it is she's got to do other than this.
Yeah.
Come on. No. 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 No.
Time is it?
2:23.
Yeah. This is obviously last game.
Yeah, I shouldn't have stayed this late, but
Nope. Okay. Nope.
Shit, our next stream is from Ilkston.
Nope. Nope. Okay.
so you've got 5 artifacts there.
Yes. So I will bring in.
You wanna come over for, like, 10
Do you want to
minutes
shuffle
or-
that? That's fine.
Well, it's more of I.
Half an hour.
I was watching it wiggle back and
Be
forth,
like
and I'm like, this is
Alright.
gonna fall on the floor.
Yep.
Hey, come watch us tomorrow
Demir
night.
Locket.
Oh.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to log on from home
Townsend,
tomorrow on your computer,
and
Yeah, I'm fine with
Seven.
that.
just log on
What
like
land type
Thursday
you
night
want?
next week for like 10 minutes and be like, hey, tomorrow night we're gonna blah blah blah.
Swamp.
Good.
Yeah. No.
Everything's a
I have
swamp.
this. Yeah. So
Mountain?
Mountain. May remind me that.
Yeah.
I'll remind you too.
Jake will remember.
Fuck, I'm gonna eat all those in like 10 minutes.
So
You can.
she made a little bag for our roommate.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I ate those all last
Anything else?
night.
This
I
is
realized you were
tapped.
doing that and I was like, I'm not even gonna tell you not to because I just bought an entire new bag.
They were so good.
All right. Yeah.
I was having
There's
a
gonna be
great
other
time with my medication and my
Oh,
nuts
So look, give me your
in
locket.
my mouth.
Okay.
Right? Oh, let me just do that.
Yeah.
That was a very okay. It's ramp, but it was a very strange thing for Sahili. I'm used to seeing
she
like
needs mana, and
I
this
need
is not.
mana.
This isn't an artifact combo
It's
deck.
not that kind of deck.
I'm used
It's
to seeing
a
like
Planeswalker deck.
Yeah.
a Darksteel Forge and a Michaels and Gladys and a
I only have one of those, and it's in the Saheeli deck. The actual Saheeli deck.
I mean, do you have that Saheeli in the Saheeli deck? Because I think that Saheeli would do more work over there.
I think I took it out because there were better options. I think I took it out for Mycosynth Lattice.
Fair
I
enough.
don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's tapped. 6, 7, 8. Tap 8.
Nikki B flips.
It's
only
I
7.
don't know. Maybe. Do I want this one instead?
Do you want more water?
I'll take this one. 8.
Okay.
Nikki B, the Deceiver.
Alright.
Each opponent loses 3 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card.
Tell me when you actually need water and I'll get it.
Choose target creature, destroy it, draw a card.
Yep.
Nikki B does 7 damage to each opponent. You draw 7 cards.
Yep.
What are we doing?
We're taking it up to 8.
So we all lose 3 life unless we sack a non-land permanent or discard a card.
Yep.
Oh.
Uh,
On the starting Evolving Wilds.
39.
Yep.
I'm gonna discard this mountain, sadly.
I'm going to.
I have every enchantress that draws every draw card enchantress in here.
Yeah,
I know.
Even the weird ones that like discard on. I have not hit a single. I've only had to hit the top end of my deck, and I'm doing okay because of that opening. But like,
I'm gonna sack this artifact to proliferate.
yep. But the engine this deck runs on, I'm just not.
Finding.
Yeah.
Do you have any flyers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do. Okay.
2/2 angel or
And I
5/5
still-
angel
I
and a
have to
2/2
pay to
Kira.
attack you, right?
5/5 Angel and a 2/2 Kira.
Okay. I'll
Uh,
sit. Go.
I mean, you may actually want Nickel to die, so we start discarding, but
Wow.
I've got enough cards in my hand where
Draw
I'm
Dramoka, flip, banishing light on top. That's not helpful right now. All right. Team at DM. 3/3/4/4, 3/5 6/6. 6/6 flies.
What are the little ones?
Elephant, monkey. The monkey got a +1/+1 counter from the Saheeli, from the first Saheeli activation.
I thought that got countered.
The second one got counted.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
6/6 Angel. 3/5.
Give it. 6/6 Angel, 3/5. Oh, I don't want to take another Saheeli again, but I think I'm gonna have to.
Sigarda.
Sigarda, and then I'm gonna kill your Krufix.
With my Angel.
Yep.
Okay.
And what do we got? A 3/3 and a 4/4.
Yep.
Did you pay 2, 4, 6, 8 mana?
Oh shit! I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot about the propaganda. In that case, I'm gonna run down Nikki B. Everything in Nicol Bolas the Deceiver.
Propaganda for the win!
3/3/4/4.
Okay.
3/5 6/6.
If you'll note, there's a
So
propaganda sitting out over there. It's my last one to go in a different deck.
7, 8, 9.
Propaganda is awesome.
It's such a
and
good
then
card.
Another.
Nine-
So 15.
15 all at Nicol Bolas the Deceiver.
And they all fly.
Only that one flies.
Blue doesn't get many prison spells.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Really?
Old blue does. New blue doesn't.
Outside of propaganda, I don't know of anything.
Riznik fucking studies at prison.
Mist of Pendelhaven is an enchantment that each creature gains during your upkeep. Pay 1 or sacrifice.
Mystic Remora?
Well, Mystic Remora is the same. Taxation and prison are two different things.
Yeah.
But
I'll block and kill that with this.
Aether Storm, players can't play spells. This is a 3/5.
Mystic Remora is fucking
Okay.
ridiculous
So we'll
in
bounce.
Brave,
Block
though.
and
You just keep
kill.
bouncing it.
Yes.
The cumulative
That's
upkeep
a
never
3/3?
happens.
This is a 3/3.
It's
Alright, I'll
dumb.
block and kill that.
All right.
I'll block the. I guess that one with Sad Robot.
Well, this is the biggest one.
Oh,
I mean, it's still enough damage
4.
to kill. This is 6 combined.
that's 6. He's
Or
at
not, sorry, 9
9
combined.
You might
6
as well save as many
still
creatures
9.
as you can and let it die. I don't think you can save it.
Okay.
Well, she should kill this because she can.
yeah, I can.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
At no cost to her.
Right.
All right, post combat.
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dragon Lord Dramoka can't be countered,
Nope.
Okay.
and opponents can't cast spells on my turn.
That's a real problem.
Everyone pick one creature and destroy all the others. Dragon Lord Dramoka.
I'm going to keep Mizzix.
What did you cast?
Divine Reckoning.
Is it a sorcery?
It sure is, but you can't cast spells on my turn. Dragon Lord Dramoka says so.
Oh, that's
And Dragon
a
Lord
problem.
Dramoka can't be countered. So Dragon Lord Dramoka does say so.
Yeah, that is a problem. I think I'm keeping Kira for now.
Everything else explodes. That's why I went all into somebody.
Yep, that's all good.
And pass turn.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have a feeling this is just going to
Have a bird.
Omniscience?
Have a bird.
Alright. I have a 2/2.
Swan song?
Yeah.
Caw caw.
Have a bird. You don't get an omniscience, sorry.
Nope.
Sorry, dude. That's just a little much. I'm assuming that's not one. It comes to my hand.
Island. Let's see if we could have done a thing. We could not have.
Done.
But, yeah. Shuffle up.
This is how I fight through counter spells.
Yep. Alright, so... Rashmi's back.
Of course she is.
And you know what? Fuck all y'all.
Oh, this died. I dropped
Fuck
hard.
all y'all. The Seedborn Muse is in because you have no fucking mana left.
That's true.
And the Seedborn Muse has fucking boots.
That's fine.
You want to see what I drew off of Ponder?
Eh.
just insult to injury, that's fine.
Do I have to clean the board up again?
yes.
Yes, you do.
Fair enough. It's a good thing that Wrath has flashback.
Yeah?
Perfectly fine. I got... I'm going to get rid of Dramoka right now anyway.
I mean, I would have solved this if maybe Omniscience would have resolved.
I can't protect your turn, just mine.
Unfortunately. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3... my little friend is imprisoned in the moon.
Okay.
And then I shall declare my end of turn.
Honor up, keep it on taps. Yep.
But you don't have mana doubling.
Not anymore.
But you have 14 lands or some shit like that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mana. Potentially available.
God damn it. Okay, it was close.
This is MDFMK when they were like, we can't use the name KMFDM.
Mickey B flips.
I just
Yep.
have
I'll
some of them.
tick it up to draw 2 cards.
Yup.
Okay.
Well, maybe I won't. That has Shroud.
And the first spell that goes at any of his the first spell or ability that goes at any specific creature of his is countered.
Right.
Yeah.
You could reanimate my Shalai and give your Nicol Bolas hexproof.
Yeah?
It would also give you hexproof, but there's not a lot of targeting people's faces.
Every creature of Planeswalker battlefield under my control. Is drawing cards more important to me, or is
How many cards are in
getting...
your hand?
You can stunt double
5.
too and make a copy of anything. Jayberry.
I would
You can stunt double and copy anything in play too. And then there's nothing
any
really.
creature in play.
Trastodon, but you're not going to hit any of my creatures, which is
Yeah.
Well, you could hit the propaganda and
Which-
the Greaves, yeah.
yeah.
Propaganda Greaves is actually relevant.
Yep. Actually, you can hit the Propaganda Greaves
And Exploration or
and the
Mizzix.
Exploration.
The exploration's not doing anything anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did its job already.
You could also hit my Imprison in the Moon, or his Imprison in the Moon.
Yeah, but no one wants you to have that.
There's a hole where people can't count, where he can't cast counter spells, which would let someone else interact with
Nor
stuff.
can that person cast counterspells. Or if you want an instant or sorcery back from your graveyard.
There's nothing down
There's
there.
nothing good down there.
Maybe it's best to get 2 cards now, and I don't know. Then
I
next
don't know.
turn he animates something. I mean, my graveyard isn't going anywhere, and I'm not reanimating anything.
Neither is mine.
Each players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It got a lot
but
worse.
then it's just gonna be a target and it's not gonna live.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's probably not gonna live even at 9.
So take it up to 9 and draw 2 cards. Basically, what do you want to pay 7 mana for? 2 cards, a creature from a yard, you know.
Alright, 3 left.
Fuckers should stop goddamn playing legendary creatures so I can play my Progenitor Mimic.
I see no reason why any of us should help you at all.
I have a 2/2.
You do.
What's the 2/2? Oh, the Swan.
It's, yeah.
Alright.
It's gonna start coming in and doing work though.
Sure.
It can trade with Kira. At the cost,
Right, because I would do that.
at the cost of 2 mana.
Right, because that's exactly something I would do.
Indeed. I mean, what if I ask him very nicely?
You know.
I'm
Or
gonna
go after it.
sack the Rakdos Signet to proliferate.
Yeah, that's gonna
Alright,
be
second turn.
proliferate.
Yep.
You sure you don't want to give him an extra experience
No, you
counter?
Please do, please do.
My turn?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it just shoots someone.
Yeah.
Yep.
For how much damage?
No. Minus
cast
12.
Banish-
exile
Oh, yeah,
everything with the
yeah.
bottom
I cast
one.
Banishing Light.
Just deal 10 damage.
I don't target till it hits the table. You gotta, Banishing Light doesn't target till it hits the table.
It's correct.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's counter it.
Countering it?
Yeah, let's rewind.
Okay.
Hold on. Comes in.
Is cast, yeah.
Yep.
Would you like to draw a card?
Why would I like to draw a card? Not yet.
How many cards are in your hand there, DM?
8.
And I know there's still a Plasm Capture in there.
Yep.
I mean, I don't get anywhere if I don't try to do something, so... Pay 7, cast my commander.
I am going to Plasm Capture it for 7.
Ah, you get 5.
5.
You only get the CMC.
And that is not the first spell I cast this turn.
Yep. Pass turn.
Everything on taps.
All right.
Do it.
We're going to Mana Geyser.
Do it!
So we're going to add 1 red for each tap land you guys have, which is 0.
10.
1.
I apologize in
2,
advance.
3,
Yeah, I'm sure it's
4,
getting countered. It's fine.
5.
15. 15 total.
Okay, 15 total. So 15 up.
I cast a Mystical Tutor.
Uh,
Now I order my triggers. So I'm going
No.
to put something on top, then I'm going to draw
you
it.
cast it, that trigger goes on top and must resolve first.
Okay. Fine. That's wrong. Temple of Mystery comes to my
It's
hand.
not wrong, it's... You cast the spell, the trigger goes in the stack, the spell hasn't
Correct.
resolved yet, so you have to resolve that trigger before you can resolve the spell.
That's correct. You're right.
Usually am.
No, I'm saying it just... I'm annoyed that it's wrong.
Yes.
You want it to be a different way. We get it.
Exactly.
You want it to be the way that benefits you the most.
Who
I
doesn't?
mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Where do I put it there? God damn it.
Can we run you out of counters?
No, I just don't know which one I want.
There's only like 6 counters in the spell. No, there's more than 6, because you cast...
Let's just put a Cyclonic Rift on top.
Fair enough.
19.
What do you do? Are you just like going through my deck?
Your graveyard.
Oh.
There are 5 in your graveyard, and we know there's a Force of Will, so there's at least 1 more. And you just said I don't know which one I want, so there's probably more than 1 more.
Gotcha.
I'm going to attempt to cast Epic Experiment.
You do that. I'm gonna take the Cyclonic Rift. I don't get to look at that.
What's the X on Rift? Or on,
7. Oh.
No, him.
We're figuring that out.
A bunch. Tapped lands.
15,
So,
No, he had 15 from us.
1 more from me.
17, 18,
No, it wasn't when he that wasn't
Right,
Tommy
right,
Guys.
right.
19, 20.
X20?
X is 24.
Do
24.
Do it.
Leaving the counter back at mana.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Okay.
Alright, what do we got?
So, we will be casting a Merchant Scroll,
Okay.
a
No, you won't. Doesn't matter.
Disallow maybe.
Can I see Epic Experiment?
Yeah.
What is it? Instants and sorceries?
Instant
It is.
sorceries.
Yeah, but he's got to decide what he's casting all at the same time. He
Right.
can't, like, put out some of it and then you cast a counterspell and then he adds the
Right,
counterspell.
no, I
again.
gotcha.
So,
Are you kidding me? Out of that, that's all you got?
It's really sad, but I only got 3 things.
Mizzix's Mastery is pretty good, though.
Mizzix's Mastery is going to do a
I
thing.
don't know what it does.
So it exiles something.
From your graveyard.
And then cast a copy of it.
Yes. Can I overload that?
Bring up Strifefall.
And what
Just
are we
pick an overload spell and bring it up. I
Pull up
want to
Mizzix's
say
Mastery.
yes, but I'm not positive. Scroll down. Notes and rules and information.
You killed the playlist.
You played the whole playlist.
If you cast a spell without paying its mana cost, you can't pay any alternate cost. So I was wrong about the Rift earlier. I apologize.
Okay. So I get to exile an instant or sorcery
Yep.
and copy it for free, which is going to be a mana geyser.
There you go. Another 22 mana.
Another 16 mana. We have
16,
15 to combine, and then you added 1.
So 16.
Yep.
Okay. Along
So that
with
resolves.
this is a thing. Merchant Scroll and Pre-Orient Spell. Scry 2 and draw a card.
And then you go search for something.
Top,
What
bottom.
does the merchant scroll do?
Searches for an instant and puts it in his hand.
Yep. So whatever instant it is gonna.
He's gonna
draw.
reveal it.
Yep.
I'm guessing it's Comet Storm.
Maybe that's already in my hand.
I mean, you do have quite the hand.
Oh, this is just gonna go forever.
Yep. Blue Sun
Not
Zenith.
necessarily.
And you're just gonna
Oh,
draw a shit ton
no.
of cards.
Yeah, basically.
Did you drop your?
I did. I did.
Okay.
I did drop a deck.
Okay.
So we're gonna Comet Storm. I don't know what that does.
What's that do?
Deal a bunch of damage to a bunch of different things.
Deal X red
Right.
instant. Deal X damage.
So how
To
much money do
target-
you have
hold on.
dumped into that?
Multi kicker 1 for every time you
Right. So
multi
you
kick.
divide it and see what's going.
You don't
Like, if
divide
it's-
it. You just for
I
every
copy it.
Right. If it's 10, then it's 10 to 10 things because he's got 20 mana or whatever. If
No. It's he pays X and
Right.
then he pays multi kicker for each additional target. However many targets he chooses, that's how much damage it does.
Right,
It
so
doesn't
if
have.
it's-
It's not spread equally.
If he has 20 mana and says, I would like 10 targets, that means there's 10 left over, it would be 10 to 10 targets.
Right, but with 20 mana, he could also do 18 to or 19
Two targets.
to 2 targets.
Right.
It's actually he gets targets plus 1 for mana spent because the first target's free.
Sure.
Yes. So I'm going to
But he can't select the same target multiple times, so he can't say set.
Right.
3,
Or DM.
and then
Yeah,
It's late, I know.
It's late.
I'm going to shoot everyone for 15.
There you go. Everyone's been shot for 15.
All right. I mean, where's this going?
That's it.
Just hastening the end of the game, that's
Yep. Go ahead.
all. Do I want to
Don't forget your 2 Mizzix triggers you got off that.
Right.
So you could actually have shot us off for 16.
Oh well.
You
I think I will be okay.
have any mana rocks too? One?
Yes.
One mana rock.
Yeah, and then the Signet, which isn't really.
Oh, the Trapped in the Moon stays if I rift, doesn't it?
Yep, you own it. And it's a land right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm going to do it for my turn because I want to draw more cards.
EOT,
Overloaded. Everybody return everything that's not a land to their hand.
exploration.
Yep. And hey, I get a Royal Elemental.
No, you don't. The CMC on that is 2.
The CMC works with the overload.
No,
when you
the
cast it for
CMC is the
overload.
top corner.
Fine, I will play it on my turn. And draw for turn. Alrighty, fine. I don't know. Pick a direction. 37. 2, 4, 6 at you.
Yes, I will go to 31.
With 2 commander damage.
How much
no.
plaques? How much?
Wait, don't you still that bird or did the bird die?
What did I
No,
get?
the bird
What did I
got
get
bounced.
from the plasm capture? 4, 3.
You countered...
5.
The
You countered my angel 5.
5. So 5, 6, 7 for another turn.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're saving 2 blue for something. But it's not fighting over extra turns.
Not today.
Not today, Satan.
Let's scry. I can stay there.
What is that face-up pile there?
This is my graveyard.
Oh my god.
I need to cast some.
When
dull
you,
spells.
Jesus Christ.
When you epic experiment for 24 and get 3 spells...
It was awful.
I know.
I want to take a look at what was revealed, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I want to see the failure pile.
The failure pile is really fucking sad.
I don't know, Whisper Silk Cloak.
And a star.
Hey, it's the
You
first
might not
turn.
be playing enough instants and sorceries in this instance.
It's the first turn I can spell.
It's
Crufix
wizards.
comes to my hand.
Then you might not be playing enough with instants and sorceries to justify Epic Experiment.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got a lot of them that have X's in them.
What I'm doing is playing too many wizards in my wizard deck.
Crufix is in.
Well, that's a completely different fight.
Yep.
No, this should be
Crufix is
Spellslinger.
in.
Yeah. Crufix is online.
Yeah,
is-
I'm sure Crufix is online.
Yeah, he is.
One, yeah.
We're gonna
Yes.
ponder.
Just making sure the one over here is counted.
Sorry, it's taking a long time.
Are we playing Magic? We're playing Magic.
DM's playing the.
There are Three
DM's
blue
playing the
decks.
combo deck.
That's not a
Sort
combo
of.
deck.
Well, no, it's a combo deck.
I don't know.
No, you're right. It's not a combo deck. It's a lock. It's a control deck.
Yeah.
It's blue-green stacks.
It's a 3 a.m. and been a long day deck.
And I have no idea what the fuck
it's
I'm
almost
doing.
3 a.m. and that is.
Yeah, I'm kind of ready.
Pass turn. Everything
If
on
I don't draw anything useful, I'm kind of ready to scoop.
Yeah. I'm gonna play a Royal Elemental, put boots on it, and take everything everybody plays.
I'm gonna
Not things with expert.
absolutely fucking
What's that?
counterspell that.
Sure. Sure.
Can you counterspell my counterspell?
Probably.
I think so.
Probably.
I think so.
If we want to just end and go to bed, I'm exhausted.
I'm willing to make you Warden of the North or
Yeah.
King of the Iron Throne or whatever the
Sure.
hell.
Why not?
Would you like to be my hand?
Yeah, I'll be the hand of the
Hand of the North.
asshole.
Thanks, fuckers. Yeah, all right.
Wait.
We're gonna call that a game, folks.
I'm gonna echoing truth your propaganda on the way out.
There you go. I have a Green Warden Marauder in my hand. The Royal Elemental is gonna make a copy of the Royal Elemental with that, and then a bunch more copies of the Royal Elemental with the Progenitor Mimic, and take everything that came in except for the hexproof thing.
Yep.
That was a game.
And then
That's a game.
Well, you know,
Two viewers.
that one game made up for the time that we saved playing the other two really quick games.
Did
Yeah.
you throw the? There it is. Yep. Oh, hey, there's the other one, the Song of the Dryads. I love these two cards.
They're fantastic.
Literally all my enchantresses are together in the
They're
bottom
having
third
an
of the deck.
Enchantress party.
Oh man.
There's 8 enchant. Like I went Enchantress card, Enchantress card, Enchantress card.
All right. Thanks for watching, folks. We are gonna go to fuck to bed.
night.
Yep.
See you next time at IllixCon.
Yeah, next Friday night from IllixCon.
Fuck all
We
you
are
see you
not
later.
doing a Thursday stream, correct?
Well, that is correct, and you're gonna log on for like 10 minutes and talk to people and say, "Hey, come follow us tomorrow night."
I'm gonna post a bunch of links.
All right,
Nope.
cool.
Do it.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Deuces.
Yeah, I won 2 fast games.